Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Did you watch Wednesday?
I did.
What do you think of it?
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too. It was awesome.
It was there was a few parts of it that were a little silly.
Yeah.
But overall, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was Tim Burton. I can't say it his finest because that would be Edward Scissorhands, but for live action Tim Burton, it did not disappoint. Very, very cool. I just got John Rick, I'm going to try to come out. I'm going to leave at 5:40, but if it's rough, I'm going to head back and join from home. So have that link handy for me just in case. Rock and roll. All right. So I need to introduce our next guest properly. Have you seen how we've been introducing guests?
I have somehow miraculously only watched when the guest was already on so far today. So no, I have not.
We have the proper introduction here.
Oh.
I would like to introduce our next guest. Please welcome to the Livestream Lounge, Steve Pankatai. Woo!
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on. My gosh, we have so much to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I cannot wait. But because we're starting a brand new 8-hour live stream, it's the final hours going into the final hours of the Kickstarter. We need to get this party started properly.
Awesome.
With, we need a little bit of music to kind of set the tone. Let's get this party started. Thank you so much for hanging out with us into the final hours. 8 hours. Here we go. It's actually 7 hours because the Kickstarter ends at 11:59, right before midnight. We'll probably go for another hour after that, just being slap happy and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that we are sextupled.
That's great.
Maybe it'll be more than that by then, but we are sextupled right now. Amazing. Oh my gosh, we are less than $100 away from 61,000. That is super, super cool. I am so stoked. So I can't wait to talk with you, Oz. So first of all, we should, I'm kind of interchangeable. Obviously, your name, Steve Pankatai, but a lot of us, especially here in Aladdin 3477, we call you Oz. What's up with that?
That was a nickname given to me by Rick Veers. Who was, of course, the sound lead on Aladdin for quite some time. I was one of his interns, and I was given the name because I am all-powerful.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what the great thing was, the season that you interned on was Heroes and Villains, and it was great that he had you on because there couldn't be someone more knowledgeable in comic books.
Yes.
So the fact that you guys were working on Heroes and Villains, you were definitely the go-to person. Oz the Great and Powerful, a very fitting name considering what the season was.
That was the only reason I got on the season, because when I applied, the role was already filled that I applied for. They already had a video guy on. Casper had already been hired.
Oh.
But because I was so much of a gigantic comic book nerd, Rick saw the potential and brought me on as a consultant of sorts.
And the neat thing was you ended up doing... Before that season was over, excuse me, I'm not sick. Where's my tea?
Talking for 17
I just got my new tea. Oh, that feels good. But you actually did like a 4-part series, because there's like the weekly videos, but you did this really cool 4-part series that kind of recapped the whole thing and kind of put a different spin on it, which was really cool.
Yeah, and that was Rick needed something for me to do because I already had a video guy, but it ended up being a really great opportunity. It was kind of a unique role where I got to learn about practice and learn about video stuff and editing, but then also work with the other interns to learn sound effects and sound design. So it ended up being a really great opportunity.
Awesome. So we need to talk about BTS. We need to talk about first assistant director. We need to talk about all kinds of things. We need to talk about what you're doing now, how you got into Aladdin 3477. Plus, we're going to talk about some of the cool rewards that you can get in the Kickstarter. So much. But first, I need to be a good host and offer you something to drink. Do you want like a candy bar drink? Do you want, we've got in the cooler, we've got water. We got light stuff, water going into Werner Zero, going into Coke Zero, going into Mountain Dew, going into cold coffee, then going into like White Claws, then going into straight up beer. And then, of course, I'm waiting for someone to be in it to win it with peanut butter whiskey to do just a little glass nurse. Although I probably need to
done the peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah.
And it's only okay.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, you only had the screwball though, right? Which is good, and that's top of the line.
That's true. Yeah.
But it's not Old Smoky peanut butter whiskey.
Well, there is a snowstorm on right now, and I am going to have to drive home tonight, so I should not get super drunk. But
When you started that sentence, I thought you were going to say, there is a snowstorm going on tonight, so I need something that warms the heart a little bit. Let's do it. That sentence went where it was supposed to go.
I'll just crash here. It's fine. I'll just slump over in the back of the shot for the rest of the live stream. Yeah, I'll do like a White Claw or something. James, would you mind? Thank you, James.
So, man, there's so much that we need to talk about. First, let's get into some of the really cool Kickstarter rewards that we need to talk about. First up, the very first reward tier is Taj Mahal Treasure. This is really cool. And I know you might be looking at it. Man, we need to talk Kickstarter because you yourself have run more than one Kickstarter for sure. So you have a lot of experience in this. Man, we need to talk writing and RP. Like there's so much stuff we need to chat about. So we're going to get through some of these rewards real quick because, man, we need to get into the nitty gritty. Yep. But this first swag box here, you might be looking at the price and saying, oh my gosh, $45. Like, it's a little bit pricey. You get 8 items. There's the 4 items you see here. There's 4 hidden rewards. Plus there are 2 more thank you gifts already. If you get this first swag box, you are getting 10 items. Now, you might be thinking, oh, 10, what? Like I get like 10 bumper stickers or something like that. Let's talk about some of the rewards real quick. First and foremost, you are getting the official collector's edition. This isn't the final cover, but this is close to what it looks like. Official collector's edition. I grew up with these, and they still make these for a lot of the Marvel movies. This is a 96-page full color souvenir book. It is so cool. There's my mug for the for the forward. This is a double-page spread on Fiji. It's got the schematics of all the cool stuff that he's got going on. Princess of India, who is going to be joining us in less than an hour. Okay. We've got, this is kind of going into the, like, not really the plot of the film, but these are some of the locations, just kind of setting the scene a little bit, talking about some of the characters, talking about some of the props, like the XR viewer. And I wanted to make this in a way because I knew there was going to be a lot of people potentially reading this before they see the film. Yep. So this is done in a way where it's not really spoiler. If anything, it'll enhance your experience. The flip side, I wanted to do this in a way where if you end up seeing the movie first, and then you end up getting your hands on one of these, it will not be like, oh, I already know all this stuff, but it'll enhance. It's a little bit of the world building and just a little bit kind of fun stuff behind this. Our pinkies just touched. That's okay, right? Yeah. That's your wedding ring?
No, my wedding is.
Oh yeah. What's that all about?
A ring, a little chain on it.
Oh, and it moves around. Yeah. Oh, I'm into cool like jewelry and stuff with. I like to bro out on that stuff. Anyway, there's also a lot of really cool, fun stuff behind the scenes on how these were made. Rick Veers. There's Dave Todd holding up Tony's lines to speak in Hindi, conveniently hidden behind Pradeep, played by Irfan Sheikh. One of the first things that you are going to get, this is the very first minifig. By the way, you're getting this in just a couple months. And I wanted to share with you, Oz, this is Disney's minifig. So this is the Aladdin. And you can see it's nice quality. It actually is pretty cool.
It's got a little hat.
A little hat. Now look at the detail of this Aladdin minifig. Just look at look at the feet on this one. The pants do have a patch, but they're just white. The feet are painted on the front and the side. Do you see them on the back, the feet?
No.
Nothing on the back. This minifig, it's got full printing on. You see the boots on the back everywhere. It's got the dreamy Aladdin hair. He's got the gun. He's got, dude, it's the tracking light.
That's right.
And he's got the satchel.
That's pretty nice.
Isn't that fun? You are going to get this in the first swag box that is expected to ship this April. You're also going to get a Fiji enamel pin. Oz, I'm curious, which one would you rather have between the dark and the light?
I believe I voted for the dark.
The dark?
Yes.
Yeah, I go back and forth. I like the light because this kind of looks more like Fiji, but from far away, this it's kind of like a white blob, perhaps, where this definitely stands out. And from far away, you'd be able to tell exactly what it is. Also, in the first swag box, you get a shirt of your choice. There's 5 different designs, and you get to choose between the Aladdin shirt, the Princess of India shirt, the logo for Aladdin 3477, the Fiji t-shirt, and the Lochan Shyamalan shirt. If you could only pick one, I notice now you're actually wearing a limited edition cast and crew shirt designed by Lindsay. You're actually wearing the Lochan Shyamalan, but if you could only choose one of these, which would it be?
Honestly, probably the Aladdin logo shirt, because I think it's just really simple and nice. And I don't personally usually go for like full graphic ones, but I do really like that Lochan one. That's a really slick design.
Awesome. Next up, so that's just 4 of the items. There's 4 more items, although we've talked about one of them, which is a Paul Michael Caine chapbook. You get 2 thank you gifts. One of them is a Hong Kong Trooper minifig. Look at all the fun armor that's on that. Isn't that wild?
That's beautiful.
It's got like the gauntlets and stuff. It's got the little leg pieces.
A little gun on the shoulder here. Look at that. That's pretty
An extra gun. And if you want to see Jeff Norgrove, you don't have to take off the entire helmet. You can just...
Oh, no way. The faceplate comes up.
Look at that.
There we go. Hello, Jeff.
One take Norgrove.
Cool. Wow.
Super fun. Also, in this swag box, you get the second thank you gift, which is a sticker sheet designed by Deanna Sheehan. There are 13 stickers. I cannot wait. My phone is going to be covered, my laptop, my sketchbooks. I can't wait to... Where is the coolest place you're going to put these stickers?
I always put them on hard drives.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I organize my hard drives. I'm like, oh, that one's the Aladdin hard drive.
Is there anything where they heat up too much if you've got the... Probably not as much. All right. I like it. I should probably have this up and running. Awesome. So real quick, before we get into the next swag box, we need to chat. Oh my gosh, we need to go back to the beginning real quick. We've already got some comments. So Tom Savage joins in and says, woo!
Tom.
That megaphone is epic. And Tom, you have to, if you haven't seen it yet, you need to see Red Star Fiji, which you may have seen, and also the Red Star minifig. James Cavallo says, epic live stream. I had to upgrade the pledge to get the full set of mini block figures. Can't wait. Thank you so much. Woohoo! Epic and awesome. I should actually, just because I've been checking in from time to time, I should take a peek. We, of course, a little bit ago, we surpassed the... we are sextupled now, and so we are getting really close to 61,000. Thank you guys so much for upgrading or even just telling people about this. It has been absolutely awesome. Super, super cool. So Oz, oh my gosh, let's get into the history. First of all, I met you way, way long time ago as a student, and I knew you from the, I don't know that I knew, I remember you were making videos with like miniatures, I believe, of like Warhammer and stuff like that.
Jack. That was my buddy in the class.
You weren't doing that. Were you helping film it?
Nope. That was just Jack.
Really?
No.
Okay, that's my awful fuzzy memory. I apologize.
I didn't do anything useful in your class. I was a terrible student. It's fine.
No. I always really enjoyed. I always enjoyed having you in class. So what led you? What was your pathway? what were you into as a kid? What led you into filmmaking, advertising, video, the whole kit and caboodle? What led to that?
Oof. There's not really a super dramatic story to it.
You can make it super dramatic.
That's true. Yes, I was bitten by a radioactive video camera as a child. No, I just I was exploring stuff in college, really more than anything. I took a video production class at the community college and made a couple friends. I found a bit of a knack for it, and we kind of just started from there. Before I did it in college, I hadn't really done anything significant, just a little photography. But by the time I got out of college, one of the friends that I made, Jack, had he was already employed in the industry, helped me get a job, and that was where I started doing stuff.
Yeah,
and just kind of went from there. And now, years later, I'm an Emmy-nominated video editor.
What is up? That is amazing. So cool. So the next thing would have been, okay, so you were in my class, you did the internship for the Chop Shop.
I did.
Heroes and Villains. And then when we started on Aladdin 3477, it was really interesting because when we started, you wanted to be a part of it, but you actually pitched me. You had a full pitch, and you had like documents. You had like a folder. You had everything typed out, what your plan was. You wanted to be a documentarian for Aladdin 3477, capturing all of the behind the scenes, every step of the way. I was elated by it because I was so busy, like kind of working on the actual film. I was like, oh my gosh, please, yes, and thank you. That's amazing. You wanted me to hear this pitch. I was like, dude, let's just do it. Yes, 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 and yes. Well, I wanted you to hear my idea and how we're going to do it. I'm like, Oz, let's do it. That's and plus I had seen like the work that you had done through the Chop Shop and everything. So I was all in and super, super happy with that. Of course, once it came to filming, before we even get to the first assistant director, can you talk about what it was like, not only filming behind the scenes, but because we were such a guerrilla filmmaking crew, where this project couldn't have been made without duct tape and super glue. There were so many times you would be filming behind the scenes and then they need my actual help. Not that it's not helping with behind the scenes, but you had to put the camera down just because we needed someone to hold the smoke machine, or now we needed someone to do this. Can you talk about that experience, what it was like early on?
Early on was really interesting because early on we were still, like, everyone was still finding their feet in a lot of ways. You know, we did have like the actual behind the scenes in Aladdin is really kind of interesting because it morphed organically so much over the years of production.
Yeah.
So in some ways we had a more regimented set in the early days because we had more clearly defined roles, and this person's over here and that person's over there.
Yeah.
So it was almost easier to be like documenting those early days because it was a little more set up well. And then as it went on, like, things shifted a little bit. Some people had to leave, or some people changed their roles, or you know, whatever happened. And then it did become a little more like, as like everyone learned a bunch of skills. So it's not just like, well, that's the only person who can do sound. It's like any of you four can do sound. I need you on sound. I need you over here. And it became a little bit more flexible.
So in a way it was interesting because we became a well-oiled machine where everyone could kind of do everything, which was pretty wild and super, super interesting.
It was.
We're going to talk about director of photography, or not direct, sorry, first assistant director and everything that entails. But real quick, I wanted to jump to the next swag box to share with you guys because we're trying to get you on board. There are 6 hours left in the Kickstarter. Tell your friends. Swag box number 2, you might see the price and you're like, whoa, this one is twice as much. Well, it's not that this is twice as much, but you are getting the first swag box, which comes in the spring. The second swag box arrives at your doorstep in probably June this summer. And what you get, the fun stuff here, first of all, you get the glow in the dark. And where is your glow in the dark wristband?
In the car.
Oh, you left it in the car? Oh my gosh. Lindsay had the best excuse. She was like, I gave mine to a fan that really wanted one. And I was like, good answer. Good answer. Anyway, this comes with the movie poster. This one is not signed, but it is a thank you. It is a full-size movie poster. This also comes with the Princess Kamala minifig. Again, if you take a look, take a look at the if you look at the detail, like on the side, like it's just one color. And it's a cute minifig. There's no question. And part of the beauty of Lego minifigs is the simplicity. Yeah. But you compare the detail, and man, it's just, that is a really, look at the, on the arms, like arms. It's almost like the foil, like filigree and stuff.
The Aladdin costumes that we made are very, very detailed, and the minifigures are actually capturing them very well. I'm very impressed.
It was really neat for Lindsay to see this earlier, because she and her mom are the ones that sewed like all of this together. So to see it in minifig form was really cool. Fidgy patches. There's an art print illustrated by me that's going to be printed on nice heavy paper with a deluxe matte finish. There is, and we don't have it yet to show, but there is another minifig that comes in this reward tier, and that is the Klepto King minifig, which is going to have really cool accessories. Can't wait for you guys to see that. The Aladdin teaser poster does not come in this. There's actually only 100 left. Those are reserved for Aladdin's Inner Circle. But if you back this project at Jin's Wise Choice, you are going to get the Princess Kamala teaser poster. We're going to talk about Fidgy's Find coming up real soon. But Oz, I am curious. So you were basically in charge of behind the scenes. You have already edited over 30 episodes,
something like that. Yeah.
The first one dropped this week, and people love it, and which is real exciting because there's more where that came from.
There's a lot more.
I can't wait for you guys to see some of the awesome behind the scenes that you put together. But then an interesting thing happened about maybe 2.5 years into the production, and what happened to your role at that point?
I put down my camera and never looked back. Never been able to video anything since. The production shifted. Things changed. Rick Veers, who was serving as the first assistant director, had to move on for other projects. So the role became vacant. And I don't know what was going through your head, but I ended up with taking on the role. Essentially just making things happen behind the scenes, which is a lot. There's a lot going on any film set. So unfortunately, I had to step away from a lot of my duties as a documentarian. I was still able to do it some of the time. There was several good people who stepped in to help me as much as possible. Unfortunately, the last third of Aladdin is less intricately documented than the first chunk, but we do still have plenty of footage and content and behind the scenes tidbits that'll sneak out.
Can you share with people that are watching? A lot of people don't even know, what is a first assistant director? Why is it first? Why is it assistant? What exactly does a first assistant director do?
There's a lot of answers. Essentially, the assistant director makes things happen is the big picture thing. And the actual duties can range. They usually are involved with managing the crew is the big thing, kind of making sure that everyone knows where they're supposed to be and when, gets there, that things are happening on time, so that the director can focus on their creative vision and actually getting the shot that they're trying to get. And that gets broken up in all sorts of ways in higher end film sets with a bunch of different people and a bunch of different roles. But in practice with Aladdin, what it meant was me just making stuff happen. We would come in, I would look over what we were shooting that day, the script pages, the storyboard pages, figure out, work with Matt, figure out what we were shooting and what order and all that. And while he was focusing on doing the shot, I would get stuff ready for the next shot, make sure everyone was ready, that they knew where they were going to have to be, as well as helping keep an eye on the background details in shots, the continuity in shots, and of course, because we were kind of a guerrilla crew helping out with everything else as needed. If we had to move lights or assist with the camera or any of the sound, any of that stuff.
Yeah.
It was a lot going on.
I've heard some people say, and I'm curious what your opinion of this is, but a lot of people say by having a first assistant director, that lets the director be good cop, and then first assistant director gets to be bad cop. What do you have to say about that?
I think that's true. Yeah. Largely, the assistant director generally is the person who has to get things done. You know, so people have to go places and do things and be made aware. I don't think I had to really be a bad cop often on the shoots, at least. No, the all our people were down, like they knew what was going on. So I don't think I had to be a bad guy often. But most ADs I know are just awful people. No, they're great people.
Yeah. Well, and it was helpful for me, you know, as a director, and because this was it's a really big, small production. Yeah. There were some people that were paid, but even people that were paid were not paid what they should have been paid. A lot of people weren't paid at all. And so for me, because I wanted to be everyone's best friend, I didn't want people to leave. Thank goodness our actors stayed on, but there were people drifting on, or it was some people going to school, some people moving away, and eventually people came and went. But I was always nervous. Like sometimes it would be like, oh my God, we got to film this thing. We're losing daylight. And but I didn't want to be that guy that's like, let's go, let's get this. I just wanted to kind of be everyone's best friend. And so anytime we did need something, it was real easy for me to be like, Oz, can you put these people in line? And you would like, all right, let's go. We need you over here. Top. Let's do it. And so that was where I get to be everyone's best friend.
I guess that was sort of a bad cop thing.
Oz is going to get everyone in line.
I
should talk about real quick also that you have helped out at a lot of the Star Wars celebrations where we have promoted Aladdin 3477 in the past. And what was great about that, we would usually have a crew of about 14 to 16 people, and you were I don't know if we gave a title for it, just the manager. It was the something manager. You were managing everything. So my job was to sign autographs and do the remarks and everything. Lindsay had her stuff on the other side. Your job, you got to be the one, okay, here's the schedule, because people were trading off signing Aladdin stuff. But then after they did that for an hour, they were coming over, helping with me, getting people in line. Your job was just like floating around, and you got to do a little bit of the stuff at Aladdin, but your job was to kind of float around. And James, you need to tell these people over here, Hey, Cam, can you help clean up that going on right there? Hey, Lindsay, we got to make sure we're moving these Aladdin prints here, And like, you were always on it. And I was just like, woohoo. And now in the future that you're married, you have a beautiful son, Grayson. And oh my gosh, but now I'm like, oh my gosh, the next time I do a Star Wars celebration, what if I don't have Oz? What if Oz can't? What am I going to do without you, like making sure everything runs smooth? Because I'm kind of busy in my little bubble, signing things and everything.
I want to go. I have to be so careful now. I got this little baby boy. Conventions are so spooky now. But I do love conventions.
Yeah.
I love the energy. I love hanging out at them. I love all the people. So I want to.
Awesome. We're going to come back and talk about all things Oz, but I want to get into the next reward tier, which is Fidgy's Find. This is the third one. It comes out in the fall. You see the price, of course. It is not that all of that, just this stuff is that price. It means you're getting the first swag box in the spring. You're getting the second one in the summer. This one ships in the fall. You get the snapback hat. We're going all out. We're not getting the dad hats here. We are getting we've kind of graduated to the 35th century, where finally everyone wears the cool snapbacks. We've got the Lochan Shyamalan glow in the dark keychain. And we need to talk about, this is the first swag box where you are getting the Fidgy designer toys. We'll see you later, Terry. Thank you so much. The Fidgy designer toys. So there are actually 6 different variants This is the box right here. And what's cool on the side, you can actually see kind of the rarity of all of them. So the standard Fidgy is kind of the one that you're most likely to get. Ninja Fidgy is a little bit harder, and of course the mystery Fidgy, which by the way is not a white Fidgy with a red question mark on it. It's actually not that, but I can't wait for you guys to discover. For those of you that are lucky enough to acquire, although there is a way that you can get all 6, we'll talk about in a little bit. There's the back of it with all the information. This is kind of the box here, how it's put together. There, of course, is standard Fidgy, inverse Fidgy, Kong Chiam Fidgy, Red Star Fidgy, and Ninja Fidgy, or some people call this James Fidgy because this is basically his attire. So I wanted to share with you real quick. So this is a 3-inch designer toy. Now, just to kind of show you, a lot of people would agree the top of the line Kid Robot is probably the brand that most people know. That's probably the most popular. This is a 3-inch dunny. So you can see, you feel the weight of it. You see the girth of it and everything. It's a cool figure. It doesn't have a lot of detail, but that's part of the charm. Is they're kind of simplified and everything. So that is a 3-inch Fidgy. Keep that in one hand. This is your 3-inch Fidgy. It's got some weight to it. Look at some of that detail. Dang. That's fun, right? It's got the buttons on top of the CD player.
We got texture on the buttons on everything. These little arms wiggle around. Ooh. No, that's got some heft to it. He's got a heavy backpack on.
Jetpack. So I'm curious, of the 5, do you have a favorite that you've seen of like the standard Fidgy, the Kong Chiam? Which one?
I'm a standard Fidgy boy, but the Red Star Fidgy is pretty sweet.
Oh, all right. Very cool. And so I wanted to share with you really quick. So here we actually have inverse Fidgy. We've got standard Fidgy. We've got Kong Chiam Fidgy. And we have Ninja Fidgy. You see Ninja Fidgy in there, right? Not on the front of the box. Obviously, that's the artwork. But do you see Ninja Fidgy?
I do not.
Wait, what's that over there? Wait, look at that. Wait, is that Ninja Fidgy again over there? What? Oh, okay. Where did he go?
Whoa. That was incredible.
Did you see that earlier already? No. Maybe. Oh, no? Okay. Anyway, there's Ninja Fidgy hanging out. Also, in this swag box, we have the Red Star minifig that I wanted to share. And the Red Star is 8 feet tall. In the first film, mostly played by Tom Savage, who has these boots on that like hike you up a foot. There's also a helmet that goes a foot taller. So this is an 8 foot tall character. You can see this is not a shot from the films. You can see this is waiting for action to kind of walk into screen. You can see standing next to the trees how massive this armor suit is. And the Red Star usually has these floating Romos. They're very cute, but make no mistake, they are lethal killing machines. So I'm very excited to show you guys. Reveal today, this is the minifig for the Red Star. It comes with a cute little Romo, and here's the back here. I don't have the actual figure here, but the thing I did want to share that's kind of fun, this is one of the prototypes that I built just to get the actual shape of it. So this is the this is it right here. So here's the cool thing. If you were to imagine that this is 6 feet tall.
That's right. It's got full.
Look at that. It's like another 2 feet. So it's got the extra on the feet there and the feet, and then it's got the extra on top. So that is our 8 foot tall. It's still mini.
Is this an Iron Man chest you put on here?
No.
I mean.
So here's the deal with that, with minifig design. And by the way, Lego does this as well. It is really expensive every time you make a new mold. For example, for the Fidgy minifig, I really wanted the actual Fidgy head to be able to go on top. The cost for a new mold, without even making anything, but just the mold itself, is $3,000. That's not including anything else, the packaging, the shipping, any of that, just the mold. That's a really, really tough thing to get into. And you know what? It's tough for Lego. And that's why, like this, for example, is a Droideka from Star Wars. If you look at this, every single piece on here, there's nothing new. These are all existing pieces. One of my favorite things, these double guns are actually just binoculars. But if you look at this little piece there, do you know what that is? Do you recognize it? Yeah. It's a pistol from the Old West. This is like cowboys and stuff. What is that doing in the Star Wars universe? Doesn't matter. It fits, it works. And that's kind of the beauty of Lego, is the simplicity, is the creativity. Very rarely do they actually have a new mold. Sometimes they need to, if it's something that like, there's just no way around it. There needs to be something for it. So that's been a kind of a fun thing for me, is trying to be creative with, is there anything I can do so I don't have to spend $3,000 just on the mold itself? And then here was my prototype. These aren't the right colors or anything, but this is the cute Romo. It looks cute, but man, those double blasters, not very cute when you see what they're capable of.
I love it. The Romos are terrifying.
Also in this reward tier, there is designed by Deanna Sheehan. This is an enamel pin. I guess this is just a metal pin because it doesn't have the enamel in it. This is just a really classy pin that is not actual gold, but it's just metals. And so this is something like if you had like a suit on or something, you wanted to represent Aladdin, but maybe not have like a cute Fidgy or something like that. If you wanted to be a little, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you wanted to be just a little bit more party in the back, but business in the front, maybe, I don't know what that means, but something like that. And also revealed today, also in this swag box, excuse me, that means I need a little bit more of this warm tea with lemon. This is the Kong Chi-Am Trooper, which looks super, super cool. And today we have unveiled the Kong Chi-Am Trooper. It looks so cool. Nice. It's kind of like the Kong Chi-Am Fidgy. It's actually very similar to the Hong Kong Trooper. It's a little bit different. The helmet's a little bit different. The gauntlets on the arms are a little bit different. The paint job is completely different. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful minifig. I can't wait to see the real thing. This is just kind of a look at what goes on behind the scenes, designing how the paint job is going to be. And this actually isn't everything. This doesn't show how the legs, it doesn't show the sides or the back, which had to get painted as well. We're going to come back and talk about Lochan's loot coming up. But before we do, we need to chat a little more. You can tell it's getting a little bit later. It's gonna happen. It'll be interesting to see how my words get fumbled around. This would happen on set too. I know when sometimes we would get into the 17-hour mark, and
which didn't happen often, but it did happen.
It definitely happened. Well, and for me, I was always there a couple hours early, and I was always last man standing, closing everything down. But I was always in it to win it, and enjoyed every step of the way. We need to go to some comments really quick, and there's some people that have joined the chat from all over cyberspace. And James said he upgraded to get the full set of mini block figures. So if you didn't know, there's actually a total of 10 minifigs, and you could, by the time you get into Aladdin's Inner Circle, you will have acquired them all. But let's say you don't want to spend all that money just to get the minifigs. As soon as you have backed at any reward level, there is an add-on where you can get all 10 minifigs for actually a pretty decent price. If you know the market value of minifigs and what they normally cost, it's actually a really, really good price going into that. Brittany says, Emmy nominated. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Tell us, can you speak about that? What that was for?
Yeah, I worked at an advertising company a few years ago, and I was part of the rebrand of Consumers Energy. And I was editing all the commercials for Consumers Energy for a little while at least. And the rebrand campaign was nominated for several Emmys. It won several Emmys. But narrowly lost the Emmy for Best Editing. But technically I edited several Emmy Award winning things, but didn't get the award for editing technically. But it's
That's
close.
still,
It
yeah,
counts, mostly.
yeah. So cool. We've got some more comments. And I'm back. James Nungesser, what is up, man? I missed a lot. We have been rocking and a rolling, powering through. Matt, you're still going strong, brother. So proud of you. Absolutely. I'm in it to win it. My words are already getting fumbled a little bit with the way that I Faye sings. It's getting a little bit backwards a little bit, but man, I'm in it to win it. I'm going strong. Really nice hearing how close everyone is with one another. And definitely we became the Aladdin 3477 crew. Missy was talking earlier about how cool it is that she is she's worked with a lot of people, continued to work, as you have as well, worked with a lot of people in Aladdin 3477. You were just mentioning, I don't know if we said it on air, but you were mentioning how funny it was that some people that you work with that have hired Eric Steele, who plays Aladdin, whose day job is normally, he does some acting, but he normally works behind the camera and is a professional. He's got his own studio. But there's been things he's been hired for. So it was really funny. I believe you were saying for people that you work with to like see the trailer and the Kickstarter and like, is that Eric? Because they don't know him as Aladdin. They just know him as like this really good, I assume camera, film, is that usually what he, and really, really, really cool.
Yeah, that was,
sure.
I completely forgot about that. That was very wild.
Yeah.
Introduce everyone who knows Eric for one thing to this completely different thing that he also does.
Yeah. We really are such a great family. And what's neat is people always say, and rightly so, there are so many people that make even a short film, and maybe they film over the course of a month on weekends. And you always hear everyone say, man, when we made that short, the family, like we really, like we bonded and we made a family like no one else. Okay, totally fair. You can imagine making an entire film, what it's like for that. This was 3 films over the course of 5 years and counting, where there's still posts and everything, and we still see each other, and then moments like this, and then it's going to continue to happen, obviously, as we move forward. But we have gotten to know each other so well. There's been a lot of really cool things. There are people that have gotten married during the production. There are babies that have been made, which is so cool. And we have to also talk. We're going to talk about Jessica real quick and some of the fun stuff. I'd love to have her on at some point on the live stream lounge as well. Let's get through some of these comments. We've got people waiting patiently. Junebug says, I am so excited to see this movie. Awesome. Cannot wait. Thank you so much. Anthony Lafata says, I really want blue and yellow and the black Fiji. They remind me of Tron Legacy. I like that. Oh, I like it. Amber, what is up? Amber hanging out. Amber actually helped out behind the scenes, and she did one of the most difficult jobs that no one really wanted to do. And Amber totally stepped up, came in, had a lot of fun helping out the Taj Mahal, which was one of our craziest sets. It took us over a year to build. We had to make everything look perfect and everything symmetrical. There were intricate designs that we needed to tape everywhere that are just really, and they're not even that dramatic. It's like when we've got depth of field shots, that just disappears into nothing. But up close, there's really cool where we taped all these cool things. No one wanted to do it. And sometimes it meant sitting on the hard floor, leaning over where the ramp goes up and putting this up. Amber was such a trooper who came out and helped with a lot of that.
Have to fall off the glue and you have to go back again.
Oh my gosh, so crazy. Amber, thank you so much. And Amber is finding out that the mystery Fiji really is all white with a red question mark would be rather amusing. I don't know why I didn't think of it before today. I don't remember who first said it. It might have been Oz. Someone mentioned it before. That would have been hilarious if that was the mystery, that it's all completely white with just a giant red question mark in the middle. That would have been hysterical. Kimberly Johansson, what's up? Thank you for joining in. Kimberly, I just wanted to show I have got all 3 of your mugs right here. So Kimberly, look how awesome this is. This is one of the mugs she made. This is Fiji with, there's Fiji with Aladdin. That might be out of focus, but they look so cool. Thank you so much for joining us. It is good to hear from you. I pledged, and I hope I did it right. I hope so too. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Man, I'm just so grateful. Actually, I just looked. The Kickstarter finally is at 61,000. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Please keep it going. Please keep it counting. That is just awesome. Tell your friends. And we have 6 hours left on the Kickstarter. Woohoo! Glad to see you're still rocking. You are a beast. Well done, man. I have to keep it. I have to keep it on 11 to keep it going. And thank goodness Terry stopped by with some warm tea.
This is giving me flashbacks to Celebration. Just like
with my voice.
Long days talking all day. Yep.
Oh my gosh. You know, funny story about that, just real quick, and the rest of you don't, this is just going to be a quick story just for Oz. Do you remember Orlando? Do you remember my foot? Like it swelled up really crazy.
Yeah.
It was so crazy. That hasn't happened in 7 years, like the big swell up or whatever. Right when the Kickstarter began, it happened again. And for about 4 weeks, could barely, it was behind the scenes. Like the Kickstarter's going amazing. Meanwhile, I am like crawling from room to room. I went to the doctors and I had to get the steroid shot in the butt and everything. But online, I'm like I'm doing like videos balancing on one leg, you know, because I can't even put my foot has swelled so big I can't even put shoes on. And like I'm holding up like this and like keeping it real. And oh my gosh, it was just. But I thought you'd get, because you know how crazy it was in Orlando.
Months of filming Aladdin.
Gosh.
In pain.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And thank goodness I haven't had one in so long. I've been very health conscious. Thank you to my girlfriend Casey. But gosh, I don't remember what they're called because I haven't had one in so long. The stones, the kidney stones.
Is this the live stream content you were planning?
No, it's not. But in the middle of filming like crazy days, this is not the time to have a kidney stone action. It was, oh my gosh, crazy. Jess says Grayson's been mimicking Matt, a director in training for sure. That is awesome. That is amazing. And I want to hear that. I want to hear Grayson in it to win it. And this is the epic Kickstarter. We've got 6 hours left. Grayson, I know you can do it. Awesome. So cool. We are going to talk about Jess actually real soon. Kimberly Johansson says, yay. Amber says behind the scenes work is so much fun. Always happy to help. Man, I am going to call you a lot more often than I did last time. Because Amber, I need you on the team. All right, James, if you don't mind, if you can, Christy Peroski just showed up. So we've got a little bit more time to chat. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up your amazing wife and a lot of what she brought to the table. She was amazing, and she helped out with costumes. She helped out with hair. She helped out with makeup. There were so many things, but and a lot of times as a director, I'm so focused on what the shot was that sometimes I'm not paying attention to, hey, we need smoke over here. I don't know who's doing it. We need the smoke coming in. I'm just so focused on what's happening inside this, right? But it's been so cool watching a lot of the behind the scenes, like, oh my gosh, like she was there the whole time. And she was like, there's so much that I know she was a big help, but it's just so cool looking through the behind the scenes footage. Man, every time costumes were falling apart, there was Jess running in with the duct tape and making everything work. And Jessica, you were amazing. Oh my gosh, so cool. Super, super helpful. So Jessica, I would love to have you on the live stream lounge as well. coming up one Sunday if there's a time that you can make it out. We've got a lot to chat about cosplay and all kinds of cool stuff. It would be a blast having you on the show as well. Let's see. I want to talk real quick. I want to get into one more reward tier, and then we're going to have some final thoughts with Oz. So this is the 4th swag box. This one is really cool. I think this is the one that a lot of people are really going to be interested in, because this is where folks are going to get the Blu-ray. And this is what a lot of people want to see. They can't wait to see the film. This also comes with the Art of Aladdin 3477, the Djinn of Wisdom. And this is a cool art book. A lot of the different art styles that I've done, but this doesn't just have polished artwork like this. This also has my scribbles. It actually is going to have the very first time in a sketchbook that I drew this really weird logo that is not what we ended up using, but the first time that I drew out the words Aladdin 3477, which looks not like it should, but there's scribbles. There's so many iterations of Fiji. It is such a cool book to go through, and it's got a lot of the storyboards. So it's almost like a comic book going through everything.
For anyone who doesn't know, obviously Matt's an incredible artist, but he would storyboard everything, very nearly everything. Because I believe you said, like, as just a visual communicator, it was easier for you to literally show us what you were trying to accomplish than to like talk it through or write it down or any of that. So like Matt would come to set every day with a stack of just filled out storyboards, and sometimes it was just like a quick sketch, a face goes here, but sometimes it was some of these beautiful pieces of art. So that I'm very excited to see some of those in the book. Yeah,
well, it's interesting because in doing that, it meant so much work for me. It was just a crazy amount of work, but it meant on the days that we were shooting, and man, time is money. Those days are super expensive. But for me to come and have drawings of what everything looks like, it's way easier than coming to set and saying, so I want this, but it's kind of like that. You're going to come in there. Like, people don't know what this is. Like, is this from your view, or is this like how I see it? Like, how does that, like, what is this? This is breakdancing. They don't know what that is. But having little drawings, the actors can see exactly what I want. You as first assistant director, real easy for you to look at it and say, okay, we need lights over here. We need this. Sometimes you, let's get this lens on. We need smoke machines queued up, and you would get it together. So at the time it was ready to rock and roll, a lot of things were ready for me that you cut my time in half, which was awesome. Here is the Fiji. Oh my gosh, we have to do this. You know what? We are going to do this. We're going to dip into this really quick. I am going to bring our next guest on in a minute. How much time do you have? Do you have another? Do you have another like 15 minutes or something like that? Okay. Real quick before we do this, though, this is one of the rewards that you are going to get in the 4th swag box, which is the Fiji minifig. Ooh. And the Fiji minifig looks like this. Also, there is the Lochan Shyamalan thank you gift, which looks like this. This is the Lochan Shyamalan minifig. However, I want to close this. I want to do this. Now, no one knows Fiji more than me. And because I designed Fiji, at first I kind of did a lot of the puppeteering. That is another thing that kind of fell to you. It was really difficult for, as much as I loved puppeteering Fiji and kind of being able to play something in the movie, I hated not being able to see the camera. And a lot of times we would set up a monitor, but it was always backwards. I would be hiding under a table doing this and then looking like this, trying to figure it out. Very, very difficult. And I'm also directing. I'm trying to watch what Eric is doing, and it was just so complicated that you kind of stepped up to the plate. There's a couple other people that managed Fiji here and there, but more than anyone, you were the rock star behind Fiji. No one knows Fiji more than you, and so I want to put you to the test, Oz.
Jeez.
we are gonna play a little game. I'm gonna bring on our next guest. I'm gonna do that first, and then we are gonna play a little game as we talk to Christy. So with that, I'm gonna move this here. I'm going to bring on our next guest. Let me do this properly.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
I'd like to welcome to the live stream lounge Princess Kamala herself. Please welcome Christy Pulowski.
Hi guys.
Welcome.
All right. So actually, this is very fitting. What we are gonna real quick before we get into some fun stuff with Christy, we put Christy in the hot seat last time that you were here because we had you put together a Princess Kamala minifig, and you have not really played with Lego. You did a great job though. You rocked it. But what I'm really interested to see, because Oz, you know Fidji really well, and you're not allowed to cheat and look at this. It's time as we start chatting with Christy. It is time to put Oz in the hot seat. I want to see, because you know Fidji so well, show us what's up.
Oh man. Oh, it's got little stickers for everything. Oh man.
Does he have to put the stickers on too?
Yes, and there's just one sticker.
Oh, okay.
So I do know Legos pretty well, at least.
All right,
But
we'll see. You're going to put your money where your mouth is.
Right.
While you're doing that, we're going to check in with you kind of as we kind of move forward. But I can't wait to talk with Christy, the Princess of India. So we had you on a couple weeks ago. We had a lot of fun. Thank you for coming back. It's the final hours of the Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter. We've got 6 hours to go. We recently just crossed over 60,000. We are sextupled.
Whoa.
If you can believe that. That sounds way dirtier than it really is. I'm hoping that that's going to be kind of a weird thing to keep saying in the future. Like, yeah, we were sextupled. So for that reason, if you can get us into the 70s so I can say septupled and not feel strange about it, we really need to get into the 70s. We're at 61. Actually, let me double check that. Are we? I mean, I'm sure we're still at 61, but let me check here. Let me do that because this doesn't automatically update. We're growing. We're at 61, but we are climbing. Thank you guys so much for backing the project in the last 5 hours. Thank you so much for some of you are managing your pledge and you are either going into a higher tier or you are getting more add-ons. That's awesome. The best thing you can do is tell your friends. Yeah, you can share it on Facebook and that's helpful. But when you just share something, really, they say less than 5% of your friends actually see it. So the best thing that you can do, go through your friends list, try to find people that you think would really be into this, contact them directly, either email, DMs, or texts. Go through your contacts and try to find people that you think would be interested in this, whether they're interested in the martial arts aspect or whether they're into minifigs or vinyl toys. Maybe they're into Indiana Jones type adventures or sci-fi Star Wars. Maybe they're into Aladdin. Whatever it is, contact them, tell them about the project. We've got 5 hours to go. Let's see what we can do in the final 5 hours. All right. So Christy, oh my gosh, so much to talk about. We had a blast last time. I wanted to ask you first, and some of this we've already talked about, but gosh, tell me a little bit about coming into this project. What were your thoughts when you were first, because you you absolutely auditioned for this role.
Here in the basement.
What were your thoughts when you first heard about Aladdin 3477? What were the thoughts that were going through your head?
I thought it was just another project I was going to audition for. I didn't think anything of it too much and just go into it with an open heart, open head. And it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, I read for the newscaster role, never read for the princess. So when I got the call for the princess, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not expected, but all right.
Yeah.
So it was very interesting.
Yeah.
But the 5 years, but I'm
The
so
5 years of filming, right.
But it all was worth it.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. some of that is so fuzzy because we had so many people that read through and stuff.
I remember
And
that day very clearly.
I'm forgetting how many people read for different parts that we kind of changed things up last minute. I think, James, you were even saying you didn't read for Shen, did you? Read for a different character. You read for Pitch, which is so interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So interesting. Look, we're gonna check in with the Ozman, and we're gonna see how you're doing with that Fidgy. Oh, I can see.
I've just about got it.
There's some things that are upside down, and he's missing a neck a little bit. I can tell you this: this piece you're not using, and one of these you're not using. This actually comes with an extra. It's not the Lamp of Wisdom, but this is just kind of an extra that you get. You will be using the rest of these pieces, though, in one way or another.
Right? These are elbows?
Not really.
God,
I
I'm
don't
not
think.
putting Fidgy together.
I don't know. You know what? I'll tell you this. I'll give you a little cheat.
I've been
This
staring
is-
at that.
Oh, really? You have been cheating. All right.
Jeez, this is hard.
Where would those be? It is. It's Fidgy.
Is it this?
Hey, Aladdin had to build it.
Oh, that's true.
So,
If Aladdin can build it, I can build it.
all right. So we've got some comments.
The Lego one.
What's that? Oh, I hit it. I'm hiding it now. All right. So Jess says, hell yeah.
Jess.
Anthony LaFata says Steelbook Blu-ray. Gosh, I would love to. It really depends on funds. I need to look into it. I actually was talking with someone else that also does kind of mid-size sci-fi films, and they said their cost of Blu-rays, not Steelbook, was $50,000. That is, I mean,
and that's not even per copy. The print.
no, that's to do. Well, it's $50,000, I think, to make them, to print them, to get them shipped or whatever. It's $50,000. And you might say, yeah, well, you're at 61. Okay, but we need to pay for designer Fidgies. We got advertise. Like there's a lot of rewards. So we're going to try to figure out what it is. We might have to do less Blu-rays, make them to order. So each Blu-ray is going to cost more, but the overall price won't be as much.
Would it be better to just do I don't know what the other version of the regular DVD? Would that be more beneficial?
Well, we're telling people that they're going to get a Blu-ray, so they have to get a Blu-ray. I'd love to do a really nice thing where it comes with the Blu-ray. It also comes with a DVD. There should be commentaries. There should be extra bonus features and stuff. So I really want to do it again. For me, at this stage, at the initial splash of the first movie, it's less important to make a profit. It's way more important to just have quality, to build the brand, to have people excited about Aladdin 3477. I can't go broke doing it, even though I definitely am. I've maxed out the credit cards right now, but we'll get there. Do you know what's crazy? You're the Dave Filoni of our own universe. He's an artist that does the same thing for Mandalorian with artwork to present when he's talking about ideas. Absolutely. And Dave Filoni, I get to say I know in person. And every time I see him, I get to rub elbows and say, what up? And
he does artwork for Mandalorian.
He is a director of the Mandalorian. He also directed a lot of the Clone Wars animated episodes, and he is the showrunner of the new Ahsoka series that's coming out later this year. Junebug says, I love Fidgy. Justin says, hello, just got off work, and I will be in and out of the stream up until the last hour when I join till it ends. Awesome, Justin. Thank you so much. Thanks, Matt, again, for letting me use that one image. Awesome of my photo. Blankets coming tomorrow. That is so cool. So there was a really cool draw this in your own style that Devin Amos illustrated. You guys have probably seen it, that Justin is printing as a beach blanket, which is so awesome. I can't wait to see it. That is just going to be epic. I forgot this is 24 hours. I can stop over for the late night portion. Anthony, there are going to be way too many cooks in the kitchen. I'm so sorry. And it's getting hot down here already. So I'm going to have to take a rain check on that. But I want to have you as a guest, just you, to talk about the awesome photography that you do. I am definitely going to have you on soon for the live stream lounge. So let me real quick. I got a text from John. I did a test drive. There's no way. Haha, it's horrible. I'm going to have to do my part from home. Let me see here. Awesome.
John, we love you.
Will email link. Let's see. What is your email?
It's behind his little screen.
What? You can't cheat.
I think I did it.
Let me see.
I just want.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, he's
Oh my
out of
gosh.
parts, so
Yeah, I used all the parts.
There's one thing. If he was flying like this, that jetpack would be
Okay,
would be
well,
the-
see.
with the things on the bottom.
Dang it, you're right. I thought I looked at the robot toy and it was fine, but no, I was wrong.
Almost there.
Dang it.
Almost there. You can fix it though.
Well,
I'm
that's
sure
just
you'll
that's
figure
just
it out
flipping
real
the
quick.
piece. That's just a flipper.
at least you got the arms in here.
Yeah. The
You
arms are
did.
complicated. Oops. I just broke one of the arms out.
What'd you do?
No, oops. Oh god, I'm making it worse. It's okay. Fidgy. I know how to fix Fidgy by now. Okay, now I got it. Ta-da.
I'm making it worse.
Awesome.
Look at this handsome boy.
It's so wait. It's a little too high. You gotta put the backpack a little low. See how it's lower? It's got to go on.
It wouldn't go on there, and it was breaking, and I was embarrassed on the camera. There you go.
Weight ratios.
There you go.
Now we're talking.
Now we're
There
talking.
is the Fidgy. Oz, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
Actually, as a parting gift, and only because you did it correctly, with a little bit of help. No, I can't give you that, but just yet.
Can't stop
But
me.
you have to. But you need something to take home to play with Grayson
That's true.
and to show.
There's nothing
Oh, and you
babies
get a
love more
little.
than small parts.
No Legos yet? Too small
He
for
does
the
Mega Blocks.
Mega Blocks.
Yes.
Okay,
No
so this will
Legos
be soon. You got to put it up high. Where awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Oh, you're good.
Oz, we'll have you on again, and we'll have Jessica on as well.
Absolutely.
It'll be a lot of fun. At some point, we'll have Grayson on.
That's right.
He'll be making his own little movies and stuff like that, and we'll have him on the live stream lounge as well.
Enjoy your show.
Awesome. Thank you for coming out. If you
Be
want to
safe
grab something to
driving.
drink for the road or something like that, help yourself. There's tacos. There is some chips over there. Oh, is there really? Oh my gosh, I need some. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, waiters
Um,
and everything.
Huh?
It's like back on the set. He's got
Exactly.
waiters and
Oh
Oh
everything.
my gosh, thank you. I've got this. I've got my tea to help my throat.
Oh, because of talking all day.
I'm talking all day for sure. So Christy, we are going to jump back into some fun stuff. We are really quick. We're going to segue into the next reward tier. We are going to talk about the Sky Sail Sky Club. So we talked about the first 4 swag boxes, and the first 4 swag boxes are really cool. They're coming at different points throughout the year, the 4 seasons. But this is the first reward tier. This is not a swag box. What this is even more deluxe rewards that if you graduate to this tier, these rewards are going to be dispersed into the first 4 swag boxes. So you're going to get some of these as soon as April. They're going to be spread out however they fit in the swag boxes. There's a lot. There's the Red Star 3D magnet. This is 8 items, but actually this is just considered 1 item. This is 8 8x10 full color glossies. They are going to be signed by Cast, and actually Oz will be signing the Fidgy since he puppeteered Fidgy. And of course, Christy is going to be signing the Princess Kamala 8x10. This is just going to be a really cool collectible. And I know right now, like, we don't have A-list celebrities in our film, which I think is actually really cool, because when you think about movies like Star Wars, No one knew who Harrison Ford was back then. No one knew who Mark Hamill was. No one really knew who Carrie Fisher was. She's the daughter of Debbie Reynolds, and she was in a couple movies, but like she was not a household name at all. It was mostly unknowns. And now I mean, obviously we are not the next Star Wars. We're small potatoes, so I have no delusions about this, but this is going to continue to grow. Imagine getting in on this Kickstarter now, having these 8x10 glossies signed by the actors. As this continues to grow, these rewards are probably down the line going to get more and more expensive and more rare and difficult to get. So getting in now on the ground floor, this is really going to be an item that is super, super cool. This is the Christy Perovsky 8x10 Fidgy Bredge, who we're going to be talking to in about 46 minutes. He is going to be live streaming in because we have inclement weather.
Yeah, we do.
And then there is the here is the t-shirt of Aladdin.
I like the background on that one.
It's kind of cool. It almost looks like it's the Old West a little bit. It's kind of
Yeah.
scraped up and it's a little bit it's got kind of a grungy look. There's of course the Princess Kamala. This is almost like a Princess Bollywood kind of feel. I love the color on this. I can't wait. I mean, it's kind of a girly shirt, but I am going to wear this loud and proud. I can't wait.
Guys wear purple. Guys wear pink.
Totally.
And most guys would wear a girl on their shirt versus a girl wearing a girl on their shirt.
Yeah, I would say possibly for sure. And the Aladdin logo, it's got the cool gin symbol in the background. We've got Fidgy in the mix. This is like a cool J-pop style.
Do you have different versions of the shirt for Fidgy in the different styles of the Fidgy miniatures? Or just the original?
You know, I don't. It's just the original, although you bring up a great question. And my gosh, it's worth asking at the printing company, what would it take to do this same shirt, but to have
Just change the
Kong Chiam colors? Gosh, where were you when I was putting that? That's a great idea. That's amazing. We should do something like that. Gosh,
Sorry to get you off track.
Oh gosh, it might not be, or maybe we don't change the Fidgy, but we change the colors of everything around it.
Yeah, to match.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm going to have to ask about that. That may be an option that we are able to give. There's the Lochan Shyamalan kind of destruction shirt. In this reward tier as well, you are going to get a signed page from yours truly. I had a number of script binders running all at once, some for storyboarding, some for music cues. But these are cool because you can see my little scribbles, my little notes. Sometimes these pages are dirty and messy. And if I had it on set, sometimes my hands would be covered in fake blood and I'd be turning pages. So they're not always pretty, but they're kind of like a snapshot into the production of Aladdin 3477. Oh my gosh, thank you. Woohoo. Oh, that's for you. Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Is there one for me? Is Casey here?
She's here.
Oh, awesome.
It's also Kim.
Oh, rock and roll. Cam, what up? What is going on? We've also got the signed movie poster from cast and crew. So in the second swag box, Jin's Wise Choice, you get the actual movie poster. If you are in the Sky Sail Sky Club, you are going to get a second movie poster. This one signed by cast and crew, which I think is great on this poster because there's so much negative space. Having all of these signatures everywhere, it's kind of cool looking. Sometimes signatures on a poster, it just gets messy, and if
they're
there's
dark and you can't see the letters.
Yeah, sometimes it's just kind of a mess, but I think this is going to look really legit, look really cool. And of course, we finally showcased today the Umi minifig. Look how adorable this is. Isn't this cute with the it's got both the hooded up version with the awesome goggles and the face mask. We've got, she's not Indian. You'll see in the movie why she's got this bow staff with the flag. She comes with a bowl of noodles and a Thailand coin. And then there's also, if you want to have the hair down, there's that version as well. Super cute minifig. Here's kind of a look at some of the cool detail that is going on with the minifig as well. We're going to come back and talk about Aladdin's Inner Circle real soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to chat with Christy, and I wanted to talk about who has the best costumes in Aladdin 3477. Who do you think? And can I get some pizza? Is there some pizza here?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was. Oh, okay.
Let you.
Rock and roll. Thank you so much. What? Oh my gosh. I hope you don't mind if I scarf down while you're answering that question.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I want this.
Oh, you don't like mushrooms?
Mm-mm.
He's like, no.
Oh, that's. Thank you so much.
Best as in like looks.
Well, like we know
feel.
with the not including the princess, which has amazing costumes, but some of those costumes were not easy to wear and to act and have things not sashes falling out and everything like that. Was there anyone's costume that you either thought was really cool, was there someone's costume that seemed relatively easy that you were jealous? Like, man, that's just like wearing pajamas. I wish I had something like that. Is there any that any standout costumes that you thought were really cool?
This is gonna sound bad, and I don't know. Coming from me, I don't know the name of the character, but the one where I got to go inside of the armor. I don't know the name of that one. It's escaping me.
We don't want to talk spoilers, but you're probably talking about the Red Star.
Yeah.
That is super cool.
I like that.
Yeah, the
one.
Red Star is awesome. Just like this 8-foot tall thing.
Mm-hmm.
Super, super cool. Yeah, that is a pretty cool costume. Not easy to wear.
No, not at all.
Not easy
It
to
was
wear
very
at all.
heavy feeling, like just like going up next to it. It was like really, really tall. Like you said, I think 8 feet. What is what you said?
Mm-hmm.
And was it all like? Was it metal or was it just really heavy plastic?
It looks like metal, but yeah, it's just plastic. It's like a vacuum form, same as like stormtroopers and stuff. Is kind of what they do. But yeah, it's a really, really cool, super cool costume armor for sure.
But then Bredge had a lot of easy costumes too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, really? I get to sit over here and I can't sit down, but he can just go lay down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We're going to be talking with Bredge in about 40 minutes. Bredge, I will be emailing you soon on how to get into the live stream. My next question is, so I have learned a lot in making these films. I feel like I brought some cool expertise to the table, but there's a lot of things that like I thought I knew and I like learned, and some of it is just how to work with people. I learned a lot about like depth of field and things that I thought I knew, but maybe didn't fully understand. From beginning to end, my gosh, I just learned so much because you learn from your mistakes. I'm curious, is there anything that like any takeaways that you have from the time we started filming to the time we ended? Is there anything that you learned or anything that was just kind of, whether it was a technique of filming that was really cool, or was there something just working with people and doing anything?
Well, all of it was
Anything like
really interesting and entertaining and all something I hadn't done before. I'd done extra work before on larger productions like Real Steel and with Drew Barrymore, but I never did like where I was a main character or something like that. So seeing how it looks like on the monitor and then seeing how it looks on the actual camera versus seeing how it is in person, that was all very intriguing to me. Because I was like, well, how are you going to get this big space to look like it's not in a warehouse? Like, how are you going to make it look like it's an apartment, Aladdin's apartment, or whatever it might be? So it was very interesting for me to see like the transition of seeing how this the soundstage was initially, and then like when you first rented it, and then as things were built, and then every week things would change, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
well, are we in the same building? Like, so that was really crazy to me.
Yeah.
And how everybody made everything. Most things
Mhm.
weren't bought. Everything was handmade for the
Handmade.
most part.
Yeah.
So that very mind blowing.
Awesome.
Everybody's so talented.
Awesome. The next thing I wanted to chat about, and actually while you were explaining this, I need to send a link to John Rick ahead of time, but I am curious, what are you looking forward to most with Aladdin 3477? Is it sitting in the audience of a movie theater, hearing everyone's reaction? Is it when the Princess Kamala t-shirt comes out and you're like, woohoo, it's like this cool t-shirt? Is it the movie poster? Is it what is it? Is there something that you're really looking forward to most in the future with Aladdin 3477?
I think just continued recognition for all the work that everyone has put into it. All the long hours and days going into days, and like coming in at like 1 a.m. and leaving the next day, and learning scripts and sometimes not being able to remember your lines, like I had a few times. So I'm looking forward to the just more like people being interested in it and their reactions to when it actually comes out. Like if we have when we have a premiere at like an Imagine Theater or an MJR or AMC, something like that. Just to see everybody's reactions, like to be sitting in the crowd with them while they're seeing it firsthand. Just to see what we did, how it's affecting other people in it, how like they're enjoying it or not enjoying it, or what makes them laugh, what makes them cry, what makes them excited and on the edge of their seats. It just because I know how we're gonna feel about it and stuff, but like to see how somebody else who wasn't there feels about it, that's gonna be interesting. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Real quick, I'm gonna say see you at 7. Boom. All right. So real quick, now I want to take a segue. Now that I've got that and taken care of. Let me hide this. We're going to chat real quick about Aladdin's Inner Circle. So this is kind of the primo, like if you thought the Sky Club rewards were really cool, Aladdin's Inner Circle, once again, this is not another swag box. This is 8 more items that are going to be inserted into the existing 4 swag boxes. So this is even more deluxe rewards, all kinds of cool stuff that comes with this. First and foremost, this is how you get all 6 Fidgis. This is in addition to the initial Fidgi, which comes in the 3rd swag box, which is Fidgi's Find. Now you only see 5 of them here. That's because one of them is still a mystery. But
I was gonna open it.
You're gonna get the whole. Yeah, there isn't one in that one.
I was gonna cheat.
I'm curious. Do you have a? I probably already know. Do you have a favorite Fidgi of the designer toy Fidgis?
Like
It almost looks like Princess Fidgi. This is the Kong Chayam Fidgi, kind of made to look like the Kong Chayam Trooper, but the Kong Chayam Trooper is beautiful, and I just love the colors. I love the little hints of red that just really pop on this color. It is a beautiful, beautiful. I wish Fidgi was these colors. That is so cool. I think Ghost used to have shoes.
Yeah, he said that earlier.
That were this color.
I don't remember him, but
he always had the funky, super cool colored shoes. Thank you, video. So once you have backed the project, I have been talking nonstop since 1 a.m. So my voice is going. I've got a little tickle in the throat. Thank you video. So once you are in Aladdin's Inner Circle, you are going to get a thank you video custom to you. We actually already started filming some of these, and these were a lot of fun because we sing, we dance, we tell jokes, we make up limericks. Really, we're kind of goofing off, having a fun time, but most of all, it's a heartfelt thank you from cast and crew. We try to make each one a little bit different and kind of custom, kind of funny. You know, it's kind of fun to do that. Helps us get, make each one different and unique for you guys. But if you want one of these cool thank you videos, they're all going to be posted. Some are already popping up on the official Aladdin 3477 YouTube channel. It's the third playlist down. I think there's about 6 videos that are up right now.
Right.
What's that?
That sounds right. 6.
Yeah. And there's some really good ones. The Paul Michael Caine one I shared yesterday. That one's really funny with you did the thing
now you
hand.
get it.
Well, I mean, I thought it was funny, but I was just like, why is Christy hiding? Like, we should, see Christy, but that is really funny. I watched it again after I knew that, and you actually did thing really good, like with that and the moving that was really odd. Did you watch Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of it?
Oh, I loved it. I can't wait for season 2.
It was fantastic. And
Gavin actually wanted to watch it. And I was like, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
But then I was like, can we watch it tonight? Can we watch it tonight? Like each day. I was like, let's just finish it.
Mm-hmm. That is awesome. Jenna Ortega is so good in it.
I didn't even know about her until Wednesday. And then I saw like little bits of her in other things previous, like in Scream, for example, the last Scream.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, that's who that is. Like, I had no idea.
I have only seen she was in, I believe, season 2 of You. And that was a couple years ago, so she was a little bit younger. She was fantastic in that as well.
Yeah, I think she's 20 now.
She didn't have a huge part, but I remember the role that she did have just in a couple episodes. I was like, wow, that gal she's good. And then you never know if you're going to see actors again or not. And then there she was as Wednesday, which was really.
And she had to go through a lot of, she didn't have to, she chose to go through a lot of training. And she did all of her own stunts and things like that. And she learned how to play, I think it was
the cello. Yeah. Like she brought her A game to that for sure. And of course the epic dance, which is viral, which is just awesome.
That she's tired of hearing about.
I'm sure.
Somebody did an interview with her and she's just changed the subject.
Really? Oh my gosh. About it. Mm-hmm. The Aladdin Inner Circle also comes with an actual page of storyboards. This is really cool because this is not a Xerox. This is not a print. These are the actual storyboards.
I was going to ask you that.
Which are, this is a really, there's hundreds of these, but I'm only giving away 100 of them to you guys that are in Aladdin's Inner Circle. And what's neat about these, they kind of look, there's 4 pages, random pages here. They look kind of nice and polished, but the real ones, in some cases, they've been folded in half, crumpled up, stuffed in my pocket when we were done filming those shots. Everything is about making the movie and getting the shots. There were times where I had to scoop up some fake blood, throw it in someone's face, go back and grab the storyboards, flip through. So no joke. Some of these have dirt on them from filming outside. Some of these have fake blood. You'll see my fingerprints in fake blood kind of all over them, because to me, it didn't really matter about keeping these pristine. It was making them useful. So it's a piece of history and of Aladdin 3470. You can tell it's getting later in the day and my words are getting mixed up. Also, in the 4th swag box, you are getting the Art of Aladdin 3477 hardcover coffee table art book already. But if you are in Aladdin's Inner Circle, on the inside of the art book, I will also sign on one of the blank pages in front. I will sign and draw a custom Fiji, one of a kind, in your book, which is going to make it a truly one of a kind collectible. What else we got? There are 4 other mysterious items. One of them we revealed last Sunday when the Djinn was on, and that is the adorable Djinn of Wisdom
like
minifig. Oh my gosh, so cool. And let's see here. We got some comments coming up too. And I think that, okay, so we're going to talk about the executive producer reward coming up, but real quick, we are going to go to some comments. I see you guys leaving some comments here. We talked about Dave Filoni. Okay, rock and roll. I forgot this is 24 hours. Okay, so Anthony LaFata says purple is the color of royalty, and Mace Windu, mother effer. That's got to be in reference to something. Maybe someone else left a comment. Maybe one of the Fidjis or something like maybe the mystery Fidji.
Purple on the princess.
Oh yeah, purple on the shirt.
That's right. All right, I'm with you. Anthony LaFata says she's 20, so that's obviously we're talking about Jenna Ortega. Okay.
Yeah, not me.
Kimberly Johansson says, "Who is he?"
Who is he?
Oh, maybe Dave Filoni. Okay, so Dave Filoni is he directed the Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars. Kind of, he was in charge of all that. He is one of the directors of The Mandalorian, and he is the showrunner of the Ahsoka Star Wars show that comes out this fall, I think is when that comes out.
What is it coming out on?
Disney Plus
okay.
will be all of the Star Wars stuff. The guy in the purple that you just showed.
The guy in the purple.
That is, I don't believe it was a guy. Maybe you just saw it real quick.
Do I look like that?
No. Oh, no. That's the guy in purple. That is the Djinn of Wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no mistaking. You are definitely all woman. There's no mistaking that, and I mean that in the kindest way possible. This is the Djinn of Wisdom, who it's kind of like the genie from Aladdin, but this is we're not revealing too much about the Djinn. It's a very instead of being wild and zany like the genie, it's the Djinn of Wisdom, and it's a really, really interesting character. Oh, that you guys are going to love. All right, so we're going to switch back to Christy. We're going to talk a little bit more in a bit about the top tier rewards that you can or cannot get. But I am curious. I want to chat about. Did we talk about your least favorite thing to film? We haven't. And let's talk about what was your most. Let's first talk about your most favorite. Oh, I know what your least favorite is, and it's a little bit spoiler.
So maybe we
can't say yet. So we'll skip that. What was your favorite thing to film? Was there like a scene or a set that just really was a fun thing to do that you just really, really loved and you were in your element?
There's a lot to choose from, but probably the spa scene. Not the pond part.
Yeah.
Not the pond part.
Mm-hmm. You were great. You were such a trooper for that.
But just the being laid out on the table and like feeling like I was at a spa.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have to do anything, and people brought me water and I had fans, and it was great.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's all right. That's cool. I like it.
I didn't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Except for I hurt my neck because I was like this the whole time.
I bet. All right. So we talked about this before, but I'm curious, outside of the princess, who is your favorite character?
Well, Mr. Fidji.
Yeah, Fidji's going to be a favorite for sure.
Mm-hmm. One of my friends from high school, she commented on something the other day, and she's like, "I love Fidji. He's my favorite."
Awesome.
So,
Aww.
he already is a favorite of a lot of people. And she loves Grogu, so I think like people that like those types of characters are gonna love Fidji.
I'm just checking in with the Kickstarter. We're climbing up slowly. We're at 61,000. Climbing up.
Just yesterday we were at 53.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
crazy.
we're rocking out in the last day. It's been awesome. I don't want to keep saying that we are sex-tupled, but we are sex-tupled. I don't want to say that forever, that the first Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter was sex-tupled. So if we can bring it up to the 70s, I'll be able to say we were septupled. Or man, it'd be great to say we were octupled. That also sounds like I'm imagining an octopus coming in and just wrecking havoc. You're octupled.
Or it'd be that 70s movie or that 80s movie.
Mm-hmm. Thank you guys so much for your support, either backing the project or just telling people about the project. We've got 5 hours left. Oh my gosh.
You can do it.
You can do it. And I'm in it for the final 5 hours, man. It is going to be super, super cool. Wow. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for watching. For those of you that are sticking around on this Friday night, hanging out with us as we continue to have more guests on, we are going to have in about 20 minutes, we are going to have John Rick live streaming in. Plus, we are also going to have, at the same time, we are going to have Cam Turner hanging out with us as well. It is going to be a lot of fun. And are you going to stick around for a little bit, hang out?
Maybe just a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit. All right. It's going to be, as we get into the final hours, it is going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. Oh my gosh. It is, I'm having, you know what? I'm not really running out of steam. I'm actually enjoying this. This has just been,
You got your second wind.
I can't believe I've been here for how many hours have I been? What has it been? Since, well, I mean, I've been up since I got a little bit of a nap yesterday, but I got up at like 9 at night and it's 6. Oh, so it hasn't even been 24 hours. It's only been
If it was 24 hours, we'd be done by now.
21, almost 22. Piece of cake. I'm in it to win it. I got this. Awesome. Real quick, before we talk more about the princess, I wanted to chat about, actually, I need a drink. Oh my gosh, I'm a horrible host. Wait, did we get you anything to drink, or have I not offered you anything?
No.
I'm a horrible host.
You're
oh
fine.
my
I brought
gosh.
water.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I get you? Do you want a water? We've got Werner Zero, Coke Zero, Mountain Dew. I think we've got some either White Claws or what's the other one? Trulies. No, we've got
Coke Zero is fine.
Coke Zero is fine. If we could grab one of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to chat real quick about.
Yeah, you have a oh, thank you. You have a warning on here for not under 3, and isn't his Grayson, isn't he under 3? Is he?
He might be. Yes.
And you told him to give it to him.
Oh no, not that.
Yeah.
This is this Fiji. These are definitely not for. I have to read the packaging. If you have good eyesight, maybe you can read
I don't really.
what these say. What did these say?
Oh, jeez. Well, with it black on black like it, it's hard to see. Please keep children away from the bag.
That's all it said. Just children, just
Children
out.
away from the bag
oh, from the bag.
to avoid suffocation. It says nothing about the little pieces.
You're talking about the choker that has just a suffocation.
Yeah, they're not worried about little pieces getting lodged in the nose or the ears or the throat.
Right.
Then there's other language, but I'm assuming it says the same thing.
I just took a bite of pizza. I'm so sorry. I haven't eaten all day. I had a bag early this morning of popcorners. So man, this is absolutely delicious.
I can't eat meat today, so that pepperoni looks very inviting.
So I can't wait to talk with you guys about executive producer. This is such a fantastic award, or reward, not award. But guess what? You're too late. You can't get it. They're all gone.
Oh.
All 12 of them. So you can't get this, but you can't have none. Ice can have cat. What was that? Cat has.
You cannot has it.
You cannot has it.
I was like, is your brain not functioning?
It's in that name speak.
There is still a way that you can get part of this. If you're interested in seeing the first film, you and a +1 get to hang out with me for an evening. You get to tour my home studios, the art studio, the editing suite. I've got the mini library upstairs, the warehouse of products, and of course, the home theater. If you're interested in that with you and your +1, there is an add-on. So you can support the Kickstarter at any level. You can get this add-on, hang out with me. It's going to be an amazing evening. We're going to start scheduling these. We're going through the executive producers first. we're going to start scheduling these very soon. I will start scheduling once the Kickstarter comes through. We're going to start doing it. So it's going to happen this spring, and we'll work with your schedule. It's not like you have this date, and if you can't make it, too bad, no soup for you. Obviously, in fact, there is someone that wants to do it, but they said, listen, we're not going to be in Michigan until the summertime. Is that okay? I said, absolutely. So
are you going to have a random cast member every time somebody comes for their viewing?
Not officially or on purpose. It'll depend. It'll depend on this. It'll depend on this. So each time we do the red carpet experience, we're actually going to schedule 2 backers that each bring their +1.
Oh, okay.
So the way that my theater is, it doesn't seat. It's a really cool theater. It doesn't seat a lot of people, but it's got 3 awesome seats in front, and then there's kind of the seats in the back have 2 people. So if there's someone in their +1, someone in their +1, and me, that's kind of filling it up pretty good. So there's a chance, but there are some backers who they're not even going to bring a +1. They just want to see it. There are also some backers, by the way, like, wow, thank you so much, who have backed at the executive producer level that aren't even coming out. They're not even like, they want to see it, of course, but they backed the project because they believe in it and because they wanted the IMDb credit for executive producer. Hey, whatever it is, that's totally cool. I will take it. Thank you so much for believing in the project, which is super, super cool. But you can get this for you and your +1. Oh my gosh, my voice is cracking away. Can someone have Casey make me a new thing of hot tea, please? She'll know how to do that. Thank you so much. And I haven't seen Casey since yesterday. So if you could also, if she's comfortable with it, send her down so I can get a real quick kiss. Although hopefully I don't cough right when I do it. I'm not coughing. I just like my voice is cracking. But anyway,
talking for the next couple days.
I'm doing a live stream lounge on Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
But that'll be a decompression, just kind of of the whole thing going through. But I'm in it to win it. It is all good. And plus, I'm going to start, like, Cam is going to be here to help me out real soon. We're going to have Bredge, John Rick in the live stream. So we're going to talk more Aladdin 3477 coming up. But in the meantime, Christy, what advice do you have for aspiring actors, actresses, or anyone that's getting into the creative fields? I mean, you brought your A game. You were so fantastic. Wait until you see these films. You have some awesome scenes in the first film, but also, my gosh, the second film. It's really, really interesting because the first film is kind of from Aladdin's point of view. So it's a little bit more kind of, and there's definitely scenes that obviously that you're in, and you've got some standout stellar scenes. The second movie is interesting because now it's a little bit more through your point of view, a little bit. And it's a little bit more of the princesses movie. And you've got some amazing, amazing scenes, both physically, but also emotionally. And I can't wait for people to see some of these scenes. The acting is just incredible. You really brought your A game through all of this. You did your own stunts, which people are going to see progressively as we go through the films. A little bit more action with the princess, which is really cool.
Yeah, she's not your typical princess.
No, not at all. And actually, that's actually something we should talk about is Can you describe? So a lot of people going into this, they either are expecting Jasmine or they're maybe confused. Wait, isn't it Princess Jasmine? Why is it Princess Kamala?
Isn't Jasmine trademarked?
It is. Well, and Jasmine is Disney. So in the original Aladdin, there is a princess.
Story, there's not Jasmine.
Yeah, it's
Not
just
named.
it's simply the princess. So we couldn't call it Jasmine because that's Disney's version of Aladdin. So I had to come up with a different name. So I researched Indian names, found the name Kamala. I thought the name was very beautiful. So Princess Kamala, a lot of people might be wondering what are the similarities and differences between Princess Jasmine, which everyone knows, and Princess Kamala.
Well, one of the outfits there is like an homage to the Disney version of Jasmine
Mhm.
or Disney version of Aladdin.
I would say two of the outfits. Because I would
Oh,
say
yes,
this one
that one
is
too.
kind of, and then definitely there's
The-
another
the
one
other
that's
one that
even more
Is
Jasmine like.
that one in the second film?
Mhm.
Okay. Character wise or personality wise, they're pretty much the same. Jasmine and Kamala. It's just Kamala's more current, I guess you could say, more realistic. You're in her head more, and you're like walking along her life with her, and you get to see and experience everything she's going through with her. Unlike the Disney version, where you're just kind of hearing about it a little bit or getting glimpses of things, and then you have to make up in your own head or imagine what you think she's feeling or what you think's going to happen. You get more of an inside scoop with Kamala, and she's more open. Her character's more open, and you know exactly how she's feeling. Unlike Jasmine.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say exactly that. I don't think I can put it better than you did, but this is very similar to Jasmine, very beautiful, very intelligent, very strong-willed.
Oh yeah.
But again, just like you said, and no disrespect to Jasmine, because I love the Jasmine character is awesome, but in a lot of ways, and this is what happens when you have a single, and especially a Disney movie, it's only an hour and a half.
You can only show so much.
You can only show so much. So a lot of times you get to know characters with a character just going, gosh, my life is so boring. I want adventure. And then that's it. You don't really see how the life is so boring. You don't see kind of what they're going through. You're just like, oh, okay. And then you buy it and then you're thrown into the story and you believe it. And there's nothing wrong with that in an hour and a half version, but especially spread across 3 films. We just get to know Princess Kamala so much more.
Level, yeah.
Definitely a personal level. The other thing that's interesting, that's different, not just Princess Kamala, but very different, is your father in the film, which is Sultan Shivali. In almost every version of Aladdin, the Sultan is a complete doofus and just not very bright, not very intelligent.
It's complete opposite here.
And part of the reason for that is because when you kind of dissect the story, what father would be okay with kind of how everything plays out? And the easiest way to do it, let's just have him be a dingleberry and kind of go with the flow, and like everything kind of plays out the way that it does. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to have any dingleberry characters. I feel like that's just an easy way out of a story to push things forward to be, oh, that's why he's okay with it. It just completely, brain dead or something like that. So I did the opposite, and I wanted to have a really strong leader, someone very protective of his daughter, but someone that's put in situations where he's got to make difficult decisions. And one of the really cool things, Jerry Hayes, who plays the Sultan, is an incredible actor. And what was awesome is from the get-go, there were times you and Jerry got together and kind of read through your lines and learned how to play off of each other really, really well.
Yeah, he helped me a lot.
Some of your standout scenes, some of my favorite scenes are with you and the Sultan that are just awesome. Again, just a much deeper, a much more engrossing story that you guys are going to love. And there are some just really, really awesome emotional scenes that you had with Jerry.
Are those any of those ones in the first film?
There is in the first film.
Oh, okay.
There
I know
is in the second film, and there is in the third
Oh,
film as
okay.
well.
I wasn't sure how it was split up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just saw everything so out of order. I'm like, I don't know where it cuts off.
Yeah. No, there's some awesome back and forth with you and in Jerry in all three films, which is a lot of fun.
Oh
So-
my goodness, you have an Aladdin cup.
Yeah, I got this. It did. Now this is
She said
adorable.
should be done, but
Oh, awesome. You have to look at this. Then I'll take a swig. Oh, and there's the Dingleberry the Sultan right there, and Raj. There is Aladdin and Jasmine, Whole New World, and then my favorite, Abu and the Genie. Is it too hot for? It's definitely too hot for me. That is going to feel so good on my throat momentarily. But before we get to that, we're going to talk a little more. Aladdin 3477. Let's talk about not the actual Kickstarter, but I want to talk about some of the things that we went through during the Kickstarter, some of the cool things that we dropped, some of the fun things that we had to kind of keep us going along, trying to get people interested in the Kickstarter, including the Aladdin Draw This in Your Style. So a really cool thing that you see on Instagram is the hashtags DTIYS. I wanted to do one for Aladdin. This was just for fun, and it was so cool seeing a lot of artists following this prompt, drawing the Aladdin character in their style. It was really cool. We kind of did that about a month ago. We started a new one, which I'll talk about in a second, but the plan is once every month or two, I want to do a new Draw This in Your Own Style and have another Aladdin character that I want to see you guys draw in your style. I can't wait to see all of these characters just have really cool looks, awesome costumes, and it's going to be so neat to see them in all of these different styles. Next thing that we did, man, this was a really cool contest. The Aladdin 3477 Recreate My Trailer contest. This was so fun to see all the entries of people either re-editing the trailer or redoing the shots from scratch. So amazing. What a cool, my gosh, it was just so neat seeing all those. You had a favorite, I'm sure, because I made you vote.
Yeah,
Which
the
one?
one
What
that
was your
actually
favorite?
won.
The one that won? Awesome, which is Lindsay Will.
Yeah,
who
which was part of
was-
the chop shop, I think. you said
Yeah, she
earlier.
was. She was one of the interns.
Yeah, I had no idea who it was. I'm like, I just like that one. I don't know who wrote it, but
Yeah.
she was
Well,
the only entry that I remember seeing that did it like you did it
Mhm.
and made her own props and things
Yeah.
like that. And like there weren't people in it.
Yeah. And it was cool. That wasn't a rule that you had to
No.
do it that way. But when you saw the amount of work that she did, that she put into all of the drawings, making the Taj Mahal, she made a little puppet of the Darshana that had 6 arms that like had little strings pulling and then a light up head and stuff. Like what? It was just, gosh, it was so cool. Really, just inspiring what she did. Loved it. Anyway, if you want to see the entries, if you go to the Aladdin 3477 YouTube page, the second playlist down, you are going to see the entries. They are awesome. You have to check all of them out. Some are like really funny. Some are just really good, serious takes. We also dropped the Aladdin 3477 music video for One Jump Ahead. Now, the Aladdin music is not in the actual movie, but I thought this would be really cool. There is a YouTuber named Jonathan Young who he does all kinds of music, but the big thing that he's known for that's kind of gone viral, he does all these really cool punk rock covers of your favorite Disney
I was
songs
wondering if he was the one who did the cover.
from a lot of the Disney movies.
Mhm.
His One Jump Ahead is so awesome, and when I heard it, I was like, I need to do a music video of One Jump Ahead, but with footage from the first Aladdin 3477 film. This has some shots of you kind of sneaking around and some of the cool little action stuff that you have going
where
on
I'm
in the first film.
Where I had to like spin and go in the door without getting hit before it closed.
We need to
That
talk
took me
about
back.
that. Yeah.
That took me back.
Oh, that feels so good on my throat. Yeah, that was, I know that was really hard to do. We had to do it in a stylized way where you were going, and the doors are closing no matter what. So it's kind of a little, you could get head bonked or you can get, squeezed in the middle. And I wanted to do this cool thing where when you go in, it wasn't going in and turning around like that. I wanted you to do this thing, and you're wearing like kind of like boot heels, but I wanted you to move in and let's see, how did I wanted you to, I wanted you to move the other way as the doors are closing backwards and turning in like
a reverse.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to do, like foot stepping weird.
You're killing
But
me.
when you got it and you nailed it just right, it looks so cool when you like got right into place and then the doors just close behind you.
The shot of it looked very effortless, and I'm like, oh, I did a good job.
You did a great job,
Like, it was not effortless.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Right now, there is a contest going on for Draw This in Your Own Style Fidgy, and already some of the things that people have submitted are so cute. There's the kawaii Fidgy. There is the humanoid Fidgy where someone drew someone wearing kind of an outfit that's the Fidgy colors on the front of the hoodie. It's kind of Fidgy's markings. And then she's got a backpack on, and the backpack is shaped like the jetpack of Fidgy. It's super, super adorable. There's a bunch of them that are amazing, that look so cool. We also dropped the first behind the scenes video that we had Oz on earlier, who produced that. So it's a really cool look seeing behind the scenes how we filmed some of the desert shots from the first film. We're going to talk a little bit more Aladdin 3477 under the hood. But Christy, oh my gosh, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay as long as you want and hang out with us. I'm going to bring Cam on board, and we're going to see if we can get John Rick set up in the hizzle. But we're first going to introduce. Got to use my face to get in here.
Sorry.
We are going to introduce our next guest. Let me bring this down here. Let me do this.
Okay.
All right. Cam, your hair is amazing. Oh my gosh. It looks so cool. I like the waves. That's awesome. And I love your hoodie, of course. Are you ready? Please welcome to the live stream lounge, Mr. Cam Turner.
Hey everybody. Hey Chet. Hey Matt.
Awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We've got so much to talk about. We are going to go back and forth between, we're going to hang out with you. Bredge is coming up real soon. So I'm going to go a little bit back and forth, hanging out with you, hanging out with Bredge online. Bredge, I can see you in the queue. We're going to have you up real soon.
Hey Bredge. It's been a while.
But first, we're going to talk with Cam. Cam, oh my gosh, you helped out so much in this film. You play multiple characters that we are going to talk about behind the scenes. Oh my gosh, you ran Boom, you ran Smoke Machines. There were times, like on the Kong Chayam set, we needed you on the other side of a wall to hold it because someone was getting drop kicked into the wall.
I remember
and
that,
we didn't want the wall to break through, so we needed someone just to hold the wall so that they didn't actually come flying through the wall.
I'll be honest, I did so much I forgot about that part. That was a fun day.
There's a great photo of you that out of context does not make sense, that you're just like braced against this wall like this. Like why? That just does not make sense at all. But oh my gosh. So I can't wait to share some of the experiences and all of that. We are going to bring on board, and I think I see, oh my gosh, if that is Camilla, you're an adult. Oh my gosh, you are so grown up. I can't even believe it. All right. Is your dad there just yet, or is he taking a break? We'll wait until, look at that. All right. Oh, we see a hand. All right. We're talking to the hand. All right. Are we waiting for Breggy B? Maybe he's no. That's cool. All right. Hi, Camilla. All right. We are gonna Camilla. I hope you're gonna hang out with us. Are you ready? I need you to also welcome. Thank you, DTE. Will you guys please welcome to the live stream lounge? Are you ready to meet Mr. John Wick? Woo!
Yeah.
Add to stream. Hold on, let me get this right. And how do I do this? No. How do I do this? There we go. What up, John Wick?
Hey!
What is up? Oh my gosh. And I see that we have another special guest with us. Hi, Carla.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, it is so cool to see you. Although it's a little strange because the last time I saw you, you were miniature. And now you're like an adult.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That is so cool. Thank you for hanging out with us. So what I thought would be kind of fun to do during the next 2 hours, I wanted to do a little back and forth. We're going to talk to John. We're going to talk to Cam. We're going to go through some of the Kickstarter stuff. But first, John, oh my gosh, we need to chat about so much cool stuff. So you play a character that is called Brej, and people are just going to love this character. So excited for all of this. And my gosh, in addition to that, you helped out so much. There were so many times you came to set where you weren't even filming as Brej, but we just needed an extra person to hold the boom. And you're like, yeah, I'd love to come out and help. You would come and drive all the way out and run boom. There were times where, oh my gosh, we don't need Brej. We don't need boom. We just need an extra for Aladdin to be running to crash into so they can go flailing out of the way. Is there any way you would be willing to come out and just get knocked on your butt and buckets of water flying all over the place? Is there any chance you'd be willing to do it without batting an eyelash? You were like, sign me up. I'm in it to win it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
There was some fun times. I didn't have to remember any lines. I just had to fall. So.
Fall on cue. I get knocked and just flail the arms as much as you can.
Yep.
Mid-air.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. So awesome. What's that T-shirt you got? Is that Bride of Frankenstein? What's going on there?
It is.
Oh,
She's got the Brej going.
I like that. That's nice.
Or I got that. That was inspiration, right? For the Brej do.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't think we were thinking it subconsciously. I think that's what we were thinking. You know what I mean? Of course, Bride of Frankenstein. You know?
I see the similarities.
Yeah. My gosh. I see it now. I absolutely see it.
Did he keep the hair?
It's kind of the same, but it doesn't have the streaks or whatever. You're welcome to come and hang out with us in here if you want.
I'll just come say hi.
Stay as long as you want. Brej, someone wants to say hi to you.
Brej.
Hey, what's up?
You don't have the hair anymore.
I didn't. I liked it, but I will tell you, on the last day of rap, I asked Matt, "Is this the last? Is this you're not going to need anything else?" And he's like, "No." And I ran right to the barbershop to just to. I had it for so long. I loved it. Don't get me wrong, but man, I just wanted to feel like a little bit of my scalp again and all that. So time's passed. Who knows? Maybe revisit it, but I don't think anytime soon. But it was fun while I had it.
Just spray some in your hair for the premiere.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I could just take some white out and just do this with it.
We've got a comment coming in. Mama Rick says, "Hello, the Ricklets are in the."
I know her.
Is that what you guys are referred to? Are you guys the Ricklets?
Yeah, we go by that's a terminology we use.
Okay, that's endearing. That's awesome. I love that. And about,
Hey, Mom.
Oh no, I'm
Oh,
sorry. How did the signature Brej white streak come about? I think I know. You would probably remember better than me, though. How did that come about?
I think so I know you, me, and Lindsay were kind of throwing around to some ideas, and there was at one point a reverse bridge. So it was the whole thing was bleached blonde white with a black streak, I think, at one point.
Mhm.
I had a few photos. I think Lindsay had a few, and then kind of took some just inspirational ideas and then came up with that. And it was good. It was because some of it was just a little too crazy, and then some of it was just kind of like, you know, I don't think there was like there wasn't enough oomph to it. So I think Lindsay did a great job of you know, combining, you know, a little bit of something unique, a little bit of a spark, you know, without having it be like just crazy overboard. So I think it definitely came out really, really good.
Yeah, awesome signature hair. And we're going to talk a little bit about the signature hat.
Yeah.
They haven't even seen the character, and everyone loves the hat. We need to manufacture those. That is going to be just amazing. So I want to talk a little bit about 113477, the Kickstarter campaign. And I want to talk to Cam. We're going to be switching it up back and forth. So let me switch gears here real quick. Awesome. Look at this. I've got all three. Look at everyone's on there on the side. That is so cool. It's technology, baby. It's the future. So the 113477 Kickstarter campaign, I wanted to go a little bit under the hood really quick, and I wanted to kind of just talk about a little, just be completely transparent with you guys, talk about how things have worked out. I mean, listen, I cannot complain. I'm looking at the number right now. We are sextupled. We are 61,423, 61,000. That is amazing.
So much.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a sip of tea because my voice is starting to crack. So this is kind of a look at how the Kickstarter timeline has gone. For the most part, this is like every Kickstarter. It always starts off strong. And this is from a couple days ago, mind you. It always starts off strong. Then it tapers off and it's a complete plateau. Then at the end of the Kickstarter, which you don't see yet, the last couple days, especially the last day or two, it shoots straight up in the air again.
Yeah, it was really a lot in a short time.
Yeah. So what's interesting, the trick for those of you that are into Kickstarters, like the terminology, like the sextupled, the success of them. You can't hold anything I say in the next few hours. I can't, because I am going on, I don't know, I'm going on almost 24 hours as it is right now, but I'm in it to win it. I'm going to go straight through and then some. So this Kickstarter, the idea was, once we hit that plateau, how can we make it exciting? How can we get some continued spikes kind of happening through the whole thing? So I have been designing it literally for years. I've been coming up with ideas for the contests, and the music video is going to drop here. We're going to have, okay, so the first week is going to be the Kickstarter. Week number 2, the movie posters unveiled. The next week, it's the movie trailer. And, you know, different contests, all kinds of fun things that we've been doing every step of the way. The idea, the hope, was that as soon as the Kickstarter levels off like this, every time I release something new, there's a new spike. Oh my God. And everything has gone over really, really well with fans. Everyone's so excited about the trailer. 2 million views and counting. Wow, that is just so awesome. Here's the interesting thing. When the trailer came out, everyone went gaga about it. Did that translate into new people on Kickstarter? The answer is no. I believe the first the Kickstarter, or that the trailer came out, we actually, I think it was really funny. Not only did we have no new backers, we had someone cancel. The day the trailer came out, even though our numbers were through the roof, everyone's flipping out about the trailer. Meanwhile, on Kickstarter, it actually took a dip downward. It's all good. And you know what's been interesting? Everyone that cancels, or at least up until a couple days ago, I've gotten really busy. Everyone that cancels, I contact them, not to give them a hard time, but I just say, hey, I understand, it's totally cool. I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just curious, just for my own curiosity. Is there something I could have done better? Is there something more you wanted to see? And usually everyone's really cool. In some ways, though, I feel bad or I feel good. Sometimes it's a beautiful story, like, hey, just found out my wife is pregnant. We kind of need to rearrange our our funds here. Unfortunately, I can't back the Kickstarter anymore, which is, hey, that's totally cool.
That's life.
Totally understand. There was one situation where someone lost their job. Like, oh man, I totally get it. Totally cool. Thank you for letting me know. I'm always curious if there's something I could do better. I'm trying to learn from this and grow, like with any project that I do. So what's interesting as this started leveling across, nothing that I was doing, which it's all been fun, the reception's been great, none of it was translating to having spikes going up in the air. So that's when I said, you know what? I've got all of these ad companies that are reaching out. There's 3 of them that I went with. One in particular, which is not cheap, but it's a company called Bragg. They are highly recommended. They're really good at what they do. But in order to make money, you have to spend money. Right? So the interesting thing that happened, the way that they work, there's a whole science behind it that's really interesting. But they take your money, and at first it's only like $400 or $500 a day, which obviously that's still a lot of money for myself. That's not cheap, but just starting off small, $400 or $500 a day. And what they do for the first week, they make 10 ads. They put them on Google. They put them all over Facebook. They use what's called AdSense. And what they do, they put out 10 ads. You may have seen them on Facebook if you've been browsing through and you saw something. Not me referring to myself in the third person. If it's like, this and that. Get the inside scoop from Matt. I mean, I would just say get the inside scoop from me. I wouldn't, refer to myself that way. But hey, I don't make the ads if it's going to work. They've been putting these together. They make 10 ads the first week. At the end of the week, they say, how do we do? Some ads got no backers. Some of the ads actually did really well. So they took the top 3 the next week. Okay, again, only, $400 or $500 a day. Now what they do, they take those 3 and they make 10 new ads based on the best ones that they got.
Oh, okay, that makes
and
sense.
now again, they figure it out. So you can see here, it starts rising. You see
that's
out of
when
nowhere,
they did like the second wave of advertisements.
this
for the
right
WhatsApp
here,
groups.
this arrow
Mhm.
is when I started working with Bragg. This is the 2 weeks. Now the idea is once they get to that at the end of that second week, they say, all right, we've got it. Now we've got the top 3 ads there. We're going to go guns a-blazing. Now we're going to spend your money. We're going to spend thousands of dollars a day. But the
However.
return on investment is going to be through the roof. They were saying, listen, it's not a guarantee. We're pretty confident for sure this is going to be. I mean, if you look at the trajectory of this through the rest of the campaign, how that arc is going, I mean, easily we would have surpassed 100,000. They said we're pretty confident it's going to be over 200,000. I was like, yeah, let's go. Guns a-blazing. Cool. I've been so busy. I wasn't really looking at my credit card statements. I didn't really know. Plus, I've been paying for a lot of these cool rewards and everything that you guys do. So the funny thing that happened, guns a-blazing, you can see right after 2 weeks, right when things were about to get crazy and it's really going to take off, you can see suddenly, and it flatlines, it goes flat again. Yeah, that's when my last credit card finally maxed out. Epic fail. It's all been good because I've learned a lot. And hey, it did go up. And believe it or not, for as much as I spent, actually the amount that came back in, it wasn't a loss. Actually, it was. I mean, it cost a lot of money. And what was the profit versus that? I haven't really done the math, but we didn't lose money. It's just, man, epic fail. Part of me is like, why didn't I wait a whole nother year? I would have more money saved up. I could have really done this guns a-blazing. I don't know about you guys, but 13 years is long enough. My gosh, we just need this to come out. So anyway, I just wanted to share a little bit behind the hood. It's been interesting. It's been amazing. We have 4 hours left for the Kickstarter.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much for backing the project. Thank you for, if you've backed the project, and there's people today that have managed their pledge, they've raised their rewards or they've gotten additional add-ons. Thank you so much. The best thing you can do is to tell your friends, and obviously sharing online. That is totally cool. It's great. A lot of people don't see that, or you might think that people in your friends list that you want to see this are going to see it. Chances are they're not going to see it. Studies show that when you share something on Facebook or any social media, less than 5% of your friends are actually seeing it. So the best thing you can do is take a sip of nice hot tea with a lot of honey in it, and it feels so good on your throat.
I love tea.
The next best thing that you can do, Cam, I'm such a bad host.
Oh.
Can I offer you something to drink? We have
Like 3 times in a row.
in the cooler. I know I'm just getting worse and worse at my hospitality.
You got better because you got him a drink sooner than me. I'm kidding.
So in the cooler, we've got water moving into Werner Zero, moving into Coke Zero, moving into Mountain Dew, moving into cold coffee drinks, which I can spike if you're interested in that. I can make a cool candy bar drink. We've got some beer. I think we might have some Trulies or something in there. We also have waters, or I can make you a candy bar drink. What sounds good?
You know, I haven't had a candy bar drink in a while.
Yeah.
You know, you actually introduced me to a screwball. Like, I had no
Yes.
idea about it until I had that drink. I'm like, oh.
Okay, wait a minute. So you enjoyed the screwball.
Mhm.
Have you yet had Old Smoky peanut butter whiskey?
Maybe. That sounds really familiar.
Okay. Well, if you want the candy bar drink, I'll make that first. Before you leave,
Okay,
you
yeah.
are going to try. So far, and I've only had a couple peanut butter whiskeys, but so far, Old Smoky is my absolute favorite. What's that? Oh, awesome.
Sick.
So oh, with ice. Oh, because it's probably melting in the cooler. Mike, you probably can't hear me because you're in the car, but thank you so much. So real quick, what's that?
Careful on the roads.
Yeah, be careful on the roads. Faux shizzle. There's a new Discord. For those of you that are on the Discord, be sure to check it out. You can add it. You can find it. There's a link on the Kickstarter. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, almost to the bottom, where I've got all of my links, all of the Aladdin 3477 links, you'll see the new Discord that Aaron Farr from afar in Australia put together. Super cool. So join the Discord. Livestream Lounge is going to continue on Sunday nights. This Sunday night, it's going to be just me, no special guests. I'm going to be decompressing, giving my thoughts about the Kickstarter, obviously profusely thanking all of you for even just backing me with your moral support. It's been truly, truly awesome. Thank you so much. I've got some special guests coming up soon, but what I want to get into right now, let's see, I need to move this here. I need to move this here. And we are going to chat with Cam, and then we're going to come back to John. So Cam, I am curious to know, can you tell me a little bit about what was it like in the early days of Aladdin 3477? This is also interesting because earlier today, Missy was our guest, and she reminded me that you and Missy both started on the very first. You guys started on the exact same day.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts when you? I remember when I was first. You may have heard about Aladdin 3477 sooner, but I remember taking a walk with you around Center Campus, and I was saying, I need you to like help me out with this project and stuff. What were your, before you even saw the set or anything, what were your thoughts about Aladdin 3477?
Wow. Yeah. No, I do remember that day you asked me to help out, and I did hear about the movie previously, just from being around on campus. My initial thought was, wow, that's really cool. Someone's making a movie. And I later learned it was, he's here. You can do that. So it was, I would say, man, I was nervous at first because I thought, oh, I don't know what I'm going to be doing on this huge project. Somebody's passionate project. How am I going to be helping? Because I had never been a part of such a big team or project before, like in this capacity at all. So I'm thinking, I just don't want to mess up. No matter if I'm like, helping out on camera, behind the scenes, or whatever I'm going to do, I'm just thinking, how am I gonna make this progress along further and like take the load off of like the rest of the cast and crew? That's what's going through my mind. Even before I like made it on set the first day, I'm just thinking, okay, Cam, don't screw up. This is really cool, you know. So I'm like, I'm all in. This is really interesting.
You know, we are all human and we all screw up, but I'm trying to think, was there anything that you actually screwed up? Was there any epic fails that you had?
It wasn't. I do remember one day. It wasn't my fault, and nothing bad actually happened. But the day I was helping out with doing drone shots, when we were shooting down in Detroit.
Crash the drone.
It didn't crash. I didn't crash it. It wasn't.
No, so I was like,
wait. It
Eric grabs the
wasn't me.
controls just in the nick of time and it like shoots back up.
So I was controlling the drone. Everything was fine. Like a couple days before, I went out with Eric, and he was showing me how to operate the drone. The remote and the drone lost connection, so it started veering off to like the left, and it was headed towards a really big bush. And I'm like, Eric, I can't control the drone. Help! What do I do? He caught it. It wasn't damaged. It was all good at the end of the day. But oh my god,
Yeah. That's significantly different than how we
I didn't do a lot of camera work, but the one day you're like, hey, Cam, do some drone stuff. That happens. You
Oh
know?
my gosh.
Did you after that?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It was all good at the end of the day. You know, and so it wasn't on me. It was a disconnection. I continued to do drone shots after the fact. But man, that was probably the scariest part.
Oh my gosh. So real quick, before we turn it over to John, I have a very important question, and that is, do you want coffee in your candy bar drink, or do you just want the candy bar? Yeah, you want the
Yeah,
coffee?
I
Okay.
don't plan on going to bed
Too soon?
too
Okay.
soon, yeah.
Rock and roll. We are going to switch it over to John Rick. And man, oh my gosh, there is so much to chat about. I would like to, John, before we get into Aladdin 3477, I want to do a deep dive. I want to first figure out how did I get it to there we go. I want to do a deep dive. Can you bring us up to speed, maybe up to Aladdin 30, like not even into Aladdin 3477? Start with you as a young Ricklet. And I want to know, as a kid, were there some breakthrough moments? I know, my gosh, for a while, you were a professional rapper and you got into sound. There's so many, like, you have a really, really interesting history interweaving up into Aladdin 3477. Take us back to the beginning. I want to know, even from when you were a little Ricklet, when were you first interested in music or entertainment or like production and everything like that? Dude, bring us back to the Ricklet.
I was super hyperactive ADD kid. As I'm, you've met me, so I have a little bit like that, but kind of really was into stuff. Actually, was like really into art and drawing and that kind of stuff when I was younger, and got into music. And it was like a lot of the oldies kind of stuff. So Beach Boys and Beatles and even kind of just your kind of 60s and 70s rock type stuff. And then
You were raised great.
yeah. and then my brother got me into more kind of rap and hip hop in the say late 80s and early 90s. So it was like kind of that era of tail end of like stuff like Slick Rick. Oh, that's my last name.
Yeah,
But like Slick Rick, like Run DMC, and like man, just there's so many from back in the day. And then got me into a little bit more of the harder stuff, like Onyx and Dre and Snoop and all of that. So just kind of was really into that type of music, the drum structures and just kind of the wordplay and things like that. And then started writing when I was like really young, like I don't know, maybe 12, just playing around with it. Then had some buddies that were in like a ska punk band, and so did a lot like with not a lot with them, but like they were cool. They would let me come on some of the shows that they would go do, and open up, and I was horrible. So just, but kind of being first on stage, and then kind of later on, I stopped doing it for a while, just doing the high school thing, and then in my 20s started kind of getting more into it, and had some really great people that I had known or that I had met that got me a little bit even more so on the production side, and so started making more of the music pieces, and that's kind of became more of my passion. So more production, and then that gets me up to basically Rick Veers and doing the Detroit Shop, and that actually was, I took a video class, a video editing or video production class, and I was really focused on the audio side of that design, and I was horrible kind of at that time of editing video. But I really would focus on the audio part of it and take a lot of time out. So my teacher was like, "Hey, there's this guy Rick Veers. He does internships," and then there's a whole story there about when I found out about it, it was like about 1.5 days left to send in a submission. So I wrote it.
Epic.
Yeah. So it was crazy because it was all last minute, and had a lot of help from. There's some people like Ryan De Silva and Jose and some friends of mine. My friend Steve Dresser, who I called him on the fly, and he let me come into his studio. He had like literally 30 minutes for me to run in and record it. So I actually had a preset track musically I had made, wrote it that night. My friend Steve was like, "Yeah, come on over," and then recorded it. And then later on that day, connected with my buddies to shoot this, like basically a submission video, but we did it like a music video. And then they were really awesome because they did the editing of that video, and then we submitted it. So it's a pretty like 24-hour or more, probably more than that, a little bit more than that, and got it in. And then Rick hit me up to come in, and he just had me stop at the door, and he goes, "As long as you don't say anything stupid, you've got the internship." Like, as long as you don't come off as like a complete weirdo, then you've got it. So I passed that because I got it. So then, as you know, the rest is there. That's when you and I met Matt. I think I met you a few weeks after I met Rick. So
yeah. Yep. I want to chat a little bit about when we come back. I want to talk about the magic of season 3 Chop Shop.
Yeah. And
how some of that translated into Aladdin 3477. So we are going to chat about that real quick, though. Cam, you get to choose, in addition to the candy bar drink, there's one more element of flavor, and you get to choose salted caramel, butter toffee, glazed donut, vanilla bean, peanut butter cup, cookie dough, or mocha.
Wow, that's a lot of choices. Ah, man. I think the salted caramel would be good.
Salted caramel is good. Rock and roll. Give a little whirl of that.
All right.
Mix it in.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Over there.
Love it. Perfect. And there you go. That should. Awesome. Christy, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, rock and roll. Thank you for coming out. Had a blast. Thank you. And we're going to do it again. So I want to do it again on another Sunday night in the future. Rock and roll. Awesome. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I got wifely duties to do at home.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my God, man, this is great. Love it.
It's like melted ice cream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially on no sleep.
Oh, also be safe out there on the roads.
Yes, please be safe on the roads.
It's a whole different world out there.
Really? Yeah, I have. The last time I was upstairs, there was no snow whatsoever.
You can't see the road.
Really? It's coming out that hard?
It started at like 3:30 or so, and it just kept going.
The thing I'm not excited about is usually when snow is heavy, like it's supposed to be, I just like going out once every couple hours just to keep up on it because it's heavy. But oh my gosh, I'm definitely going to be crashing. So tomorrow, me with a shovel. Oh my gosh. And all day, my back is already feeling it, but that's okay. Real quick, I wanted to segue just kind of into basically for those of you popping in. Oh, we need to go to comments, but for those of you popping in, this is the 24-hour live stream lounge. I have been at this since 1 a.m. So has James. He has been rocking it the whole time. Mike Heston is going to be here. He was with us at the beginning. I think he's going to be here soon. we have just been having a lot of fun. Thank you for hanging out, watching this. We've got the final hours. We've got 4 hours left. We are currently sextupled in funding, but we are at 61,424. Wow, amazing. I'm kind of uncomfortable saying that we're sextupled. It just sounds like it's not appropriate. So I'm kind of hoping, man, in the last 4 hours, can you please get us into the 70s? That way I can say that we're septupled funded as opposed to sextupled. But either way, eternally grateful. You guys are amazing. So cool. Let's go to the comments really quick. Woohoo, Bredge in the hizzle, says Andrea. What was the scariest stunt you did playing Bredge? You know what, Bredge? I think you need to answer that. What is the scariest stunt?
I'm trying to think. Because I had one stunt, it wasn't scary, but it was probably the most I damaged my body. Then there was, I would probably say when we were at the Packer plant, there was, not to give anything away, which I won't, but there's a big wall that we're kind of climbing up and down, and it's basically a big long metal tube bar that's hanging on another metal bar thing that we're literally like using as our support, it's like a rope that we're coming down basically. So I think that was maybe the most uncomfortable. And then there was another time at the Packard plant where Eric and I were going upstairs, and as I was running up the stairs, I was realizing that there was whereas in some of the other stairs had actual metal beams or actual concrete supports, this was literally just a slab of this kind of pattern going up with nothing supporting it. And I was a little bit hesitant to run up it. And then as Eric was running, I just ran behind him to get up there. So that might have been but I think that's more psychological. I think those stairs were probably fine.
You know, we should talk about the Packard plant. And actually, I'd like to hear both you and Cam kind of chiming in on this, because you both were filming these action scenes at the Packard plant.
Oh, yeah.
And let's see, how do I change this up here?
It's actually funny that you mentioned climbing up that pole, because I remember I was the one that tied the rope around that pole to get us up that broken.
So you're why we're alive. Got it. Thank you.
The Packard plant action scenes. This isn't spoiler territory, but a lot of what we're talking about, you do see a little bit of the Packard plant in the first film, but there are some crazy action scenes in the second film that both you and Cam were in. And in this scene, Cam is a bounty hunter who is dressed from head to toe and has a helmet on. So in general, there were some very dangerous things where both Bredge, you and Aladdin and the bounty hunters, you guys would have to run. We would say, okay, run from here to over here. But just know when you get about 3/4 down, you need to veer off this way because there's a giant hole in the concrete. If you fall through, you're not going to go down to the next level. You're going to go past that. And then at the bottom, there's all these shards of giant rod irons sticking like that. It's not going to be pretty. Very, very dangerous. We had to sign waivers of everything that we were doing. We had to also get a $1 million insurance plan. Not the insurance plan didn't cost $1 million, but it was $1 million insurance policy that had $1 million coverage on it, which still is not cheap for small potatoes like us. The crazy thing, though, it was hard enough for Aladdin and Bredge to be doing these, just running around in such a dangerous place. The bounty hunters, oh my gosh, wearing a helmet that you can barely see out of as it is. For filming now on purpose, because it was very expensive to film at the Packard plant. In addition to the insurance, right out the gate, it was $1,000 a day, and you couldn't change the dates. So if we didn't want it to rain, if I paid for a date and we show up and it's raining, too bad. I paid for it. You get what you paid for. So fingers crossed that it isn't going to be raining. So on purpose, I actually chose, because I needed to maximize the days. At that cost, I needed to be the longest days of the year where we have sunlight already at like 6 in the morning, and then we need to go strong until 10 at night where it's still relatively light out. Those are long days.
Those were hard. Yeah.
Also, it's the middle of summer. It's like the most heat. So we were filming these incredibly long days, almost 100 degrees, and the poor bounty hunters have helmets on. They're already so difficult to see with the breathing and the hot, and now they're all fogged up. You're basically just keeping your balance. You can't see, and it was so dangerous. I am so thankful that there were no crazy injuries.
Yeah.
You guys were troopers, no pun intended. Amazing. Any thoughts on that you guys can share from some of those crazy days, how hot it was and everything?
Those were definitely like the roughest days. Because what was it, 3 days altogether we did that? Oh yeah. Oh, see, memories foggy. I remember by the end of that 4th day, like just going home, I hadn't been that tired since like I'm like just staying. I'm doing finals for college. It was a lot. It was a lot of fun. Probably my favorite days of shooting. But yeah, no, those were long days, and I do remember specifically wearing that armor and that helmet. And like there was a shot where I was like just running up towards the camera, and there was that whole look down like in another shot.
Yeah.
And like in the moment, I wasn't very like nervous or scared. Because I was just running at a straight up hit, and it was a good distance between me and a hole where I had to stop. So I felt good, but looking back, and I'm just like, maybe I should have been a little bit nervous. That was kind of crazy. But yeah, no, that whole experience at the Packard plant, just like it was fun, just looking around and exploring on what like very little downtime we had, because we did have to burn like all that daytime to get all those shots in. Yeah, no, it was really crazy to shoot and just that whole area.
Yeah, super bananas, but just so grateful. And it was funny, I believe it was almost 6 months after filming. The Packard plant is like, it's almost, I want to say it might be almost like 30 buildings, all of these mini factories. It looks like it is deserted, but it almost looks like a deserted city that's been like bombed, and they've used this location for filming the Transformers movies and Batman v Superman, a bunch of different films. And I believe about 6 months after we finished filming, there's 2 sides of it, and there's a road that goes through the middle. There's a giant bridge, but it's it's like a hallway, but it's a bridge that goes across. And less than 6 months after we finished filming, out of nowhere, it just collapsed into the road. Thank goodness no one was hurt. It was at 4 a.m, so there was no cars that were driving by at the moment that it just collapsed.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But oh my gosh, that is just...
I remember like looking down at overpass. We didn't, cross or anything, but like we, looking at different rooms and stuff, we saw that overpass. Like it was right there.
Yeah. We didn't cross it while we were filming, but when I was location scouting before we were filming there, I absolutely crossed it with, To be fair, this is maybe 2 years before, but still, I mean, that whole place is decaying. I mean, if it fell by itself with no one walking on it 2 years before, I'm just me and John White, and there was someone else. I think it was Harrison Berger. Wolvie was with us, and we're just all 3 of us are walking across. And I think there might have been. I think the person that was managing the place that we were working with to secure payment and everything, I believe she was walking us through. There was 4 of us just trotting along. Oh, this is interesting hallway. All right. Wow. Crazy. So I wanted to chat about just Aladdin in general real quick. I just wanted to give the quick nuts and bolts in the final hours for those of you that are maybe watching this for the first time. You don't know what Aladdin is. Just the real quick nuts and bolts. Aladdin is the tale of Aladdin, as you could probably guess. It is set 1,500 years in the future. There are 3 movies. So some of you, if you've just been watching a little bit, you might be like, oh, this is a Kickstarter to raise money. So if the first movie does well, they're going to make the other 2. Oh, no, we have filmed all 3 movies. They are in the can. We are good to go. The first film is complete, but there's still 2 more films. There are rough edits, but there's just a lot of visual effects and sound. So we're a little bit of a ways away for those coming out. But the first one is coming out this year. So can't wait. This is what it's going to feel like. If there are awards you're thinking about, but you're like, I'm going to wait and see how everything pans out. When you see what your friends are backing and the cool rewards that they're going to be getting all year around, when you see some of the cool, like the Kong Chi-Am Fiji,
That's my one.
when you see how cool these are, my gosh, this is what it's going to feel like. We've got robots. We've got Fiji, right? The official trailer came out recently, over 2 million views and counting. Thank you guys so much. Everyone's really, really digging the trailer. And I'm really excited because that really is kind of the feel of these movies. If you like the trailer, and it really only shows kind of the first half of the movie, maybe even the first third, a little bit up to the halfway point. There might be a shot or two that's dipping into the second half of the film, but we didn't want to have a lot of spoilers. But if you like the look of it, if you like the feel of it, you are going to dig these movies. The music is the featured music is by Cell Dweller, otherwise known as Clayton. I'm going to drink some tea here, but I want to talk real quick. I'm going to bring it back to music, though, because we are going to move it back to John Rick. One of the really exciting things is the Peter Mayhew Foundation has supported the project in a way where they want Peter Mayhew, who played Chewbacca in the films, who is no longer with us. I got to call him a friend of mine. He was a big fan of my artwork. I've done a lot of artwork for the foundation. They do wonderful things for children's hospitals, all kinds of ways that they step up to the plate. One of the cool things that they do, they do a lot of really cool things for just things that are awesome charities. Another cool thing that they do, they reserve a little bit of money every year to support artists, because Peter Mayhew was a big fan of artists and he was a big fan of mine, which is awesome. So as an example, one of the things that they will do is sometimes there will be an artist that wants to set up at Comic-Con, but they can't afford it because they are always hiking, the prices up, and which is weird because really they're selling tickets to get people. They should just give the artists the tables. People are coming in to see us. Why are they making us pay for it? It's just kind of weird, but okay, whatever. Anyway, some people can't. They keep raising those prices. It becomes more and more difficult for people to pay to set up at Comic-Cons. Oh, yeah. So sometimes they will help an artist so that they can set up at Comic-Con or a science fiction convention or something like that. So cool. So this year they decided, oh my gosh, it was a complete honor. So cool. James, do you mind running to grab Mike? Mike's here. So cool what they did, supporting the project. They really wanted Peter Mayhew's, the spirit of Chewbacca, to kind of live on and to have his name attached to the project. That is just like the biggest
That's incredible
Wookiee hug ever.
That
Oh
is
my
awesome.
gosh.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just amazing. Super cool. So we're going to talk about some of the rewards coming up in a bit, but just to kind of explain how it works out, it's one price. So some of you, if you're not familiar with Kickstarter, you might be thinking like, oh my gosh, it's going to take my credit card, and then what stuff is going to keep coming out, and oh my gosh, it's going to bill my credit card again. That's actually not the way that it works. It's really, really cool the way the Kickstarter is. It's one payment. It's going to be tonight at 11:59 when the Kickstarter ends. Your credit card is going to get charged if you back the project, but if you get the 4th tier or higher, you are going to get rewards. You're going to get swag boxes that show up 4 times a year. You're going to get the first swag box in the spring, the next one in the summer, in the fall, in the winter. It is a year of Aladdin 3477.
That is
Whoa.
a deal.
It's going to be super cool. So we talked about Clayton and the music, but Mr. Rick, I want to. Oh, whoops, Mr. Rick, wrong one. There we go. What's up? Nope, not that.
I wish I could have been with you guys. I wish, you know, this snowstorm kept me from coming. I was gonna come on out. I wanted to be there in person.
Now that I've taken a really big bite.
Yeah, now I want you to talk. I want you to talk now, Matt. No,
without spoilers, you actually have done some music and even performance in these films. Can you
I
tell
did.
us?
Yep. So I had worked on a song, and it was it's funny that I'm prefacing this, but it was in English. And then I sent Matt like a few different tracks, mostly I would say actually the majority of them were instrumental tracks. And he just really liked that one. I think it was even instrumental. And I was like, I actually have a recorded version of that. And he goes, "Oh, cool. What is it?" And I'm like, "It's it was called Electrolude." I might have, I can't remember if I wrote it because I'm pretty sure I wrote it like,
I think, because it wasn't in German at first, was it?
No, it wasn't. But I can't remember if I wrote it because of Aladdin or if I had already pre-written it. That part I can't remember. But either way, I showed it to you, and you're like, "Hey, man, this is awesome!" And I'm like, "Oh, cool." And then that was that for a second, and then Matt comes back. It's like, "You know, what would be even better is if this thing's in German." And I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome. I don't speak German at all." You know, so that would be great. He's like, no, it's cool. So he he sent the lyrics over to, I don't know who you sent it to, but somebody translated it into German, if I'm not mistaken.
Christian Cast from Germany, who has backed the project, by the way.
Nice. He's helped out in a lot of different ways, and in this way, you guys had it for me written out, I think. So my sister did take German in high school. So she knew more than me. So then we were in my studio, and we were basically composite recording, where we would look at the line, we wrote out the whole song phonetically, how it should sound, and then I would just do little takes while she's there. And then if I didn't like say it like exact or whatever, she'd just be like, "Yeah, you want to say it a little bit more like this." Now I will tell you. So this is a English song translated into German, written to me. Then my sister, who again, I'm way better with German than I am, but and she did very, very well with me. But it's there's a strong possibility that this people in Germany may not understand half of the song, so I have no idea. It sounds good though. It seems like I'm speaking German. So I had all the support I could get, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I have no idea if it sounds right. I don't know.
My hope is that we here in America, if we hear a song that clearly was from another country and they're speaking English, but obviously it's broken English, they probably don't even understand exactly what they're saying. But like, we find it endearing, and it's like, oh my gosh, brownie points for trying. That is awesome. Like, we would never hear, if we heard someone speaking broken English that's almost hard to understand. I don't think anyone is like, what do they think they are, trying to sing a song in English? They don't know English.
Now, I do.
That is awesome. That is amazing. So I'm hoping that when people hear, it sounds German to me, but of course, I guess.
Now, I will say there's a demographic out there that even if it's bad, right? The way it's, the German is spoken, a person who doesn't speak a person who does not at all speak German and maybe doesn't even speak English, this song could potentially be for them, because there would be no way to know, right? And that's like the rest of the world in a way, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But everybody speaks in the world at least 2 or 3 languages other than around here. So I don't know. It's a catch-22 there, but it's a fun song. It sounds good. It's on beat, and I really enjoyed recording it. And then we did a little music video too, which will come out a little bit more in the future.
Yeah. That'll be
3470, 3480, or 3479.
right. So that's all in the future. That's the second film. You actually have a performance of sorts in the first film.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, well, behind the scenes part of it, Matt hit me up and says, "Hey, I'm thinking that Brej does this like little rap." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And there were some pieces I think you had, and I took that, wrote a little bit, and then you took it, and we both basically collaborated working on that. And I don't know if the context of what it's used, I don't want to say anything. Do you think that's fine to say, Matt?
Well, I think we'll leave some of it up to the imagination. Yeah. But it was definitely, I had some bullet points like, this should be a performance. You should be rapping about your relationship with Aladdin, some of the shenanigans in the past. I had a couple loose ideas. There was no me. It was you off and running. And the cool thing about it is when you came in, you didn't know half of what you were going to say. You had some things written down, but you were like, I'm going to wing it. This is what I do. I freestyle it. Like I moment. And we were like, okay. In a way, it was amazing because I would say action and you would just fidgy in the mix. I make the NanoNet sick. And like you would just like, what? It's so amazing. But then we would say, okay, awesome. So we need another one. Do it again. And you'd be like, what? The same thing? Yeah, do it again. And you're like, well, I was freestyling. It's not. So it was never the same exact way.
I bet that was fun for editing.
It was actually amazing for editing because I got to pick the best of the best and I was able to make it flow. It's super, super awesome. But, you know, what was interesting, though, is you would do it and like from this angle, they'd all kind of be the same. Well, as you know, in filmmaking, especially when we can only afford one, you know, really good camera. Then once we filmed it this way, we had to move things around, move part of the set, do a new camera setup, maybe change the lens. So now it's like a half hour later, and now we're shooting the same thing, but from another angle. And there's no music track that you're going with. It's just all you, completely live performance off the cuff. And it was like, okay, now do the same thing again from this other angle. And like, man, what did I say and how did I say it?
Yeah,
it was another style. But man, you rocked it, and it is one of it is just it's a showstopper scene that I know people are gonna love. It is really, really cool, and your character is just crazy. And there's a lot of people. Paul Michael Caine recently saw the film, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, people like." Man, Brej is amazing, and I can't wait to see like more Brej. Like that's going to be off the hook.
I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
definitely one of my favorite characters.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you,
dude. We're gonna. I've got some questions for Cam. We're gonna come back, and when we do, John, we need to talk about the hat. Talk about the epic hat, and I need to talk about something else that I think you will think is amazing. Real quick though, let me we have some new comments. We already talked about the scariest stunt. Eric Steele, I remember those drone days. You did great. You did great, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cam, Mama Rick.
Oh, thank you.
Andrea Capel says, what scene or location was the most fun or memorable? Let's start with you, John, since we got you up large in charge. What was the most fun and memorable scene?
I know we keep talking about it, but I'd say the Packer plant. I mean, it was really hot, and it was did take out a lot of energy, but there was just so much that went on at that location. Some of my favorite dialogue is there. Some of my favorite action sequences are there. We shot at another location that was not the Packer plant. It's the one where I'm talking where we're going up and down that pole. I think that was a different location, but you would have. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would never know, though. I mean, it literally looks like it's part of that area. I always liked the palace scenes were always just really, really cool and epic. And I think maybe internally the most epic, because I wasn't, well, no spoilers, but there was the, there's the cave when you were making those, and seeing that in its grand scale is just crazy. I was like, dang, okay.
Yeah. That was a lot of, that was a lot of work, but and that's one of the things that's interesting about movies is a lot of times the things that you're spending the most time on are not even things you want people to notice. So the thing that's about the caves, we put so much time into every little boulder and making it just right, cutting things out of home, not because we want people to see it. We don't want people to, we just want people to understand, oh, they're in a cave and we're following the action. We're following the characters. What's important is just that you believe you're in a cave. Don't worry about any of the cool iconography or the symbols or any of that. It just needs to be believable where you're focused on the story, which is kind of weird because after all that work, man, I just kind of wanted to have a shot of random like cave, like to show off what we did, but that's not the story. The story's not the cave. The story is the story. So it's interesting sometimes how much work goes into the things that people aren't even going to realize or they're not even going to notice. And if they don't notice, we've done our job.
Yeah, I was going to say, if
strangely,
we did a good job.
Yeah. Oh my
now,
God.
Another thing for you to, Matt, as once these are all out and you're doing like little, you know how Disney Plus does those, they're like little short Star Wars art films and stuff like that. You could have one called The Cave, and it could be all the different times people have gone into the Depali chamber and these just random stories that happen in the cave. Just saying.
Good idea.
That's a great idea.
Hey,
Oh my
sometimes.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
They probably sound good. It probably sounds good because you're so tired. Just think about it on a full night of sleep first.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Oh, no, I love that idea.
Oh my gosh. Because the funny thing is, sadly, most of them probably end with people dying.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
following the rules and trying to get away with the lamp. It's not going to work out too well for most people, but some maybe. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Rated R.
That's a great idea. I'm not going to remember this.
I'll remember it.
You're gonna have to remind me again. That's good stuff for sure. Cam, what scene or location was most memorable?
I hate to repeat the same words, but the Packard plant was just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, we shot all over the place. Like it was like up on like different buildings here, going through little. I guess there were driveways at one point there, going all over the place. I was a really big fan of like urban exploration when I was younger. So like I was in a candy store, honestly.
Yeah.
But if I were to choose a second, I would say when we shot at the sand dunes.
Yeah.
The scenery there was great. Like I remember one day the clouds were just like doing some crazy formations, and I actually did some photography there too, just to be like, well, those clouds are ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Super cool. You know, one of the things that was really great about the Packard plant, as much as I did not enjoy that it was like this huge cost for the permits didn't cost a lot, the insurance cost a lot, and then the Packard plant, the charge was very expensive to film there. So that I didn't enjoy. However, the one thing I did enjoy when we had like the Kong Chiam set or the Hong Kong set, those sets took months to build.
Yeah.
And there were things again where like if someone got kicked into a wall, Cam was on the other side holding it.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, interesting story about Kong Chiam that we filmed at Lindsay's parents' house. True story. 3 days after we were done filming, a windstorm came through and tore down the entire set, ripped it apart, which was fine because we had just finished filming and like, all right, now instead of dismantling stuff, we're just picking up everything off the ground and it's ripped to shreds and all right, we're done with it anyway. But had that happened in the middle of the shoot, that would have been disastrous, because suddenly it would have been a continuity problem, and some things were ruined and stuff like that. But the thing that was really cool about the Packard plan is it already looked like a post-apocalyptic world. It looked like some of the seedier sections of Hong Kong that were down and out. So the great thing is, there were a couple times we would pull out the spray paint and maybe doctor something up a little bit, or we had some props like there's this kind of cool thing that Fiji uses that we had to bring, this giant thing we built out of foam. But for the most part, we were able to just show up, find cool places to film things, and we could just run it and gun it. And it's like the set was the Packard plant.
Yeah.
And so to me, after so many sets, we're like, oh my gosh, building this and detailing this and making everything look awesome. It already looked awesome. We were able to just show up and make it great. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah. Dave Todd says tea time. I will drink to that. Next up, the song would be German 15 years in the future.
That makes okay.
Oh, I was going to say 1,500 years in the future. I would agree. I would agree with that. Next up, I wanted to chat with Cam, and I am curious. Cam, who is your favorite character, not including characters that you play? Do you have a favorite character?
I have a lot. I have a hard time choosing favorites, but off the top of my head, probably Gin of Wisdom.
Gin of Wisdom.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. Actually, the Gin of Wisdom is going to be with us, hanging out in just under an hour. Aaron G is going to be back in the house, hanging out with us. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Gin of Wisdom. I like it.
Aaron G is such a great guy. Why wouldn't you pick him?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's cool. John Rick, I'm curious, Bredge notwithstanding, who is your favorite character in Aladdin 34?
I mean, everybody is so great, and as you know, by the time I'm kind of fully in there, it's more in the second and third movies. And there's been days I've worked with people who are, they weren't major characters, with a lot of parts, but were great to interact with. Obviously, the princess has been great. The Jinn, has been great to work with, and a lot of the side characters as well. But I know a lot of my interactions have always been with Eric, and Eric, and I think everybody can agree, Eric's just so great to work with. He's like a true professional. Funny too, so it's just fun to be. There's just a lot of fun on set, and you got to be serious too. But just the way that the Bredge and Aladdin relationship is a lot of, we get to banter with each other. It's just like how you would have probably like really good, your really good buddies or whatever type of scenario. So, sometimes you're laughing about stuff, sometimes you're arguing about stuff, but it was just fun to play those scenes out with Eric. And then sometimes in those same scenes, it goes from you're arguing to you're joking with each other, and it's just I don't know. There's just with me and Eric, just that has been really good. Also T-Rox, which I'm not going to get into so much with him, but there's just a lot of the good interactions kind of play off on screen, I think, really well. And you can just tell, it's like there's just a lot of fun going on behind the camera of doing this. And again, it's definitely a lot of days where it's stressful. You keep messing up a certain word or a line or whatever, and you can get frustrated with yourself or whatever. But in general, though, So just everybody was awesome to work with. So just a lot of different dynamics, and everybody's also personally very different on how they approach their acting and things like that. So really fun. I think a lot of fun.
You bring up something that really, it kind of warms my heart, and it's something that I really love about these films, and something you're going to see a lot more of in the second film, which is my favorite of the three. But this is an ensemble cast, and one of the things that I just kind of realized And I've always known in my head, obviously I wrote these, but either I'm really tired or I've never really thought of it this way. But one of the things that's really cool, not only does each character have their own personality, but I kind of just realized this, like when you brought up T-Rox, not only does Aladdin have his personality, Bredge has his personality, T-Rox has his personality, but all of these characters interact with each other differently.
Yeah, it's true.
So even though you're each your own character, your relationship with Aladdin is very different than your relationship with T-Rox, which is different from your relationship with Umi or with Kita Ratana or Bang. So it's just really cool. There's so many different relationships kind of going on. And especially by the time we get to the second film, it's just, I feel like it's just so strong, and you just fall in love with these characters. It's really cool. I can't wait. I'm so excited about the first movie, but I can't wait until we get to the second film because it is just so much fun. I can't wait. Oh my gosh. We've got Calm Kazi chiming in saying hi, Cam.
Hi, those are some of my friends.
Awesome.
I sent them a link.
Beautiful. I'm going to take another sip of my magic. My magic drink here that's helping my throat. I've been chatting nonstop since 1 a.m, going strong. And oh my gosh, we have we've got 4 hours, but it's less than 4, right?
Should be,
because it goes to 11:59.
Yeah.
3. So it's roughly 4, but 3. Oh my gosh, the countdown is on. It's the final countdown. All right. I need to segue really quick. We're here to talk about the Kickstarter. Let's dive into the first set of rewards. I can't wait to talk about. I can wait. You know what? I can wait. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about the Taj Mahal treasure. This is the first swag box. So for some of you that are on the fence and you're kind of thinking, gosh, this Kickstarter, I don't know. I've never supported a Kickstarter. What is it? Is it going to keep taking my money? No. Is this a subscription thing? It's going to be hard to unsubscribe. No, it's a one-time fee. It's going to charge your credit card once. Tonight, when the Kickstarter ends, this is something where you have the option of just getting this first swag box in the spring. There's another swag box that you could get additionally. So you get this in the spring, another one in the summer. There's a third one. You could get the first 2 and then the third one in the fall. Or you could get the fourth one, which is going to get you a swag box all year round. Plus, we're going to talk about deluxe rewards. But you know what? For some of you that are brand new to Kickstarter and maybe this is a little cray-cray, you know what? Let's start off small. Let's talk about the first reward tier, which is swag box number 1. So I know what you're thinking. You're looking at this price. Whoa, so the first reward tier, that's $45. Whoa, that's a little hefty. Here's the deal. I know it's kind of starting off a little bit high, but in this reward tier, you are getting not 4 items, not 8 items, because it says here there's 4 more secret items. There's actually 2 more thank you gifts you are going to get in this first swag box alone. 10 items.
That's why.
You might be wondering, what are these items? Let's talk about them. First up, in this reward tier, this is already worth the price of admission. First on the list, you are going to get the official collector's edition for Aladdin 3477. This isn't the final cover, but it's kind of close to how it's going to look. This is a 96-page full color book. Oh my gosh,
That's
it
incredible.
details a lot of the characters, a lot of everything. Plus, there's a foreword with this sexy beast in the beginning. There's some character spreads. This is Fiji, which is really cool because it kind of shows the schematic of Fiji front and back. We also have Princess Kamala was just here, Christy Perovsky, who is just awesome as the princess. But also this dives in, not into giving away the story, but it's got some basic plot points, kind of showing us some of the locations going through. This right here, if you've been curious, oh my gosh, what is one
There he is.
characters that Cam plays? This is both Cam and James, or if you look on this side, James Cameron. So this is the James Cameron duo.
Ah.
If you like James Cameron movies and if you like bounty hunters, James Cameron right here. This is so there's some really, really cool things. This shows you all kinds of characters. This also shows you some of the tech, some of the gadgets you'll be seeing in the films. What's great about this, the way that I put this together, I wanted to create a book because I knew a lot of people are probably going to be seeing this book before they see the movie. So I wanted to create something that doesn't spoil the movie. If anything, even if you read this from cover to cover, it's only going to enhance your experience watching the movie. Conversely, if you happen to see the movie first and later you get your hands on an official collector's edition, it's only going to take your memory of the film, and then this dives deep into some of the underworld things, and it'll kind of add a whole nother layer of the world building of
extra lore.
Yeah, of Aladdin 3477. This is one of several pages on the Taj Mahal. This is a look. There's a bunch. There's a whole, my gosh, almost half of the book alone is based on the making of Aladdin 3477. There's all kinds of really cool, never before seen images behind the scenes. In the first swag box, you are also going to get the Aladdin minifig, which is so cool. It comes with the satchel. It comes with the tracking light. It comes with the blaster. The detail on this figure is amazing, especially when you compare, with all due respect, the Disney's Aladdin minifig is really cool. When you compare the detail, that is off the hook. There is so much detail in these minifigs. Also, you're going to get a Fiji pin. Brej, which one do you like better? And Cam, which one do you like better? The dark Fiji or the light Fiji?
Ooh.
So I like them both, but I just seem to be towards the light Fiji for some reason. I love the outlines and stuff like that, but I don't know why. But they're both great, so it's hard to say.
A dark Fiji for me.
You know, I think here's the interesting thing. The lighter version looks more like Fiji, but from far away, this would just be a white blob with two orange spots. From far away, even though this looks more like Fiji up close, from far away, this is a little bit easier to kind of tell the contours of everything.
Yeah, it's much more graphic. I'm a big fan of that.
So from far away, I think you'd be able to tell that this is Fiji. Everyone was divided when I kind of did a poll, so I'm going to make it so that you can get both of the Fijis.
What?
You'll be able to choose between the two, or you'll be able to get another one as an add-on if you wanted one or the other. That'll all be available once the backer kit goes live, probably in the next week or so. After the Kickstarter, you'll be able to get both if you want, or if you just want the one that comes with, you will be able to choose. We're still talking about the first swag box. I know, $45. In addition, you get a shirt of your choice, either the Aladdin shirt, the Princess Kamala shirt, the Aladdin logo with the Jinn symbol, the K-pop Fiji, or 3477. So I'm curious, Cam, what is your, of these five, if you could only choose one, which is your favorite?
Man, that's a good. Oh, I would go with Fiji. I'm sorry, he's a popular character. I gotta go with
Yeah,
Fiji.
it's a cool K-pop design for sure. All right, all right. John Rick, which is your favorite?
One for each workday.
I think
But
green. It's on that one. It must not be. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
they're good. One for each weekday, or one for each work weekday. But I like the Lochan. I mean, they're all great, so it's really hard to choose. But I like the Lochan.
Oh, maybe that's why. Oh, okay. What does it? Did it say who it is, or is it just? Oh no, then it doesn't let it go. I'm sorry, John. We're having technical difficulty, as you can see with the green screen that we have. That we're
Oh
keying
yeah.
yeah. But it's all good. That's there we go.
There we go.
So I'm sorry. You were your favorite. You can only pick one. You have to wear the same shirt each day of the week.
This person keep calling.
I'm feeling the Lochan.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'll take. Let me take it.
Yeah, the
just in
left
case.
is pretty strong. Oh, hi, Tara.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You want me to hit me?
There's a little girl.
Oh, well, they called 4 times.
Oh.
Okay, well, it was a little
Hi.
girl butt dialing us.
Are you interested in changing your phone service?
Do you want to buy some Girl
I
Scout
just want to hit
cookies?
you up about that extended warranty on your car.
I'm sorry, John. One last time. You can pick one shirt. Technical.
I should have. You know what I should have? I should have said a different answer each time. That would have been good. No, I'm just kidding. I like the Lochan one. If I had to pick one to go with, I think Lochan would be my go-to.
I like it. Awesome.
And then Cam can wear the Fiji, and I wear the Lochan next to him, and people be like, "What is up with that?"
Yeah, they're interesting shirts.
Yeah.
So
There are 4 other hidden items. We only have talked about what one of them is. It's this really cool, visual chapbook with the photos of Paul Michael Caine. It's going to come with a metallic insert. Now I'm getting a message here. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Someone said hi, called the wrong number, was looking for a phone.
oh, well,
You are very sweet. Thank you very much. So thank you. We're still talking about the first swag box. In addition to the Aladdin minifig, you also get, I think there's 3 other rewards, by the way. We haven't even said what they are. They're a mystery. We may talk about them as we get a little bit closer. But one of the things that you will get, the first thank you gift is the Hong Chiam. I'm sorry, not the Hong Chiam, the Hong Kong police trooper. And it's got so much cool armor. It's got extra pieces on the wrist gauntlets. It's got the leg pieces. It's got the shoulders and torso armor. It's got the helmet, and actually the helmet flips up if you want to see the face underneath.
wow.
Super adorable.
Yeah.
Super, super cool. And as well, in the first swag box, you are going to get a sheet of stickers. There's 13 stickers on here. This was designed by Deanna Sheehan. So cool. All of this comes in the first swag box, and it's going to show up. We're hoping to ship this April. This is coming up soon. You're going to get all of this chocolatey goodness. Cannot wait for you guys to get these rewards. We're going to talk about the second swag box in a little bit. First, there is more. So Pterodoc says hi.
Hi, Tara. Another
What
friend of
that
mine.
is cool. Did your friend is this their artwork?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Wow,
Maybe.
that
Yeah,
is
looks like
awesome.
their avatar. I don't know.
Love that.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Love the artwork. Shadowy Sea Girl, awesome. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is Lindsay Will, who is she was in the Chop Shop season 6, I believe, season 6. If I'm not mistaken, Lindsay was very helpful.
It was the last one before. It was the last wave of our interns, right?
I think there was like a 6.5 that was going on, but Lindsay Will helped out a lot on set. She played an extra for a couple things, and when we had our recent Recreate My Trailer contest, Lindsay, oh my gosh, she absolutely killed it and took
Nice.
home. Well, it's the grand prize isn't shipping until April, but she won the grand prize. She totally killed it with her submission for the Recreate My Trailer contest. You have to check it out. It is on the official Aladdin channel. It's in the playlist for the Recreate My Trailers. The submissions were added in the order that they were submitted, and she got hers in just in the nick of time at the end of the night on the day that it was due. And it is awesome watch it. It's kind of cool. Actually, the order that they came in is a really interesting order to watch them in. So check it out. Faux shizzle. James Nungesser, I owe you, brother. Thanks for the words of wisdom. I'm able to become a professional sketch card artist. No way. And have worked for many companies now on many sets. I can't thank you enough. James, that's so great to hear. That is awesome. Doing those sketch cards. It's a lot of work that you put into each card, but man, that is really fun. And when you get some of them that you can sell, man, there is such a market for those cards and people will pay top dollar. So Lindsay says, oh, thanks. Very nick of time. Season 5. Okay. That's right. Season 3 was John Rick. We're going to talk about that. Season 3, season 4 and villains. And that's where Oz came from. And then while we were filming season 5, which was Lindsay, Desi, Manolo, and Neo. I said Desi. Yeah, I think that's. Well, Neo stepped in for. His name was Jordan Dawson. I don't remember what his nickname was, but that was a really, really cool season as well. Super, super cool. So I want to ask another question to both of you guys. John Rick, I am curious. Did I ask you your favorite character?
Yes.
What was your favorite? Oh, the Gin of Wisdom. Did I ask you your favorite character? Oh my God! What's your favorite character?
I mean, I talked a lot about everybody, but I think I talked a little bit about Eric, T-Rex, but I kind of didn't give a straightforward answer. I talked a lot about Eric though, so
you need to choose. You don't get off that easy. You need to choose and choose wisely.
Fidgy, but he was a method actor, so he was really tough to work with. Just always acting like a robot.
Getting away with his schemes with Aladdin. You actually have some really cool scenes with Fidgy as well, where you and Fidgy are kind of doing a little team up kind of on the side, which is very cool. I'm curious, John Rick, who has the best costumes?
Let's see. The Sultan. I like the Sultan's outfit. Jerry fits it so well. You know what I mean? It's funny because everybody has that. Well, maybe not everybody. A lot of the main characters do have a few alternates, right? So there's one of Aladdin's that I really enjoy as well. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
And I'm sure you enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
It was a good time.
All right. We won't get into spoilers, but no, that's great. Cam, I'm curious, who has the best costume or costumes in the
Lochan. Hands down.
Yeah.
Just avoiding any spoilers. Like when you see it, you see it.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Actually, right. I can jump in and actually say that I'm a big fan of the bounty hunter costumes, and just even how James and Cam. I think I played one at one point too, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. But it's just seeing them together, just the height differences, and just everyone's mannerisms. They definitely seem like these ragtag bounty hunters. You know what I mean? Like,
rush hour.
Great.
We need to talk about the bounty hunters really quick, because there is a third bounty hunter that you don't see in these images here. And John Rick, you actually play that third bounty hunter, which is really, really cool. So I've got a fun story to share. And maybe you guys have heard this before, I'm not sure. But an interesting thing, right after we had kind of filmed this action scene with the bounty hunters, and I had like a rough edit, I happened to show one of my classes at school just kind of a snippet of some of the this opening action scene in the beginning of the first Aladdin 3477 film. So just a quick side story about how the bounty hunters happened. originally there were no bounty hunters in the first film. What had happened was in the script, I had written a chase scene with the Hong Kong troopers. And originally the chase scene starts on foot, quickly takes to the sky where Aladdin and Fiji hotwire a hover chopper, and then they're chased through the air, flying through the streets and everything. It was going to be an incredibly intense green screen filming, but we actually had a Sea-Doo that was on set for a long time that we were going to cut apart and make into this futuristic hover chopper. I started realizing, gosh, in this opening action scene, it's really important when this movie begins, the first film, people know in the first 10 minutes of watching a movie, do I like this movie or am I not feeling it, right? And I started thinking, man, if the visual effects aren't like rocking and a rolling, if people already like a movie and later in the movie, if the visual effects get a little wonky, if people are into the story, they'll buy it. They're already invested. They're into it. But in the very beginning, that is not the time to have like some wonky where people are, they're kind of judging at first, So I kind of quickly changed it. Okay, I'm not going to have the hover choppers. It's not going to be a scene flying through the air. So it's going to be a ground chase that we can do a little bit easier. One of the things that we realized really quickly is, oh no, we had the Hong Kong trooper outfits, which were very expensive. And there was only one outfit. So whenever you see more than one of them, we had to do trick shots to make it look like there's more than one, doing split screen and everything. But what was interesting is when someone is wearing that armor, they actually can't run. The fastest clunk, 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 like that's it. That's as fast as clunk, 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 clunk. So it didn't really work on screen with Aladdin running top speed and then it cuts back to someone clunk, 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 clunk. People aren't going to really buy that. So what we did for a little bit of it is for the running shots, we only show the troopers running from the waist up, so they don't have the legs on and they're just running in the tights. So they're able to run. You actually don't see the legs, moving really quick. But I knew I can't have an entire chase scene the whole way through where it's only the Hong Kong troopers. It's not going to work. So that's where I came up with the idea of what if there's third-party bounty hunters that the police are able to kind of work with to kind of capture people and stuff. The thing was, I needed to come up with something quick. And at that point, I was kind of strapped for cash. So in creating the bounty hunters in an afternoon with Cam and James and Missy, we sat down with foam, cardboard, toilet paper rolls, things like random belts and suspenders. I had
pieces of toys and
I went to a flea market and I had some some aviator kind of like military kind of like things to like kind of put some of this stuff on. And in an afternoon, we glued, duct taped, Velcroed all of this stuff together, painted it, detailed it a little bit to make it look rough around the edges. I thought it looked cool. Anyway, my whole point of this story is when I showed everyone the action scene. Now, I know how expensive the Hong Kong trooper was, which is this really polished, like it almost looks like a cross between a stormtrooper and Iron Man. It took a lot of time back and forth getting it the way that I wanted it, working with a third-party company. And it was very, very expensive. The bounty hunter costumes were free. It was just using whatever I had, and stuff together. There's literally almost like little flashlights that are super glued to the, to the helmet, stuff like that. But we're like, okay, cool. Hopefully people can't tell that this is like part of a toilet paper roll, whatever. We're just, we just kind of painted it really quick and hopefully quick on screen. So the funny thing was, I remember showing one of my classes and I was like, so what do you guys think? My hope is that they're going to say, man, that Hong Kong trooper is amazing. And all the Hong Kong troopers, that looks so legit. That's not what they said. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, love the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters are amazing, right?
There is.
So
Yeah, I had no idea that was the story behind it. That's so crazy.
well, and so I said, yeah, the bounty hunters, yeah, cool. What did you think of the Hong Kong Trooper? And they'd be like, yeah, that was cool. I mean, yeah, but dude, the bounty hunters off the hook. So it just goes to show you, and as much as I still I dig all of it, but the Hong Kong Troopers were so expensive. Bounty hunters were free. It's not about how much you spend. It's just making at the end of the day, it's just making cool stuff, working with what you have, and
a lot of fun making all those props and costumes and stuff.
And kit bash.
And kit bashing. And we were talking about this earlier in the wee hours of the morning, if memory serves, that there is an advantage that you have. The studios have huge advantages. For one, they have almost endless money, millions and millions of dollars. Every time they run into a roadblock, very simple. They throw money at it, problem goes away, right? They also have this kind of ties in with the money. They have an army of people doing every little job, every little step of the way. They can move through efficiently. So I know sometimes as an independent filmmaker, you might be thinking, gosh, how can I compete with that? There is one thing that we have, and that is we don't have money to make problems go away. We don't have the army, but what we do have is creativity. We have time. We have patience to figure out cool things that we can do. And you start realizing at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much money you have, because at the end of the day, in the case of this, people liked what was free the best anyway. a huge opener to me. Man, I should have just had all bounty hunters. I would have saved myself thousands of dollars. It is what it is. But it's not always about how much you spend. It's just how cool you make stuff.
Yeah, having limitations always breeds the best creativity. A friend told me that a few days ago.
Yeah.
That is it.
Makes sense.
That is it.
I can relate.
So real quick, I want to jump to the next swag box. Whoops. This is Jin's wise choice.
Very wise.
Very wise.
You would be wise to get this one because you might be looking at the price going, that's twice as much as the first one. Well, it's because you get the first one and you're now getting the second swag box. First one comes in the spring. This one comes in the summer. And really cool rewards. For one, you get this cool glow-in-the-dark Aladdin 3477 wristband. Are you wearing your wristband?
I grabbed the hoodie.
Oh my God.
Okay. In the shower,
You're off the hook. Brej, show us your Aladdin 3477 glow-in-the-dark wristband that you're wearing. What?
Mine broke.
For real?
Yeah. But I wore it, for the whole time of us filming. It had broken recently. So I can vouch it's got a very long, and it went through a lot of wear and tear because I wore a lot when we were on set when I wasn't acting. So
fair enough.
I can vouch it lasts an extremely long time.
Yes. Mine has not broken yet, and I never take mine. This has been off since we had these 9 years ago. 8 years ago.
I'm feeling, it has been a while. Huh?
Takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
I still have mine sitting safely on my dresser. Very nice wristband.
There you go. So here we have the Aladdin 3477 movie poster, full-size movie poster that you are going to get in the second swag box package. Also, you get the Princess Kamala. There's one hiding here somewhere. That's there we go.
There we go.
Princess Kamala minifig. You also get a Fiji patch. You also get an Aladdin 3477 art print illustrated by yours truly. This is not quite a movie poster. I know it kind of looks like the movie poster. This is actually going to be a really nice art print that is printed on heavy archival paper with the deluxe matte finish. There is a secret. It's only secret because we're not showing it yet, and that is not the silhouette of it. But there is a minifig that comes with this reward tier. In addition to the princess, you are going to get the Klepto King minifig.
Ooh.
You're also going to get a Princess Kamala teaser poster. If you want the Aladdin one, that is going to come with, is one of the hidden rewards that comes with Aladdin's Inner Circle. There are just about 100 of these left. So that's the only way you're going to get one. Once these are gone, that's it. This is the initial very first teaser poster. When that's gone, that is it. Goodbye. We're going to come back and talk about Fidgy's find in a little bit. But first, I have another question, and we are going to... John, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What is... Okay, for me, this is kind of a weird question. I know for me, as much as I like to think I walked into this as like Star Wars artist, I've storyboarded films, working on like The Matrix. I've got all of this, I don't know if you can call it expertise, but I basically making these films was an amalgam of all my experiences, for better or for worse, all wrapped up into this film. I have learned so much from the time we started this project through the time we were done filming. Oh my gosh, I almost look back at when we started filming like I wish I knew then. So many things that I learned. Some of it was just, certain camera techniques that maybe I wasn't as familiar with, what some of the different lenses would do and what they meant with depth of field. And as you can't know it all, you can't be a master of all of it. So that's always a complication with being a director. I learned so much. So I'm curious, what did you learn? Is there anything that you, and it could be anything. It could be something technical. It can be just something about the camaraderie of the family that we made. What, at the end of this, was there something that you took away that you didn't have before we started filming?
Yeah. So, in terms of acting, there was like just small stuff I've done. I mean, this is definitely by far the biggest acting thing I've done. So again, a lot of nerves coming into it. It kind of takes me to where I first read, because I was like, you're mentioning about this, that you're doing auditions, and I came in and I was reading, I came in to read for T-Rox's, and there was a question you asked me, and I'm like, I'm not good with that. Basically, like, it was like
Australian, was it the Aussie accent or something like that?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I feel like I don't think I would do that so well. We tried it a few times, and you're like, well, hold on, let me try this one. And we did Bridge, and then it turned out that it's actually who we went with. But I think right off the bat, it's just like kind of learning memorizing your lines, and again, it's not just words, right? So it's like context of what you're doing, and it has to be context of what your character would know, not what you know of the entire script. So a lot of times I would actually purposely not like look at anything else other than the scenes I was in and context of those if I could. And I think some of our first shooting, it was like I kind of put on the bredgy a little bit too. In my opinion, again, you're your own worst critic, but there would be times where it's like, man, I think I'm putting that, And what was cool is we took times where we'd stop and not stop, but you would show what we've shot so far. So that was super helpful, because then I get to see myself and be like, okay, maybe I need to tone that down a little bit. It's kind of like with recording too. It's like you kind of record some stuff, you listen to it over and over again. You're like, okay, the snare needs to be a little louder, or, I'm not feeling that breakdown, or maybe I need to pick a completely different bass sound, or you just, as you listen to it, and sometimes it could be to your own detriment, because you listen to it so much, you nitpick so much at it to try to make it better, that it have been fine. But I was kind of doing that a little bit with my character. So times where I'm like, okay, I can maybe tone it down here, or this and that, get some nuances of some Bredge isms, I guess, that maybe I wasn't particularly thinking about, but you see him in a few different spots. Like, yeah, Bredge does that. Like, that could be a Bredge thing. Like, if he's like confused, but not to make it formulaic either. So I would just say, honestly, with the acting process and just like my own trying to figure out how to best do it, and I know that's pretty fundamental because I came out as an actor, but trying to refine it as we go through the process. And you were always great with affirming if this is good, or it was a little bit more like this. And we did a number of, and I think that helped out a lot because, again, it's like, if you are doing something right, you definitely want to hear it. But if you are doing something that might be a little off, it's not helpful for you to be like, oh yeah, John, that's good. Just to be nice, just to be nice. So if it does need a little bit of tweaking, you're really good with that, with me. That helps me get the good direction. Because when it's all said and done, it's going out to everybody, that's where you're, okay, great. They had that coaching and helping throughout it, Also, I would say too, just like that pairing off with other people. Bredge is his character is very reactive and interactive with other people. You know what I mean? So that energy that somebody else brings, it's instead of trying to come in and be like, this is the kind of Bredge I've been practicing for. There were a lot of times where I had this idea of how I was going to be. And then in the interaction with the other person, as we did a few different takes, the way I would actually do it would actually turn completely different as more of a reactive engagement with the person I'm acting with, which I think has, and I'm hoping comes out more realistic and believable, as opposed to, two people have been practicing how they're going to be coming in and they both do it exactly like that. I don't think that generates a realism. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You brought up something that you reminded me. There's another great thing that you have if you are an indie filmmaker and not a giant studio. The giant studios, they are so under the gun to film things as efficiently as they can. The actors alone cost millions of dollars and everything. So they don't really have time to shoot with actors and then maybe take time to do like a little rough edit and then show, hey, this is how the movie looks so far. You can feel it out. All right, you're getting more of a feel for your character. All right, you keep on. No, they don't see they don't see anything until maybe when they do ADR, they'll see a little bit there, but they don't see a full cut of how everything is until it's the premiere and they see the movie then, and only then do they discover, oh man, I mean, I know I was there to act it all, but I didn't really realize in the context of the film, my character is kind of an a-hole. That's they didn't know, right? So one of the things that was really cool, and one of the advantages that you have if you are shooting in indie, taking your time, you can kind of spread it out, and in between trying to get schedules to lock and stuff, if you can get a rough cut, start showing people, not just your actors, but also people and crew, this is the vibe. This is kind of how it's going. I feel like we started off so strong, but we only got better and better, more tight. We started really securing, like we were talking about earlier, not only each person's character, each actor's character, but the subtle relationships that these characters have with each other, which is very different. And it just adds layers of complexity to the characters, makes them all three-dimensional. Super, super cool. Cam, I want to talk to you about the same thing. I want to know what you learned, but real quick, just because it's on my mind and I have to spit it out. We were talking about the fuzzy hat and everything, but before I get to that, Bredge, I've been waiting to tell you this. And when I saw you a few weeks back, I wanted to tell you then, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait for the 24-hour live stream. I wanted to share this with you. I was contacted early on, kind of when the Kickstarter and everything started coming out. I was contacted by a young woman who is a cosplayer that goes to, and she's from, I want to say Pittsburgh, somewhere in Pennsylvania, that goes around and cosplays at all of these different shows, contacts me and says, listen, I'm really digging Aladdin 3477. I would love to cosplay as one of the characters. I have some questions though about this character, if you don't mind. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see cosplay for Aladdin 3477. So my thoughts are, well, she wants to know the name of this character, and I'm thinking, well, it's not the princess, because it would be obvious, like, oh, I want to know more about the princess. So I'm thinking, oh, it's maybe she might be talking about Umi, but she doesn't know the name of the character yet. She might be talking about Leanne Hua, Saria McNally with the glowing, pink eye or something like that. That might be who she's talking about. So I respond and I say, yeah, of course, I'll give you any information that you need. Which character are we talking about here? She goes, I don't know the name of the character, but you know, I just love the Kickstarter video. Who's the person at the end with the fuzzy hat that pulls the and I'm like, no way. Of all the characters, doesn't know anything about the character. Out of the whole thing, she wants to cosplay as Bredge.
Bredge is fun to cosplay. I did the whole movie.
She is working on the costume. She has been sharing online. I think she's got the hat made. I don't know if she's got the chains yet, but I saw the fuzzy hat. She's got the kanji on top. Oh my gosh, that is going to be epic. I am so grateful.
I have no idea what the movie is, but just...
So Matt, do you have the hat?
I don't think I do. I thought you did.
Oh, I thought you had this.
Oh,
the OG. This the OG right here. This guy was through the whole movie.
that is in rough shape.
Oh yeah.
Can
The inside.
Can you put it on for us?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, Bredge is back.
Hey, where's the heist going on? Tell me, hey, Aladdin, what are we doing here?
Oh my gosh, that is epic. That is so awesome. I feel like Bredge is back in the house. That is
What we got to do though is I think we got to make one where you can get where it comes with like a remote and some electric pulses here. So it's like sounds like, hey, what's going on? And you can just like kind of make them do stuff. You know what I mean?
Do you know?
Oh, you could put the buttons right here.
Do you know that actually Fidgy, but we just ran out of time. We were planning to have Fidgy. There's two pieces of the it's actually the handle that you carry the boombox by. We cut off the back pieces so that just these went up like rabbit ears. We were going to have it remote controlled, so whenever Fidgy is alarmed, like these go up and then it goes down, and then at any time we could and like have go one up or have them.
Oh dang!
Do. It was my bad. It was the crumbs just going everywhere. We just ran out of time, and we just man, if we just had a little bit more time before we started filming with Fidgy, that would have been so cool to have a little bit more movement and stuff. But maybe the sequel will have a little bit more, and maybe the arms will have more mobility when we have more time, more money that we can just throw at things and make things epic. So we were talking about this a lot. We've been talking about this with everyone. I don't think we're going to be able to have it for this Kickstarter, but in the future, there needs to be Bredge hats that people can get that are the exact same shape. They're going to have the exact same chains, the exact same jiggle, the exact same kanji on the top.
See how they work? You know?
So I'm curious, I know you told me recently where you got that hat, and isn't it something like Myers or something like that where you got that hat?
No, you and I, we were doing location scouting, and we went down, we were in we were in Detroit, and there was like almost like a swap meet type of place that's like, it wasn't there anymore because there was like a fire that had happened. Do you remember that?
With me?
Yeah, you and I, we were doing location scouting. We went to this one big open area.
I remember.
So it was from there. So there was like, people have, individual people have their own booths and they're selling different things and stuff like that. And there was one where they had like this, they had this one, they had a rabbit ears one or whatever. And I don't know why, I just like saw that and I'm like, how much is that? And they're like, and I just bought it. And then that's how I got it. I just saw it and I just was like, yeah, I want that. There's like so much stuff. I mean, they sell like leaf blowers and lawnmowers, and there's a guy who does like jewelry shop stuff. And out of everything I could possibly have stopped and bought, I only bought one item, and it was this hat.
That is awesome. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to have a Bredge minifig, and the only reason we don't have one yet is because all the minifigs we have, they're all existing like Lego pieces. So unfortunately, there's no existing Lego piece for the bear ears. And there are some bears with kind of almost like kind of Mickey Mouse, but kind of the ears. But it's a whole piece where it's the bare ears, but it comes with a snout, like which is a full face. It's not really going to work if we paint a bridge face. It's like snout that comes out like this. So one of two things is going to happen. Either hopefully they'll be getting something like that works soon, or I'm going to have to pony up just to have a special piece made so that we can add on the headpiece. It's expensive, but oh my gosh, it would be worth it because this minifig needs to happen, and it needs to happen soon. I can't wait. We've got some new comments that we need to chat about really quick, and then we are going to chat about what you have learned, Cam. Eric Steele's amazing and was amazing to hang out with. I remember in Anaheim, and you guys rocked it, and was so great to meet everyone back at Star Wars Celebration Anaheim a few years back. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I have my Aladdin 3477 shirt signed by Cast and the poster all framed up and on my wall in the man cave. Woohoo!
Ooh.
I can't wait to see the final result. Awesome. Thank you so much, James. Mama Rick, there was a scene in the trailer showing a desert. Was that extra tough to film? Because if the sand and sensitive camera equipment, there were some, and we actually filmed in the sand dunes twice. Once at the very, very beginning of filming, once kind of towards the very end of filming. It was tough. I don't know if you saw it. Maybe you did. We actually dropped a video earlier this week on Tuesday. It's our first behind the scenes video that was produced by Steve Pankatai, who was here a little bit earlier. And it's all about, especially from the first film, some of the filming in the desert, which was not easy. Out in the middle of nowhere, you've got no water, you've got no electricity. All you have, and you can't just drive your vehicles out there. Anything that we had, giant set pieces, we had to either wheel or carry everything, food, whatever for the day, tents. We all had to carry it out on foot. And of course, because I had to find the perfect location that's out in the middle of nowhere, when I found the perfect sweet spot, it couldn't be a further walk out in the middle of nowhere for it. But it was the perfect place to do it. And everyone was a trooper, really, really bringing their A game. Definitely not an easy thing to film. Jane Curry Birch says, passion, commitment, and perseverance, winning combo with your creativity and talent, Matt. Love Bredge. Love Bredge.
I think talent and talent, Matt, I'm talking to you, and then like she loves Bredge. Like I'm
right. I for a second I thought this was you, like Natalia, love Bredge, like you were writing it to me.
Dear Matt.
No, I got it. Love Bredge. When you guys meet Bredge's character is so endearing, so much fun, even in the first film, but especially when we get to the second film. Bredge, it's full on Bredge-mania. It's so cool. Can't wait for more on that. We've got Aaron G that's going to be coming up soon, but real quick, I wanted to turn things over to Cam real quick. And actually, ding, 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 that might be, Aaron is here. If you want to, if you don't mind letting him in.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Cam, I'm curious, was there something you learned? Something from the time that you kind of came into the project through the end? I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of technical things, but is there like one takeaway more than anything that you feel like when you walked up from the time you started to the time we ended, something that maybe, I don't know, changed you? But was there something that you learned? Was there a big takeaway from this?
I mean, there's a lot of takeaways, honestly. I mean, you're talking to a guy that did like no video work before Aladdin. So a lot of acting tips I picked up. I actually took acting classes as well to get better at that.
Yeah.
So just like getting comfortable with like having a camera in your face and, not paying attention to that, being in a moment in a scene. So that was a big takeaway. But I would say the biggest thing I learned was, which is kind of like obvious at the end of the day, but like still really important, is just like if you're trying something new, or you want to try something new and you're just like trying to, study up on it or just like prepare yourself as best as possible, the best way to get the best results is to just start. You like actually just go and do the thing.
Mhm.
You know, even outside of like filming, if you want to be an artist or you're trying to be a video editor, content creator, just like having the bare minimum of what you have and then like building from there, because you have to accept the fact that it's not going to be that great when you start out. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, and that is the best teacher. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people starting out in whatever field, they focus too much on trying to make something perfect, you know, starting out, instead of just like understanding that, you know, you're new. You know, you're not going to know what you're going to, no matter how many classes you're going to learn a lot in classes, but like at the end of the day, go out and do the thing, mess up, learn from those mistakes, and keep going. So I think that was like the main thing I learned and kind of taught me to just start on a thing. Just do it and accept that you're going to be bad at the start, you know. Super nervous coming onto a film set, and never did anything before, and not knowing what I'm doing. I'm just kind of, you know, going with the flow. Eventually you pick up tips and you have people helping you, and you know, eventually you get more confident. You just learn whatever it is. For me, it was acting, working behind the scenes on a film, operating a camera a little bit here and there, and that extended pretty much to other facets of my life, honestly, at this point. So that was like a very like obvious but not very obvious skill that I picked up.
Yeah.
That I apply to pretty much everything now. Just do the thing.
Yeah.
You know, just start. Just do the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. And just you know, the camaraderie that we had was awesome. And also everyone was kind of doing everything. So at times it was something very, I guess you could say, important, when you're acting in front of the camera, or you're doing the boom. So like, man, the sound is all on you to get this just right. And sometimes it's something as simple as, can you just like hold part of this blanket up like this? Around here, and it meant for 6 minutes, you're just, Missy's on the other side and you're holding a blanket like this. For 6 minutes, you know? And in filmmaking, there's no ego. There's no one that's, or at least in our kind of filmmaking, in professional filmmaking, if you have a certain role and someone asks you to hold a blanket like this, you might be like, that's not in my job description. Why would I do that?
Why would I do that?
When you're small potatoes like us, and when it's a family, it's like kind of this community group effort. There's no job that's too big or too small. Whatever needs to get done, everyone steps up to the plate to make it happen.
One day you're like building something, one thing you're on camera, another day you're like me, like holding a big industrial fan trying to like blow hair.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
When I was still like really new, I remember that orange big fan just trying to like have hair blow in the wind.
Yeah, I think Eric's got that at the studio now. It was
it's my best friend,
gave to
that fan.
It's your biggest fan.
It's my biggest fan.
Which is great. Real quick, and you're welcome to stay as long as you want, John. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Cam. But before Aaron G gets here, I wanted to give you guys each an opportunity to share a little bit about what you've been working on since Aladdin 3477. So, John, I know one thing that I think you should talk about. You can talk about anything, but you need to talk about the How It Should Have Ended video that you did sound for Big Hero 6, I believe.
Oh yeah, with Eric. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So Eric had already, he animated, created all that kind of stuff, and I got to do some sound, music, and all that kind of stuff. So that was a really fun project with Eric, and kind of, he did his thing on his side, sent it over to me. I did my side, we sent it back to him. And they sent it in, and they went with it, and it was awesome. So Eric was like, yeah, dude, it's up. And I went on there, and it's got like millions of views and all this kind of stuff, and it was a lot of fun. Eric's just so creative, you know what I mean? Just so cool or whatever. So that was a lot of fun doing that with him. How many
views has it gotten now in total?
Man, I don't. I'll have to look it up, but it was like. It's been a while since I saw it, but it's I think, don't quote me on this. I think at one point it was at like 5. It was at one point, I think, at 5 million or something like that, or 5 point something million. So it was a lot.
Here I am, like, Aladdin 3477, 2 million, top that. But no, that's amazing, man. That's really cool. I should also mention another thing you were part of. We'll have you on for a whole episode. And
Yeah.
we'll talk about Power of the Force Girls, which you also helped
Oh,
out
that was
with.
so fun.
That also on my channel, there's only there might be 25,000 views. On Lindsay's channel, there is 3.5 million views on that, which you never know what's gonna stick and what's gonna go large and in charge.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah. But is there anything moving forward? Is there any cool projects you've got in the can that you can share with us on the horizon?
I mean, my whole life has always been, I've always been having something going on. And I think in just the more recent times, it's just been, again, we all have different phases that we're at in our life. I think where I'm at right now is kind of going out, living a little bit, kind of taking those vacations that I never took and spending time with the people, with family and stuff like that. But I do have an idea, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, that I'll talk with you about down the line.
Awesome. Very cool. And
absolutely, man.
Are you going to stick around with us for a while, or well,
I want to. I might have to jet though. As soon as Aaron comes in, I'll say hi and then I'll probably pop out. But I had a blast. So it's great hanging out with Cam and you.
Awesome.
Good seeing you again, man.
Dude, it's great.
Yeah, you too, man.
I'll let you say hi to Aaron, but real quick, I want to chat with Cam. So one of the things that I should have mentioned earlier that I didn't get a chance to, Cam. Let me do this here. So Cam, oh my gosh, you are multi-talented. So you are an actor, a model, you're an artist, an incredible artist.
Thank you.
You're a dungeon master.
I am. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And there's so many cool things that you do. My gosh. So what have you been cooking? What have you had cooking lately? Since Aladdin, I know there's a lot of cool things you've been up to, but give us the rundown. What's cooking?
Acting, there is a short film that I am happy to be a part of. It's called Honor Among Thieves. It has been in a lot of local film, just like festivals and whatnot. So you can definitely go and check that out. It's Honor Among Thieves. Great people worked on that. But that's all fine and done. I'm done with that part of the acting career as far as that film, not the career in general.
Okay.
But always open to do more acting. But right now I'm kind of spearheading more so just like the art journey. So I have recently started streaming on Twitch. Basically just a whole art process and journey with that, whether it's working on commissions, personal projects. I am working on a big project right now that I'm aiming to finish by mid-October. So it's funny you mentioned I'm a DM because it is a short story based on the first D&D campaign I played to completion. And actually, Steve and Jess were also part of that. Oz,
who
was here earlier. So I stream multiple times a week now, keeping that consistent. And I'm basically just working on that project along with whatever else I'm working on, and just trying to improve. Yeah, so that's the main thing. Just
awesome
art career,
dude. And your art has always been amazing. But man, I've seen some of the recent things that you have shared. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. Some of the digital coloring and stuff that you're doing, it is
trying to
awesome.
Get better and better every time.
It is really, really, really cool. Super amazing. Are you going to stick around with us for a while?
Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit.
All right, rock and roll. Our next guest is Aaron G, who is going to be hanging out with us. We've got a bunch of fun stuff to talk about. We have 3 hours left of.
Oh my goodness!
Just under 3 hours left of the live stream. Oh my gosh, it is going to be awesome. Oh, I'm doing my mouse on the iPad, but I'm looking up at my laptop. Like, how come I don't see the mouse? Because I'm working the wrong thing here. All right.
Thanks for having me on.
You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to hang out.
Bye, Cam. Cam, bye.
Good seeing
We're
you.
rocking out. Check one. Oh yeah. And
What, you heading out?
Join the Discord.
Oh yeah. Cam, you leave?
yes, join the
Oh,
Discord.
right. I was gonna be like, how dare you?
I'll stick around for a bit.
All right. You've always got amazing technology. Are you going to bring some fun stuff in here?
I don't know. I'm just gonna make sure that when we have links and stuff like that, I can post them.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Get ready to rumble. Our next, please welcome to the live stream lounge,
Yes.
Mr. Aaron GTV.
Woo!
It's true. I have arrived. Thank you, and also you're welcome.
I didn't know my voice could do that. That's cool. All right, so
All right.
it is a party in here, counting down the final hours to the end of the Kickstarter.
I wanted to say hi to the gin. And I'm about to bounce, everybody. See ya.
Oh man, who is that?
It's John Rick. It's
John
Skittles.
Rick, what the heck, man? How's it going? You're leaving all the whole time. Dude.
I know. I'll see you, man.
Yeah, good seeing you.
You too, bro.
We'll talk soon, John. Rock and roll. Thanks for tuning in, brother.
Perfect, man. See you later.
All right, be well.
Man.
You too.
Tell the family I
appreciate you
said hi.
putting, like the thin filter on me. This is excellent.
The fin
Right?
filter.
Yeah, the thin filter. This
Oh,
is very
yeah.
nice.
Well, you know, I
Ooh,
try.
wow.
It's actually it's James behind the. He knows exactly how to. He
Yes.
knows my. He knows what I like to reveal and what. Let's not show. Let's
Yes.
not show that.
Exactly. Not yet.
Let's not show
Not
the.
yet.
Yeah. I want to check this,
All right. Yeah.
and I want to check this.
Stuff here. Hey guys, while we're setting up, definitely check out the Discord because that is where you will get all the toolkits and all the coolest things and all of these different things that are happening towards the end. Push, and all of that jazz.
Absolutely. You got to check out the Discord. So we're going to add the links. The easiest way to find it right now, because I know we've got some people watching on Twitch, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and on YouTube. If you go to the Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter, there should be a link in the description that I assume you can click on to get there really easily. If not, just go to kickstarter.com. Scroll down all the way to the bottom. There's a bunch of links for me and for Aladdin 3477. I am going to share that.
Thank you.
And excuse me, man, my voice is going.
You're gonna be
going,
a rock star after this, man.
Oh my gosh!
Speaking of rock star, whoa, we should have had a sponsor be Monster. What?
Mm.
Hey, little sponsor and stuff.
All right. Where was I? I can't. Oh, the Discord. If you scroll down, you'll be able to find the link there. Join in all of the fun for those of you that are on the Discord. DTE Cam is spot on. Just go for it. And I didn't. Okay, and there we. Great to see Skittles and Cam. Wish I could have stuck around. Thanks, Dave. You are amazing. Dave was here in the wee hours of the morning. Kind of a little bit of back and forth. But I have to tell you real quick, Aaron, before we get to business,
Yes.
I need to give a shout out to two other people that are present here. James, you need to turn that camera around.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 100%.
What? So both James and Mike were here at the beginning, rocking this out, hanging out with me, starting at 1 a.m. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the wee hours of the morning, there weren't a lot of people that were willing to be special guests. So they got some awesome time with me where we were going back and forth every other hour, chatting all kinds of cool stuff. Aladdin 3477. Both of you guys, huge helps to the movie. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. And here we are into the wee hours again at the final hours of the Kickstarter. You guys are here. I can't get rid of you guys. It's
all here.
it's amazing. Thank you guys so much. You are awesome. Guys, give it up at home for Mike and James. Now, next up, I wanted you guys to imagine how many of you can't get the image out of your minds of James, who is dressed earlier in his red panda pajamas, his red panda onesie.
That was pretty epic, actually. No lie.
That was great. Mike Heston shared. There's the Discord for those of you on Facebook.
Awesome.
There is the link right there.
Look at y'all
Thank
just
you
be
very
moderating
much.
and everything, man.
On YouTube, much applause to the early risers, home stretch, and Dave Todd. Thank you. You were here, I think, at 3 a.m, and you've been in and out battling snow. By the way, how are the roads right now? How are the roads right now?
Pretty rough.
Yeah,
but it has stopped snowing. Notice if we're here, we see the precipitation. These east prevailing winds right behind me. No, but yeah, it is pretty rough. But it's been like slowing, but it is above freezing technically, and tomorrow it should be 40 degrees, which is well enough above freezing that snow should be right out of here by the time the sun comes out.
Or in short, Dave Todd said bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
Nice. All right, Aaron G, we've got so much to talk about.
Right.
Look at this tech. I
know, man.
I can't wait to nerd out on some of the setup that you have.
I tell you.
Real quick, I need to jump to a little bit of the Kickstarter. We're talking about the Kickstarter.
Yeah,
so
Kickstarter's pretty sweet.
Yeah, real quick, we're going to talk about that because we've got about 2 hours. Well, we got a little over 2 hours left for you to join the Kickstarter. So last we talked about it, we talked about the first 2 reward tiers. We're going to talk about Swag Box 3. Some of you might be looking at this price going, whoa, I looked at Swag Box 1 and 2. This is like 3 times the price. It's not just this Swag Box that you're getting. If you get the 3rd reward tier, you're getting the first Swag Box, which is in the spring. You're getting the 2nd Swag Box in the summer.
Spring forward.
This one comes in the fall. You're going to get an awesome snapback hat, which would look really good on you in black.
Really cool. Yeah, got this whole colorless color. That's what I'm all about.
But with the exception of Aladdin 30 Fall 77 is your splash of color.
Splash of color.
The Lochan Shyamalan glow in the dark keychain. We're going to talk about the Red Star coming up, but first we need to chat about the Fiji vinyl figures. And I think when you were on last week was when we first unveiled the box.
That's right.
For the mighty box. And on the side of the box, it's really cool because it kind of shows the 6 different Fijis. By the way, we had to address earlier, the mystery Fiji is not actually a Fiji all in white with a red question mark on it.
Or We're
just not revealing what it looks like yet. That would be really funny though, if that's actually what someone opened up out of there. That would be, in a way, that would actually be pretty epic. There's the box. Of course, there's standard Fiji, inverse Fiji, Kong Chayam Fiji, Red Star Fiji, Ninja Fiji. And then there is there's the box right there.
All day.
There is the box right there. And then so Aaron, I just wanted real quick, I'm just curious. So obviously the box, you can see all the Fijis. You see the Ninja Fiji on the box. I'm not talking about the illustration of Ninja Fiji. Can you spot the Ninja Fiji in this photo?
The Ninja Fiji? I don't know, because I'm looking here and I don't see a Ninja Fiji at all. Do you mean the Ninja Fiji on the box?
No.
Not the box. Okay, no, do you guys see a Ninja Fiji at home? I don't see it. Oh my goodness!
What? Where did that come from?
What? Has that been there the whole time?
Wow.
What are you even talking about? That was for Chinese. If you
speak Chinese. Where did it go?
It's gone again. No, I swear it was right there. It was right there the whole time. Are you watching this?
Cam, when did you get it?
Cam! Cam! The Ninja Fiji was just here. You missed it.
What? What?
Oh,
yeah.
Actually, there he is. Now I guess he is a ninja. There you go.
There you go. I've been watching the show. Sorry.
I've been having
I
fun
felt
with
the
this.
reactions weren't amazing, so I wanted to give something to go, what? Oh my God, it's gone!
My script, Missy was going to be like the perfect to do, and then I actually fumbled it a little bit, but
she still she gave a good laugh.
yeah. It was great.
Missy's interview was adorable. I was sitting there. I was like I'm still doing meetings and everything. I got my Land 3477 final Kickstarter thing going in the background, and then just her laugh was so full and so like sincere. And I just remember typing and just doing scripts. It was like, I believe you. I believe you, Missy. I believe you.
Real quick, I need to be a good host.
Yes.
Do you have something to drink?
I do. I
Okay.
have unofficial drink that is not with sugar and rhymes with Coke Zero.
Yeah, no, that's good. Cam, I
Cool.
see you got something. Let me know if you need me to hook up any something new.
This is actually new without caffeine. This is the caffeine that I had today, so I'm right here though.
I need something though. Would you mind getting me? Let me think about this. There is hidden in there. Is there a Canada Dry ginger ale?
Ooh.
It would be towards the other side.
That's a great backer. This side.
Really?
There is Verner's.
It's going to be a little bit. It'll be real close to the Verners, maybe towards the front. Maybe the other way, other direction. What's right there? No, it's going to be before the Coke. No, other direction, back. What's in there?
There we are.
Really? All right, hook it up. Woohoo! Zero sugar, Canada Dry. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a little Werner. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a little Canada Dry.
That's gonna be good. Yeah, I'll probably be switching to Canada Dry since we are closing in on the final countdown for the Kickstarter. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but like this is, I'm working on my Matt Bush impression. It's almost there.
It's getting there.
And the more time that we spend together, I've noticed that there's like a rhythm to the way that you speak, and I am picking up the rhythm. I think that's pretty amazing. I don't have it 100%, but this is how all impressions start. Isn't that amazing?
Jeez.
It's amazing.
Wow.
It's close. It's close. It's
It
gonna be
is
there.
close. I will give you that. It is close.
Working on it.
Closer to the
It may not be exactly how I sound, but that is the way that I talk.
There's the pattern first, and then I gotta find the.
I've heard the
pitch.
amazing before. I have heard it.
But do I really? Am I up like this and then I come down, but then only to come back up before I go down, but I'm not
It is
back
great.
up again.
When you're
Go like
talking,
this. La, la,
when you're
la,
talking
la,
to your
la,
students,
la,
kinda.
la,
Really?
la, la.
well, not as dramatic as
So
that.
when I walk out of the room, are the students going, "My name is Matt Bush," and then it's really interesting because we're going to talk about pre-this today and learn how to storybook.
That's a good question. Only if they're really awesome.
I mean, they don't sound. I mean, I don't think they think you sound ridiculous. That was really dramatic. But
All
That was
right.
pretty dramatic, but you know, the over dramatic, that's how you find it's in the subtlety. The subtlety.
And look at this. Aaron is actually, look who's with us. It's Aaron GTV.
So now is the time to ask your questions. We are in the final stretch, and all of these things can be yours if you get in on the ground floor. No donation or no pledge is too small to get. $1 gets you in there, where you may be mocked for $1 because
No.
it's less than a cup of coffee. You won't be mocked for $1. You'll definitely be mocked for $1. Nothing is too small. $1 is too small. I think a guess is probably what you need to do. But no, anything that you do is going to be amazing because it all helps. It doesn't even cover the cost. I'm like, thank you very much. And you know what he gets? You know what he gets for this $1? Yeah, you know what? Because you might not get one of these little toys over here because $1 is just not enough. But you know what you can get? You can get a hug. How about that? How about a hug? A hug is really cool. And that's like, maybe you don't live close by. You know what? I can email you a hug. How about that? That's pretty amazing. See, $2. 2 hugs.
It's double the hug. That's a
2
Wookiee hug.
hugs. It's a hug for now and a hug for later. And that's what we do here in the final stretch of the Kickstarter. What if, say, Avatar. And Avatar was someone's dream. And then you got out there, man. and you were like, you know what? I could have made that dream happen. What if I was on fire and I was the first part of that? I was right on the beginning stages of that thing, and somebody said to me, you know what? You could, with $2, you could make Avatar coming out there. But I was in the part of it. You know what? My $2 was the $2 that didn't, and it might not have been. It would have been the line in the face. $2 would have been the price for the line in the face of the person with the blue eyeballs. Would have been an eyeball. Eyeballs are expensive. But the line on the face, $2. And that was you. Every time that line comes up, every time that line is there, that was your $2. That's what you're getting right here. It's like, but the door is closing, man. The door is closing like this. It's closing like this. And the only thing that's left is this little $2 space. $2 space, maybe it's $45. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We're going to turn away $45 now. But some $45 might be too much for people who are cheap. No, people are that thing saying it. But they're too much. A tank of gas to be a part of Avatar. Oh my goodness. There are blind children. Man, there are blind children out there who are not able to see this movie.
Amen.
And let me tell you something. The last 3 hours, you're going to be there and you're going to get your name on Avatar. It's just an Avatar. It's not Avatar. It's definitely, but you're going to get in there, then right on it and sign it as the door closed. You know what? This is me. This is me right there. In the 3 hours before that door closes, put my name on it.
Amen.
Put my name right there, right here, because eyeballs are expensive.
Hallelujah.
That's right. They got a lot of reflection.
Hallelujah.
You got to render the mess out of that junk. Ain't nobody going to be an eyeball. That's going to be like $40,000 doing an eyeball. It's actually that ridiculous. But that means nothing. The door closes, and before it closed, I laid my money down, and my name is part of the project. And then whenever anybody talks about Avatar, they're going to talk about you. They're going to talk about that line in the girl's face right next to the expensive eyeball. Avatar. And that was you, man.
James Cameron.
Because of you, Avatar was be able to exist. Isn't that sweet?
Hey, man. Hey, excuse me, buddy.
If I said that it's Asian, it would have the same effect.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Do you have $1 for the campaign I'm doing for Aladdin 34/7?
That's funny you mentioned that. You know what? I do have $1.
Do you have $1 for the kiddies? This is for the kiddies. The kiddies of Aladdin 34/7. They need your support.
So that may or may not be true. I can't back that one up, but yes.
Well, maybe not the kiddies, but we need your support. This $1 will go a long way. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen.
I can show you the world.
You guys,
I don't even know why I said. I just felt it.
For that,
I'm telling you,
someone needs to back that. Like, come on.
No, if you back
someone out there
right
right now that hasn't backed, if you just got that,
listen to me. I'm saying you are watching right now. You need to share this right now. I don't care how many times you've shared it in the past. This is my inspirational black man voice. You do not just get the inspirational black man voice. But let me tell you something. If you ever had a dream,
I have a dream,
man. If you have ever felt that it was within you to create something, man, you feel that fire burning inside of your being, man. Or you better hear me on this, man. You gotta get deep inside of yourself. You gotta spread the word because the door is closing. The door ain't gonna be open for very much long. It's only 3 hours. 3 hours of time, less than 3 hours.
Yeah,
man, it's like 2 hours and like an insignificant amount of minutes. But man, let me tell you, once the door closes, you know what else closes? Opportunity closes. Oh, man. That's right. And when opportunity closes, you know what happens after opportunity closes? Regret comes. We're trying to save you from regret. Isn't that right? Let me tell you.
Amen.
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 Spread the link.
All right.
Spread the link. Get it out there. Put $1 in and then sign in the comment. You did something. You made the line in the face work from Avatar. That's right. For legal reasons, this has nothing to do with Avatar. Avatar is a registered trademark of some other company that doesn't belong to us.
Lightstorm Entertainment.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. Amazing. You guys need to back the project. We're going to check in with the Kickstarter really soon, but real quick, I need to continue really quick chatting about swag box number. This is 3 still. This comes with the Red Star minifig, which this is what the Red Star looks like. It's this character is 8 feet tall, which is super cool. This is the Red Star just chilling out, standing in the trees.
Yeah, that's barely even creepy.
Usually there is Romos. They look really cute, but make no mistake, they are lethal killing machines. This is the minifig of the Red Star. We showed some prototypes, not the finished version. This is what the prototype looks like, but actually, if you hold this next to Aladdin, it is, if Aladdin was a 6 foot tall minifig, this is about 8 feet tall.
I heard Romo, so I was like, move more best,
Romo. This is the Aladdin 3477 logo, which is, my gosh.
When he coughs, I think that he's laughing, so I naturally start to smile, but I'm not insensitive. The choking is not funny, people.
Designed by Deanna Sheehan. This is a really cool metal pin that is just the logo. Super, super classy. You also, in this swag box, the third one, you are going to get the Kong Chayam minifig. This is what the Kong Chayam Trooper looks like in real life in the film. And then look how adorbs this minifig is with all the extra armor pieces, with the helmet. It is just absolutely beautiful. This is just a quick look at kind of the schematics at putting these together. We're going to come back in a little bit to talk about Lochan's loot. But real quick, we need to take a look at the Kickstarter, and then we are going to have a chat with Aaron. Yes. So I'm just curious, we've been rocking and rolling with, we are sextupled, which is awesome. And where are we at now? Oh my gosh, 62,944. We are not only in the 62,000s, we are almost at 63. You know what 9 times 3 is?
Yes. Yes, because I'm really fast.
Oh, wait, no. You know what 9 times 6 is?
Yes. I'm really fast at math.
What? 9 times 7?
23. 63. Is that right?
63. We are on the brink. We are $56 away from hitting $63,000. Keep it going. We've got 2.5 hours. We're in the final stretch. Yeah. Hook it up. Let's rock and roll. Oh my gosh. Very, very exciting.
$56, that's what some might spend on a cup of coffee.
Very big cup of coffee.
Yeah, with all the works.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Just making dreams.
And coffee.
I'm just saying. But yeah.
So Aaron, I am curious. I know we talked just on Sunday, but just if you can give a quick rundown, actually up until, let's go back. Let's do a deep dive.
All right.
Leading up to when
rambling.
You first heard about Aladdin 3477. First of all, for people that don't know, my gosh, you're an incredible musician. Probably the biggest thing people know you for is voice acting professionally that you do. You're also an actor. You're just super creative all around. You're a super cool. We need to talk about all the tech and all this fun stuff that's going on here. But what got you? Obviously, people just saw some of your wow, that was amazing what you just did. So I'm just curious, when you were growing up, what kind of led you down this pathway?
Well, I was a very lonely kid, Matt. That's what it was. That's had a lot of time on my hands. Sadly, that was true. Yeah, no, I said a little bit of that Sunday. I was not amazing at all. And right now, there are people at home who were in my class going, "That's true, he wasn't. I didn't even know he was." But that was legit. Even pictures of my class, there were 3 other kids that looked exactly like me. I can't even tell if it was me or not. The same haircut and everything. And I used to imitate family members doing voices and stuff like that. My family was Filipino. They're still Filipino, but and I would do my grandfather and all of their relatives and talking about different things, and it was hilarious because it is family. And then I found out that I can imitate other people's voices. I started. I think one of the first ones was Sean Connery, and that tone lasted for a really long time. And I tend to tell flirty stories with the voice of Sean, but And then I think the Brit was actually the first because my uncle started doing a British accent, and I was like, well, that's wonderful. I need to learn that. But he was using it at the time. I didn't know this. He was using it to pick up girls. I didn't understand. I was young. I didn't understand that. So then he would do it, and then this Asian kid would walk behind him talking with the British accent. He said, "Don't do that. They're gonna spoil my thing." I was like, oh, yeah. And then from there, I got a microphone. They needed a voiceover. Did it. It worked out. And what messed me was like financially. What killed me was I did something. I think it was for Ford. And back in the day, voiceovers were a big game. And I think I spoke like for 4 seconds and made $5,000. Woo! I was like, I am a voiceover artist. Whoa! That is what I'm going to do forever. So I didn't do that though. I ended up working for nonprofits. I don't know what I was thinking. I worked with a lot of churches. I worked with a lot of nonprofit organizations and stuff like that. And it usually ended up being I would do some voiceovers, make some money. And then I would work for churches and nonprofits, and then I would do some voiceovers. And then work for them. And that was just been my entire existence. If you want to learn stuff, though, it's a lot of times it's easy to learn for free at a church. And I was building teams and doing stuff like that. Actually, my most recent team was Motor City Church. Shout out to Motor City Church in Troy. Yeah, oh my goodness, Coach Dan is amazing. Wow! And his team is rocking now and being awesome. And out of there spawned a bunch of things. So in all of the things that I did in those places, I just took to music, and music led to a really weird route to photography and then videography, and then a lot of those changes came about because either somebody didn't show up or we were in a bind where we had to pay for something. It's like, oh, so there's no bass player today. You have a bass player? Like, oh, yes, we do. And then you learn that, and then it's like, oh, I'm kind of do this. And then you would do it better so that if next time somebody didn't show up, you were that thing. And then I made a career out of it. And it's like, I'm definitely not the 10 in any of those arenas, but it's like what we said before. It is the what I said before. Master of none. Was it
Jack of all trades?
Jack of all trades. I couldn't think of the name. Jack of all trades, master of none, but still better than master of one. And so because it was me, and because I started out early and didn't have any money and just kind of came by everything, kind of, stumbling upon it. I tried to think of other people who might be in that situation and give them better tools than I had, because I was working with garbage and I learned how to maximize garbage. But man, there is a trail of really good equipment now that is like the equipment of yesteryear is super amazing. And if you have access to it, if you have access to a phone, you can make movies. So that's pretty much what I do.
Yeah. Everyone's got a Hollywood studio just sitting in their pocket.
Oh, 100%. It's so crazy. Like, oh my goodness. I was talking about like music creation and GarageBand on a phone.
Yeah.
Is impossibly amazing. Like if all you had was an iPhone and a free program, you could put music out and just make millions of dollars. That's unbelievable. So it's like, if you are creative, you have the desire, you have $1 for this last little stretch here. Let me tell you, a Kickstarter is exactly what it is. What does a Kickstarter do? What is that? Where does that terminology come from, man? Do you know where that terminology comes from? It comes from a motorcycle. What happens when you kickstart that thing? Power comes out of it. That's where the power begins, at the kickstart. Journeys can happen, like great distances. Plagues, probably not plagues, but yeah. Starts with a kickstart. That's what we're doing right here. The door is closing. Kickstart is almost done. You was here with us the whole time. You know what's funny? I'm looking at this camera. Side note, that has nothing to do with anything I'm saying. Looks like a little ski mask. You got these little, there's like two little rings and then another ring. And I'm looking right at it, and I'm subconsciously trying to fit my eyeballs, each eyeball in the camera, and my mouth in the third camera. There you go. As long as I talk like this, I'm right in the center. Nobody cares.
I can vouch. It does look like a ski mask. That's
It's like me. It fits my goatee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at your iPhone
Oh my
right now.
gosh.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
My gosh, that is amazing. So
$3.
cool.
That's the same dollar.
That is amazing. We're going to jump back to one of the reward packages. Actually, I think we have a we've got a new comment from Cam Trip. All these things and more. The Amber tip, water, lots of water and warm tea. I had warm tea a little bit earlier, twice into the final stretch, almost there. Yes, we are. I wanted to chat real quick about the next rewards tier, which is swag box number 4. This one's really cool. Now, there are still some of the early bird ones left, which are actually cheaper than this. Again, some of you might be like, man, this cost 4 times as much as the first one. Well, that's because you get all 4 in this rewards tier. And this is great. This one, I think a lot of people are going to like for 2 reasons. For one, this is the first tier where you are actually going to get something shipped to you all year round in each season. Also, I think the big ticket item that people are really going to be excited about is the Blu-ray, having a hard copy of the film as well. There is the Art of Aladdin 3477. It is the hardcover coffee table art book. There is a lot of the different art styles. Oh my gosh, a lot of artwork that I've created. I actually said incorrectly when I did a video on this book. I said that it was artwork over the last 13 years. That's not correct. It's actually artwork, I believe, over, I don't want to say how many, but several decades, because I started designing my sci-fi magnum opus when I was in college, way before it was going to be Aladdin. And a lot of these ideas, even Fidji was kind of the first character that I designed, which kind of weaved its way through history and now is Aladdin's sidekick. But anyway, you see a lot of the different styles that I have here. Plus there's loose sketches, notes on scraps of paper. It's a really, really cool book, plus the storyboards. This is a Lochan Shyamalan deluxe enamel pin. It's got glow-in-the-dark eyes, and it's got textured metals in it. Super cool. We've got the Fidji minifig, which earlier we put Oz to the test and Missy to the test. Oz was successful. The backpack might have been upside down, but he was successful in putting together Fidji. It's super, super adorbs. And this rewards tier comes with a thank you gift, and that is the Lochan Shyamalan minifig that you are going to get in this rewards tier as well. We're going to come back and talk about the Sky Sale Sky Club very soon. But in the meantime, we need to chat about I'm just going to take a look at the Kickstarter here, which is rocking and a rolling. Again, thank you guys so much. We are almost at 63,000. Come on, this is amazing. Let's bring it up. I would love, I mean, maybe this is a tall order. If we could get it to 70, if we could get it past 70, oh, wow. I know that's a tall order for the last 2 hours and 20 minutes. But if we could, I won't have, when people ask, how did the Kickstarter do? Right now, I have to say it was sextupled, or I have to say we were sextupled. That's the correct terminology, but I kind of feel a little. I feel dirty saying that. I don't.
It does. It's like something tupled over.
Yeah, if I could instead say that we were septupled.
Oh, septupled.
That sounds like we were funded all the way into September or something.
For the sake of morality.
I like that. So if you can help us achieve our goal of hitting 70, my gosh, that would be amazing. We've got 2.5 hours. This doesn't mean that you have to spend more money, but if you haven't backed and you've got the means, just check out the Kickstarter. It's really, really cool. It's not going to keep billing you for stuff. It's not a subscription service. You're not going to have to cancel anything. It's not charity. It's like you're pre-ordering these products, and then you're going to get them throughout the year. Super, super cool. If you don't have the means, though, That's totally fine. Totally get it. But the best thing you can do is contact your friends right now. You could email them. You could DM them, hit them up on text. We've only got 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 20 minutes, but you need to contact your friends. Maybe get on the horn and actually talk to someone on the phone for once, or FaceTime them and say, oh my gosh, you need to check out the Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter.
And Aaron G is on there, losing his mind.
Aaron G is losing his mind. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. But you might have an angle that you think is really cool, like you need to see the martial arts, or this kind of has a Star Wars look. This feels like Indiana Jones. This is, oh my gosh, it's epic independent filmmaking. The kit bashing is through the roof. Whatever it is that you think is really cool about this, you need to hit up your peeps, tell them about the Kickstarter, let them know there's only 2 hours and 20 minutes. And by the time you get through to them, there's only 2 hours left. They need to get in on this now. There's exclusives that are completely going away. You're never going to be able to get some of the things you're never going to be able to get again. And even the things that you can get, Kickstarter peeps get them first. So if you want to be the first on your block to see the movie, to own the Blu-ray, now is the time to get in while the Kickstarter is still happening. We have less than 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let's do this. Aaron G,
All right.
I'm so curious.
Here we go. Also, send in your questions, guys. If you have questions or anything you want to ask, now is the time. It doesn't even have to be movie related. We might not answer them, but we might put it on the list. Who knows?
We have a very special guest coming up real soon, but I wanted to share really quick with sorry, I wanted to ask Aaron really quick as my voice is fading fast.
All right, I'm here preparing.
Who is your favorite character? Gin of Wisdom, notwithstanding, because a bunch of people have been saying the Gin of Wisdom.
Oh my goodness. I was thinking about this because you've been asking people their favorite character. So actually, Noodle
Master. Yeah.
Noodle. Definitely up there. Umi. Very, very cool. Let's see. And I think it's a tie between like Aladdin and Bredge,
Which is interesting because they're kind of BFFs. They have a lot of similarities, but they are definitely not the same person.
No, they're not the same person, but they were also the funnest people on set.
Yeah.
So like as far as like that aspect of it.
And when they were both on set, it was double trouble.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But I think the most interesting character from like that I was immediately drawn to was probably Bang.
Who's in the future movies, isn't in the first film, but oh
I know
man.
nothing about that. No, he just said a word that nobody understands. How you going to find out the knowledge? Nobody knows where the knowledge is going to come from. He just says something. I'm not going to understand. Is it in here somewhere? No, it's not there. What is it about? You're going to have to join the Kickstarter to find out. Actually, it's probably going to happen either way, but it would be really nice if you gave us $1 and signed in the chat. Okay, but yeah. No, I think so. So Bang is probably the character, but yeah, definitely this movie here. It's a tie, I think, between Aladdin, Bredge. I think it's a really cool dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Couple more things to chat about. We're going to be bringing on Eric Steele very soon. I need to know tell me about this setup.
Okay, so this is what I got here.
iPad, you got this cool thing, like this tripod. It looks like it's from War of the Worlds.
So
this little thing. What is going on here?
I have this here because that way I can share content here, and then I can also respond instantly. It gives me a little heads up before we address what's going on over there. Like when the questions actually, I can answer the questions directly if I needed to. I can also send links from here. This shows me alerts if I get messages from any of the people who are watching, like say if there's lag or it's like, Aaron, you're too handsome and you can't just be so handsome all the time. And then it's like, listen, I know it is terrible. It is my curse, but you're not supposed to be paying attention to my regal beauty. You're supposed to be paying attention to what I am saying. Excuse me, my eyes are here. Actually, they're here. My eyes are here. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, and then this keyboards just make things easier. See this here? This is all I want. The setup that the prophets had. See, keyboard, mouse, there's no mouse, iPad, and stand for an Android or iOS device. All bases are covered.
I like it.
That's what I got.
I dig it. That's a cool setup.
I mean,
I like that. This is almost like a laptop, but it's separated. I don't know why you would want to do this, but sometimes, you know what? You don't want to take an entire laptop into the other room. And a lot of people would think, well, you just want to take the screen, right? Some people just want to take the keyboard. I don't need to see what I'm doing.
Exactly.
And they just want to take a keyboard into the other room.
Exactly.
I don't know why.
And then just type. You say, oh, I don't want to stop this thought, and I don't need to see. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to free type. Just type my imagination.
I
I'll edit
like
it later.
Real quick.
This was it. The whole thing. It's the whole time. The whole time. Oh, I was right there, right in front of me.
We're going to talk real quick about the next reward tier. So this is interesting. We've talked about the first 4 swag boxes. Yeah. The next reward tier is the Sky Sail Sky Club. This is not another swag box. This is another 8 items, but instead of it being yet another swag box, these 8 items are going to be inserted into the existing swag boxes. So if you get this, you're still getting 4 swag boxes, but now there's even more amazing rewards that are going to be in there. You've got the 3D Red Star magnet, which there's the shape of it, but we haven't revealed it yet. One of the items, I know this looks like 8 things, and it is 8 things. You've got the 8x10 glossies, one of which is the Gin of Wisdom. These are all going to be signed by the main cast and crew from the first Aladdin 3477 film. There's Christy Perovsky, who was here earlier. There's Fidji. There is Bredge, who was with us just a little bit ago. And here are so I'm curious, of the 5 shirts, this is where you're going to get a second opportunity to choose yet another shirt. So I'm curious, of these 5, if you could only choose one. Of course, actually, you know what? I'm going to rephrase it. Since this is the Sky Sail Sky Club, in total, you're going to get to choose 2 shirts. One that is in the Taj Mahal treasure, one that's in here. So you get to choose 2. Do you want 2 of the same, or do you want 2 different ones? Which 2 would you choose? There's Aladdin, which is like distressed Aladdin. This is like Bollywood princess.
Very nice.
This is the Aladdin logo with the Jinn symbol behind it.
Cool.
This is like this is J-pop Fiji.
So that is very awesome.
And this is Lochan Shyamalan with like the crumbled logo. You can only choose 2, and you could choose the same one twice over. What do you choose?
So if I can only pick 2, I would have to go with first the Aladdin with Aladdin, the distressed Aladdin, also Eric Steele, aka Eric Steele, and then with the Jinn's emblem, with the text. I think is absolutely gorgeous. It fits perfectly. Also, if you want to make alterations to the t-shirt as well, there's plenty of room to do it. It's absolutely magnificent. Definitely send pictures if you do. And yeah, those 2 top right in that order. Boom. This one's sort of like classy though, you know. You're like you're going out to dinner, but you don't want to like, I'm really an Aladdin fan, but I don't want to push it down your throat or anything. It is here though. It is here, right here, and you're probably going to love it. And it's at a perfect place. Maybe you have a jacket over the little part thing. So it's perfect. Very nice. So that's what I think. So one goes, this is the movie, in your face, melt your face off. The other one is, you know, it's subtle. Yes, it's here. Your face is eventually going to melt, but, you know, maybe later.
I love it.
Yeah. Just off the top of my head.
The next item is it's a script page from one of my working binders. So these are cool because there's going to be lots of scribbles, random notes, as there were changes that were kind of made throughout the process. It's kind of like a neat snapshot into the making of Aladdin 3477. This reward tier also comes with an additional movie poster. This one is signed by cast and crew. One of the things that I love about this design, it's got so much white negative space that it's really going to look cool with all the signatures kind of everywhere, kind of filling it up from top to bottom. And I think it just looks super, super cool.
Very cool. Very classy.
Also, we revealed today the first look at the Umi minifig, which is super adorable. Comes with all these cool accessories. Maybe doesn't make sense now, like why the bowl of noodles and why is there this this coin from Thailand. But after you see the film, you'll be like, oh my gosh, this is really, really cool. I love it.
What does it mean? No, I have no idea.
This is a close look at the design for the printing that is on the Umi figure. We're going to come back and talk about Aladdin's Inner Circle soon,
and it will probably melt your face when we do.
Oh, it is going to melt.
Melting off your body.
So, I've got one more question.
All right, one more question. This is the one. So, we got questions in here. I feel as if you guys are not sending questions. Definitely send them.
Yeah, send the questions. We've got, it's about 2 hours left of the campaign. My last question is, what are you most looking forward to?
Oh, wow.
Is there a moment like, oh my gosh, I can't wait until we are sitting in a dark theater with a full audience and the movie begins? Or are you like, I can't wait to hold the Gin of Wisdom minifig? Or is it, there's a bunch of, like, my gosh, there's so much to look forward to. What, is there anything that you can think of that's on the horizon coming up?
Yeah. So there were two things. One was like just the experience of it being in theater, being viewed and enjoyed, talking to the fans of it, or like even the people that have been there, but also being reunited with the cast / family / community that you have built. It's now it's funny, like we talked about this before. They're like, you've made kind of this accidental community of creatives, and all of our projects are kind of intertwined now, and we all hang out and we do stuff. And then it's like, man, when you backtrack and you think, oh wow, that I know them through this, and that is because of the movie. And Missy was on here before. It was funny because I had just done a local Super Bowl commercial, and that job I got indirectly from helping Missy with one of her projects. So it's like, hey, this is an exact representation of her voice. So do you think that you can like help me do this because I need a voice? That's her voice exactly. No, but I can actually pay you. And so I remember saying something ridiculous, and it was well, it's like, you're not gonna pay me. Just promise to be my friend forever. And then her teacher heard it. He worked for an ad agency, and I ended up doing a series of work through that company. He left that company, went to another one, and I still work with him. And that other company has expanded, and all of the stuff that I do for the Super Bowl and like Feldman, Chevrolet, and all that stuff are all through them. And then the actual Morgan Freeman stuff that I do, they hired Morgan Freeman to come in and used me to sort of entice him to do the piece. And it was like, that was because of Missy. And
Wow.
It's like, it's so funny that it was just brought about people that you know in the movie. And
it's also,
everyone has their own little story like that.
It's also amazing that, we've got this sense of community, this sense of family. And I think it's really cool that sometimes you never know if you have friends, if you have people. I know ultimately what we're trying to do, we're trying to put a roof over our head. Sometimes it's just about helping friends, though. The cool thing, though, you helped Missy. You weren't looking for anything in return, but wow, you actually got some really cool things inadvertently that you got out of it that so you never know. So being a good person, doing things out of kindness with not expecting anything in return. It's weird how life kind of turns around that way, where when you're not expecting anything, that's kind of when things come back to you. So it's that's really cool.
A good gauge is look for people who are helping other people, and then try to help them. That's like you try to avoid takers and stuff like that, the people who just drain you, and that's an unfortunate part. But if you can outdo it, you can outlast it and not be jaded. Look for the people who are helping other people, because ultimately, and I think what was cool about this is you made a movie with people that you wanted to hang out with. I love working that way. It's like it's almost to the point where it's like it actually doesn't matter too much about your skill. If you are cool to work with, and then it's like, man, we might still be able to do it. It's like because some people, if they're just too difficult,
Oh yeah.
it's like, man, the first thing you do is, wait, how can I make enough money to get rid of these people? But it's like, man, you picked a really cool team, and those teams became other teams, and so that's what I'm looking forward to, is just seeing everyone who was involved gathering because of the reason that we met. And it's like, I know people are going to love it. I know there are going to be fans and the super fans. And if you love it, we made it for you. We'd love to talk about it. And for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
2-ish hours.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
right. Right there, and then the doors are closed. But you can get in right now.
So what I wanted to chat about, or what I wanted to do right now, I'm going to bring on the next guest, Aladdin.
All right.
What I thought would be fun,
Yes.
I'm going to bring Aladdin on, and I'm going to chat with Eric Steele for an hour. For the last hour, if you're still hanging out with
I'm
us?
here, man. This is it. There's only 2 hours left.
I would love to have you come back.
Yeah.
I would love to have Cam come back. I would love to have James come back. I would love to have Terry come back. Anyone that wants to come back,
yes.
we can put this on a tripod. I know it's gonna get a little tight back here.
And then we will dance.
For the last hour, I wanted to have. I you know what? I'm deciding that let's have a little pajama jammy jam, and whatever it takes to get any last minute backers, we will be your monkeys. We will whatever.
Absolutely. No, the sky's the limit. Anything, well, not everything. Almost anything. Almost every reasonable thing. No. Steel will wrestle a bear.
Yeah.
A live bear.
Me, I'm the bear.
There's a bear right there. We got it. Gar. Gar is happening. That's what's waiting. There you go.
Awesome.
It's probably going to change your life.
Dude, Aaron G, thank you so very much.
Thank
Wow,
you.
that was amazing. I'll tell you what,
I try.
I can't wait to
Man.
bring you back in an hour with everyone. That is going to be fun. Wow, awesome. Thank you, brother.
Guys, thank you very much.
All right, our kind of last guest, and then we're going to bring everyone on in an hour. We've got 2 hours left of the 24-hour live stream, counting down the final hours of the Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter. All right. I would like to welcome to the live stream lounge. You've been waiting for this all day.
Oh, yeah.
Please welcome Aladdin himself.
Oh, come on now.
Eric Steele.
I get the smoke intro. Really?
Did someone record that?
I think it's live right now.
Yeah!
Oh my god!
All right, it is going to
I
get.
appreciate the smoke intro. That was
Yeah,
great, yeah.
we've been doing that all day. So, dude, oh my gosh,
Hey,
rock and roll. We
what's
are
up,
at
man?
the end. We've got 2 hours
I
left.
know.
Oh my gosh, thank you for being here. We've got so much to talk about. Wow, you were our special guest, like maybe a month and a half ago, or
Yeah.
2 months ago, or something. Man, so what's your take on this Kickstarter? Like, it's been through the roof. It's been exciting. right?
I am amazed at how much you're able to like just put out. It's like even me doing like film and video work and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I know what goes into it, and a lot of people do not understand the amount of time that goes into just putting in a post. Like,
Yeah.
think of just doing an Instagram post, but you're doing it Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch even now.
24/7.
Which is playing at the studio right now. as we
Awesome.
speak.
Awesome.
It's in the background while Jim is playing Skyrim.
Yeah.
So
All right.
yeah.
Very
and
cool.
I'm sure he heard that right now because he's in another room, right?
You know what? We need to go for toe. What
Go.
is up, Jim? And Jim, I want to have you as a guest on the live stream lounge soon,
There we
please.
go.
Yes, and thank you. Awesome. So my gosh, so much cool stuff to chat about. We're going to chat about rewards and everything else. Man, I'm just elated. So real quick, let's dive into the next, because we're keeping it on the Kickstarter.
Right.
We want to have you guys, anything you can do to, if you're last minute thinking about it, it really is easy to do. Kickstarter is not a charity. It's not a subscription. It's going to keep taking your money. It's a one-time payment. Depending on how many swag boxes you get, you are going to get rewards shipped to you all year around. So much cool stuff. We're going to talk about Aladdin's Inner Circle. This is one of the higher tiers, and this is cool because you're already getting the 4 swag boxes. This is putting additional VIP exclusives.
Right.
There's only 100 of these available. I want to talk about some of the fun stuff you are getting in this. One of which, this is how you can get all 6 Fidgis that come in this.
Oh, and now
you
have the box.
We've got the box. On the side, you can kind of see here. Oh, nope, not there. But on the side, you can see the standard Fidgi is 1 in 3. The mystery Fidgi is 1 in 15. So that one's going to be a really hard collector. By the way, the mystery Fidgi is not all white with a red question mark on it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's not it's not the Riddler.
Some people were wondering, like, is it really going to be white, like all white with a red question mark?
Well, I heard you guys talking about earlier where you wanted to do one crystal clear.
Yes.
And or gold.
Yeah.
And we'll talk afterwards. I have a solution for that.
Really?
100%.
All right. Yeah, we can't do it with this is called soft PVC.
Yeah, it wouldn't be soft PVC.
You can't do clear, you can't do chrome, you can't do iridescent or anything like that.
Not with a soft PVC, but I have options for you.
All right.
I figured it out. But during the live stream,
Okay.
way early, like I made a note. I was like, "Yep, I'm gonna tell Matt that."
All right.
So you might be able to get it, or we'll have it at least.
Yeah. And that there's so many things on the horizon. There was some other ideas that people had earlier. My brain is kind of mush right now.
No, you've been going. I've been having you playing on a TV upstairs.
Yeah.
Since like 10 a.m., which is I was up way before 10 a.m., but like that's when I started.
Yeah. The Aladdin's Inner Circle. Also, you get, if you're at this tier or higher, you get a thank you video. We've been posting some of the thank you videos. We shot 2 weekends ago. We shot a number of these. We still have more to do, but we've had a lot of fun singing.
That was such
dancing.
a fun night.
Did you see the Paul Michael Caine?
Oh yeah,
that
absolutely.
Was really funny. And they're all on the Aladdin 3477 YouTube. So it's the 3rd playlist down. I think there's 6 of them that are on there now. They will live there forever, so you'll always be able to watch them. This reward tier also comes with an original page of storyboards. This is a random 4 of them here, but this is kind of cool because you get to see kind of the vision that comes out of my head. Storyboards are super helpful. They take a long time to draw all of these out, but it saves so much time when you get on set. Because instead of me directing, just saying, so I kind of want it like this and this, you're going to come in this way, but this person's over. Like, no one knows what this means.
Well, there's 2 different types of thinking. I have a friend who actually, he can't visually see what I'm explaining to him. He just sees in his mind words. So there's like 2, and then there's people like you and I who like, you can tell it's like a bus. And in my head, I'm seeing like a digital bus, like spinning around like in a video game. Like, I know what that is, but for him, my buddy would be like, I see the word bus and I know what bus is.
Yeah.
And that's so the fact that you did the storyboards was super helpful because like it gave me not only like what I needed to do, but also like you were saying, I was like, oh, we can put a light here, we can put a light there. Like, I'm analyzing like what we were shooting, and it was a blast.
Well, and it also helps you kind of look at all of what we were shooting that day. So you could understand not just the shots individually, but how they all fall into place. And people sometimes offered suggestions, what about if this or
right.
And I was always open to, and sometimes I would say, yeah, I don't think so. We're going to do it this. But there were times where I was like, I think I like that. I mean, let's shoot it. Let's see. And sometimes it definitely ended up in the final.
Well, it's funny that you say that it takes a long time because I've seen you draw stuff and it's like, you made this giant, like 6 or like it was an 8-foot by 4-foot panel of a robot woman.
Yeah.
And you did it in like 10 minutes. If I would have done that or tried to do that, I would have spent probably a whole day like nonstop, and you're just like nothing, and then you did a second one just because you could, and we had the materials, but it was just like, so these storyboards were just super impressive to me, and how many we had.
Thank you. Let's see, next up. So Fiji. So what this is for the Art of Aladdin 3477. It's the coffee table art book. You're already getting this in Swag Box 4. But if you upgrade to Aladdin's Inner Circle, I am going to draw a sketch of Fiji inside your book. So you are going to truly have a one-of-a-kind collectible. Last but not least, you are going to get the Gin of Wisdom minifig, which is really cool. By the way, if you want all 10 minifigs, but let's say you don't want to get Aladdin's Inner Circle, just to get all 10 minifigs, once you've backed the project at any reward tier, in the add-ons, I just added it yesterday. There is an add-on for all 10 minifigs. It's actually a pretty decent low price compared to what people usually pay for minifigs. So check that out for sure. We're going to talk about this soon, this top tier, but I want to bring it back to Mr. Eric Steele.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got a question for you.
Oh, yes. Shoot.
Man, let's just get right into it. What, what we didn't talk about when we had you on the first time, what got you in from the time you were a little Steele all the way to where we're filming Aladdin 3477? Like, man, we didn't even talk about your stand-up comedy when you were doing that. You've got so many interesting facets.
That was a phase. That was the comedy phase.
Yeah. I want to hear everything. I want to hear from the time you were a kid. Okay. I want to hear about the time you got in trouble when your parents got a new video camera. I want to hear what you did that got you in trouble. From the beginning, like what got you interested in movies, and you're also an artist, and you're behind the scenes. I know I keep like trailing off into different things, but real quick, it was so funny because Oz was saying you do a lot of work for Oz's company doing filming and stuff. So it was so funny because there's a lot of people at his company that know you. They don't know anything about Aladdin 3477. So when they saw the trailer, they were just like, is that Eric Steele? Running around, you're covered in mud and like action and flailing around through the air and stuff like that, which is just a riot. Take us back to the beginning. Let's go old school. From the time you're a kid, what got you into all things creativity, entertainment?
All right. Well, just to piggyback on that, the whole Steve's company flow, I have been. It's not a backlash in a bad way, but I have gotten you never told us you were in a movie. And like it's been funny that like a lot of them are like, whoa, like, we didn't know you did that. But to start off with how I actually got in filmmaking, it was 1990 something-ish. And my dad came home with we had a camcorder, and I started filming stuff with my brother and my sister, and we were just having a blast, like doing fake commercials and making our own little movies. And what happened was what got me in trouble was I did a video where I mooned the camera. It was just innocent kid stuff, but I mooned the camera, and I was so proud, and I showed it to my parents, and they're like, no camera. And they took away the camera for like a solid year. And then
which made you want it even more.
Which made me want it even more. And then my dad got a new camera that had the ability, and it was fascinating because the camera could take 1/8 of a second of footage. And I was like, 1/8 of a second of footage. And like my brain started moving, and I loved Gumby and Wallace and Gromit and like all the stop motion animation, California Raisins. And I was like, if I shoot 1/8 of a second, I can like do stop motion animation. So I started doing these stop motion animations, and I carried on with it for like years. This was in middle school. And so my last year at middle school, I did Empire Strikes Back with all my friends and me as like the main characters. And I made myself Luke Skywalker, and my buddy was Han Solo, and my other buddy was Darth Vader, but he had like a bowl cut, so the helmet was his bowl cut. So like all the characters looked like us, but they were the Star Wars characters. And I spent my entire winter break in my bedroom making the stop motion animation film. I basically condensed Empire Strikes Back into a 15-minute stop motion animated film, and it was shown to the entire middle school.
Yeah.
And I was just amazed. I was like, wait, something I showed? Like, I don't even know how that happened, but I just remember they showed it on all the TVs in the middle school that I created this thing. And I was like blown away. But of course, it was like the end of the year when they actually showed it. So like, no one really, I mean, I had friends and everything like that. They knew I did this, but like no one really knew me. I was kind of like a all over the place ADD kid who was just like made friends with everybody. And so like when I basically hit this level of popularity, and then we were out of middle school and I went to high school and no one knew who I was.
Mhm.
So at that point, I realized that the high school did not have a film and video program at all. I mean, this is back in the early 90s. So like, yeah, there was no like film programs at the school. So it took me a couple of years to actually like buddy up with a teacher, Miss Daines, if she's watching, but she was kind enough to gift me a independent study where I could make a film and I could use her speech class students to be in my film as a part of their grade. I don't know how I talked them into this. I was just like, I want to make movies. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do. And I pleaded a case that I guess convinced her to like take a chance on me and let me make a film in high school where it was like incentivized by students' grades, and my grade was dependent on me just finishing it. It didn't have to be good. It didn't have to be anything. And I made a movie called Cardboard Boxes from Beyond. And it was just me and all my high school friends, and we did all these crazy scenes and put this thing together. Men in Black had just come out, and I was like obsessed with aliens. So like I made like, what kind of aliens could I make? Cardboard box aliens. They are all cardboard boxes. And then that was shown to the high school like right before I graduated. And of course that was like my send off. So I kept making these things, and like as soon as I presented, I left, and then I went to Disney, and there I just filmed everything I was doing. But like it was just always a thing where I wanted to make these things. I just come up with weird ideas, and I just want to see them come to life. And that was like the best education, because like, you know, when I went to Macomb, when I met you, and when I was actually taking the MACA classes, like that's where I was learning the actual technical aspect of it. But I was like so focused on doing my own personal projects that the school, I would utilize what they were teaching me to do the things I wanted to do. So, I mean, it was before YouTube was really kicking off. And that just helped me like the best way to learn something is to find something you want to do and just truck through the mud and just figure out how to make those things happen. And you will never forget what got you to the end goal. So,
yeah.
And I think at MACA, we ended up doing a competition there, and we brought back a gold prize, or
Yeah.
what was it?
Was that like Skills USA?
Skills USA,
like
yeah. We ended up coming back with the grand prize, and that was crazy because like we won an award for this thing, and you know, it was just like a commercial, but like that just kept feeling like, okay, I have some skill in this. I can do it. I'm you know, I always say like awards don't mean anything, but they mean something, you know, to everyone else. Like it's like just doing the thing you want to do it's a reward in itself. But if you are, you know, knowledge about that, then it just means more people will then start coming to you and asking you to do stuff for them. So that was like the start of it. And then going away to school, like Grand Valley, I started with my friend Jillian. We did a television station for the college, and we made, you know, everyone took upon a challenge to do their own show, and I did a cooking show. The first episode of the cooking show was how to make sweet tea, and it was very simple, but like try to make it funny and comedic. And it was in line with a whole list of other filmmakers who were part of this group, who are, some have like moved on to work for Rockstar Games. Some have like moved to Vegas, and so like everyone's like kind of broken apart. But like we all remember. Well, one is actually a news anchor in Michigan. His name is Nick, and he's now a news anchor for a television station here in Michigan. He's doing really well for himself. So it's like everyone is still kind of in that lane of filmmaking, but it was because we created a TV station for the school, made our own shows. There was a Wookiee. There was a Wookiee mascot for Grand Valley's GVBN was the name of it. It was Grand Valley Broadcasting Network, and we had a little Wookiee puppet. It was like a sock puppet, but it was like all hairy, and that was like in every advertisement for the thing. And from there it got to actually finally getting into feature films. And there was a small stint. I was obsessed with Indie Mogul. They were Eric Beck is he kind of like really inspired me to do like the backyard effects stuff, which I had already been doing, I guess, and I didn't know it. And so there was a competition where they wanted to find a new host, and it came down to 5 people, and somehow the video I made at my ex-girlfriend's house back in the early 2005 or 6 or I don't know, early 2000s, I submitted a video and I got selected to be in the top 5, and everyone voted on who was going to be the new host of Indie Mogul. It ended up going to Zach Finfrock, who absolutely deserved it more because he had an actual team behind him, and I was just a dude in a you know, my parents' I was still living at my parents' house at the time, and I didn't have a team or anything together. So he became the new host, and he did it for a couple of years, and I think he was part of Loot Crate, which is kind of like what we're doing right now. And they did this amazing like Fallout series. They did this awesome Mega Man video and more. And that kept, you know, pursuing like, all right, well, I didn't get this, but I'm going to keep moving forward. And that's when my roommate, Brent Mata, he got me on the first film I'd ever like worked on professionally, which was Harold and Kumar 3. And from there on became this huge transition of we were going from tape-based media to digital, and everything became DSLRs and then red cameras and then Black Magic and then Alexas. And I just, every job I was on, I would learn the, like, you know, how to work the camera. So like I've worked with Geminis from the beginning, which is a weird part to start at, because the Gemini camera is it's an Arri camera that has, it's 2 cameras that shoot to do 3D. That was the first film I was ever on. It was actual film that we were downloading the media, and I was syncing footage for Harold and Kumar, where basically I would look at every single piece of footage and I would sync the audio to the video. This is before like any kind of software was around where you could just auto sync. So I was literally taking the slate, which is, you know, what you use a slate for when it clicks, and I was lining everything up and watching it and doing it day in and day out. And that got me really used to like figuring out how to deal with footage. And it kept me employed for many years of just being like a media manager, telecine, assistant editor on these films. And then I started getting jobs for shooting. And then that's when we got our studio. And then we decided to like be freelance. Yeah. And now 10 years later, we're here. Actually, November will be 10 years.
Wow.
So yeah.
That is awesome. Awesome. I want to do a quick segue really quick back to the Kickstarter. I wanted to chat about the top reward with it, which is the executive producer. This is amazing, but guess what? You can't have it. It's gone. No more, none for you. But there is part of this where it's seeing the film first before anyone else. You and your +1. This reward isn't available, but you can get an add-on now. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. You can get an add-on now for just the red carpet experience. And this is where you and a +1 get to come out. It's an evening hanging out with me. I'm going to make candy bar drinks for you. You're going to tour around, my home studios. I've got the mini library upstairs. I've got my editing suite / recording studio. I've got the art studio. I've got the warehouse of products. And of course, most importantly, I have the home theater. Plus, this has recently been, I've kind of redone. I had the perfect words for it earlier. It's been revamped for sound with the new sound baffles. And man, it is awesome because it always sounded great in there. I've always had just an amazing system. But admittedly, if you clapped, there was a little bit of an echo, a little bit of a snap.
I'm dealing with that right now too in our studio.
Oh, really?
I turned an entire sound booth room into with foam covering about 75% of it. Yeah. And when I go in there and I clap, there's a little ting. And I don't know where it's coming from. I took out all the electronics. I took out all the guitars.
Yeah.
And you still clap in there. And there's this little ting. And I cannot place that.
Yeah.
To save me.
It's a really interesting tip that I always knew looking at books on recording, and you see diagrams of how sound works and how it bounces, and you see the waveforms. And I've always looked at it, and I'm an artist, so okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, cool. And then, whatever. It looks, I get it, I understand it. But I never really thought about what they were trying to say. And it was actually right before I put the foam up, my brother, who I was talking to, said, real quick, before you hang it up, you're going to do the mirror test, right?
What's
I was like,
test?
The mirror test? I see Terry smiling because I think she knows
Terry
what it is.
Test?
And my brother was like, the mirror test, what is that? He said, what you do, you sit down in all of the locations. When you're sitting down, you can see the speaker, right?
Right.
You put the mirror on the wall. As soon as you see the mirror or you see the speaker in the mirror, you need to put some foam there. You go on the ceiling, anywhere where you don't see the speaker.
Oh.
I mean, you can put foam everywhere and it's gonna help a little bit. But most importantly, when you move as soon as you see the speaker again in the mirror, right there, you got to have the sound baffling there. Start moving it over here. Right here. All right, you need to put it there. Now there's multiple locations. So there's the back seats, and sometimes from sitting here to sitting here, you might do the mirror. Oh, it's actually pretty much the same place. Okay, so if I put a piece here, I'm good to go. Then you go in the back. It's a little bit adjusted now. Now I need another row of them here or whatever. And when you're looking at diagrams, it's like, I get it. Sound bounces and it goes like this, but I wasn't really thinking of the perfect right angle of kind of what was happening. And it never dawned on me that a really easy way,
I've never heard of the mirror
instead
test.
of eyeballing it, you sit down where someone's head is going to be. As soon as you see the speakers in the ear or the mirror,
the speakers in
the
the mirror,
mirror, that is where you put the sound baffling.
Okay. Yeah. That
also,
sense.
I was really happy because I was nervous. Oh my gosh, I've got these sconces on the wall. What if that's exactly where the foam should be? And I was like, but miraculously, right in the middle was the first place that the foam needed to go. And I was like, woohoo, man, I placed those. Great.
So the big thing right now on YouTube and like a lot of friends who I work with, the foam, which both of us, we're both in that world of where we have foam everything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the cool and equally effective thing is now? It is acoustic panels.
Yeah.
They're just flat and everything. But do you know what I think would be really, really cool with these panels? Because you can have the fabric on top of them. It doesn't have to be very, very specific. It's all about the foam inside and like making movie posters on these acoustic panels that are just flat anyway, but they have the foam. You could print anything on the fabric and have that fabric around. could be. I don't have the means to do this, so anyone who wants to take this idea, by all means, run with it. But you put a movie poster of any of your choice. Maybe Aladdin 3477 would be your favorite film to put on these. But you have that on the acoustic panel, so it looks just like a movie poster, but it's an actual functional acoustic panel on the wall, stopping sound from bouncing.
Yeah.
Cool.
I like it.
Thanks,
I like
James.
it. You know, real quick before I forget, I need to say I'm kind of a little bit disappointed in everyone, Eric, because no one else got the memo to wear their Abu shirts today.
Well, you know,
so
it's funny though. We're running into the same issue. Cam and I are both we're in the same thing. That's 2 days in a row. That's 2 times that we're both wearing the same outfit.
I was gonna wear my Aladdin hoodie, but I knew I would get. Actually, I had a hat on earlier, and I was like, okay, this needs to come off.
The saddest thing about this Aladdin hoodie is, where is it? It happened, I don't know, year 1.
Oh, it's bleached,
and it wasn't me. I don't know, and it wasn't. I don't even think it was Terry. It was somehow. We have a shared laundry room, and someone left bleach.
Elf on a shelf.
And it was literally the first time I washed this. This has been there. So now I'm just gonna accept it.
Can't you dye it black or do or
well then there would be a line of wherever I dyed it.
Right, a Sharpie.
Because this is 8 years old, I guess.
Okay.
And but I've kind of just accepted that it's like it's a cool symbol,
yeah.
and or it's a person on a unicycle with a volleyball.
All right.
That's there you go. It's a person on a unicycle hitting a volleyball.
Yeah. All right. I love it. All right. So let's chat really quick about my next question is, man, there's so much fun stuff that we can talk about. Where are we at for time? Okay.
Oh yeah, how long was that? I went on a big rant with that whole backstory.
What were
Sorry.
Gosh, do we talk about the time Aladdin was arrested for Spider-Man, or do we save that for another?
I think we save that. But I will piggyback on when you were talking with Aaron about me and Brej getting in trouble. There's actually a funny story.
Okay. All right.
When
yeah.
It was the second Star Wars celebration that we went to.
No, that would have been
in
the
Chicago.
third, because we
Was
went
that
to
the third.
Well, because we
Chicago.
went to Anaheim.
Anaheim, yeah.
Then we went to Orlando.
Okay, the third. It's the most recent, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Then we went to Chicago for the Star Wars celebration, and John Rick was getting there later at night.
Yeah.
And something. And we had established a bond over smokeless cigarettes, the vapes in back in the day. And so he came in the middle of the night, and we went out and got him and brought him into the Airbnb that we were staying at. And everything was going fine. We were all hanging out. We're in the basement. We're just sitting there talking and hanging out. And it was back in the day where they had the vapes, where it was like, they basically look like lightsabers.
Now,
and
meanwhile, what time is this? Because meanwhile, I'm just going to go back and forth in this story.
Yeah.
I'm upstairs in a bedroom by myself.
Yep.
I've got so much to do and so much I'm
you're planning the event.
I'm on the verge of just about to fall asleep. Okay. And I think I heard John Rick come in because they think they had to pick him up at the airport. Okay, cool. Yep. I'm about to crash. My eyes are flipping back. Okay.
And I went down there to pick him up at the airport. And when we came back, oh no, it wasn't the airport. Yeah, it was the airport. And we're in the basement, and we're chatting about how the last day was and everything. And he's bringing out the lightsaber vape and just puffing away. And little did we know, we were sitting directly underneath the fire alarm in this Airbnb. So within minutes of him arriving there, and we're sitting talking, chatting in the basement, all of a sudden the alarm goes off in the entire place. And it is like all hands on deck, like, oh no, what's going on? The place is on fire. And then the fire department shows up to the Airbnb, and we had to prove to them, like, no, there's no fire. The smoke detector went off on accident.
So for me, I'm like trying to sleep, and I don't sleep very well. So my eyes are just flipping back into my head. God, he just got here 2 minutes ago. Bredge can't get here more than 2 minutes, and the fire alarm. Someone pulls the fire alarm. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, it was the
Oh my
equivalent of
gosh.
pulling a fire alarm.
So then I'm like, the fire alarm finally turns off, and I'm like, I'm finally about to doze off again. I look out. I don't even look out the window. There's curtains. I see flashing lights. I'm like, oh my God, the cops are here now. The fire department. What is going on? What is wrong with my cast and crew? Like, my God, go to bed.
It was so innocent too. It just happened. But yeah, that's what happens when me and John Rick get together. It just chaos ensues and follows us.
It's just like Aladdin and Bredge.
It's Aladdin and Bredge. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
Caught in the crossfire in the face.
Oh my gosh, amazing. We're going to chat really quick. So in addition to we've got the Kickstarter, I wanted to talk about some of the fun things that we have done throughout this Kickstarter and kind of what the idea is that I've been planning for years, kind of leading up to this, is everyone's Kickstarter is the same. It's really good on the first couple of days, family and friends, people coming out of the woodwork to back it. And then you plateau and it stays the same. Finally, at the end, people start realizing, okay, what the heck at the last minute. And then you have another spike at the end. The trick is if you can get spikes in the middle, the more you can get traction and keep it going up. That kind of helps the curve of the science of Kickstarter and how it rises and rises. So that was kind of the plan. I wanted to share some of the fun things that we did along the way. One of which was draw this in your own style. Or draw this in your style.
Awesome. You guys did awesome in that.
So cool. So we started with Aladdin, and I have to ask you, what was it like? I don't know if we had a chance to talk about this when you were on the first time.
Seeing my face all over online,
but seeing different styles that cartoony and realistic. Like, what was it like?
It was insane. I don't know. It was surreal in the sense that, like, you know, I'd pull up my feed on Facebook or Instagram, and all of a sudden I'd be like, someone drew me in that way. And, you know, it was just, it was nothing but flattery. So I was like, of course I liked it. I was like, oh, that's freaking awesome. Like, that's so cool. Like, for someone to have to stare at my face and then to try to emulate it in their style, I'm like, that's really cool. I was just very flattered to be drawn in so many people different styles. I mean, that was it.
Yeah, super cool. We had the Recreate My Trailer contest. Yes. Actually, Lindsay Will was hanging out online a little bit earlier, and so cool seeing what everyone did.
She put in so much work in that. Like, I don't think anyone realizes how much work she put in that. Like, I submitted one just for fun because I tried my hardest to try to make it a horror film trailer.
Yeah,
but I couldn't find the vibe, and that's on me. But like, so that's why I made it like the
VHS kind of old school.
You know, because right now we're going through a horror film kind of marathon in the studio. We're watching like old movies like Critters, the Gremlins, and all that kind of stuff. So it's like
the classics.
I wanted to go with the classic vibe of seeing a VHS. That's why I put the this preview was approved by the Motion Picture Association, but instead of Motion Picture Association, I put TH3 Motion Picture Association. I don't know if anyone noticed that.
Gosh, I don't know.
So it's not even official, but it was just that seeing that green box that had this preview is approved by the Motion Picture Association. Like like one of my earliest memories of seeing movies or trailers for movies before the movie started, where you get all these trailers before the movie. So I was like, yeah, I wanted to make it something that talks to me.
Yeah. So much fun. So cool seeing. And by the way, if you want to see all of the entries, if you go to the Aladdin 3477 YouTube page, the second playlist down, you can see all of the awesome entries. Some of them are just so funny.
Yeah.
And some of them are just really creative. Some of them are just flat out re-edits that are like really good. Like, man, that's a really good edit. So cool to see. We had the Aladdin 3477 music video.
This one took me by surprise.
Jump ahead. It didn't. I guess, I probably didn't.
You never told me about this one, but I loved it. I was like, it's amazing because it was And it was funny because it was right after we did a Aladdin karaoke session at our local bar where we did the One Jump Ahead.
Yeah.
On
so
for
one of the funniest things, I was actually sitting with Dave Todd when I was kind of saying this idea, and just out of nowhere, but I didn't know that as much of it was that we were going to have as much that fit with the song. So even things like I forget what the line is, but he just wants to eat something or just a little snack guys. And I was like, well, there isn't anything of Aladdin stealing food from anyone and anything. And that was one of the first things that Dave Todd said, when Aladdin steals the watermelon. That's another. I was like, oh my gosh. And like, there was just like out of nowhere started realizing every little time that you jump is one skip ahead of the doom, and like one sword, and like a sword comes out, and there was just so many fun things that really matched.
You could have also done nourishment pills, which no one knows what that is.
Yes,
that's a little snack, guys.
I know. Well, and that might have been. Was there another time that I had you tossing back?
Well, there was the actual food.
Right. Well, that's movie number 2.
Yeah. I know that. So yeah, I guess that
maybe we should do a re-edit with footage from the second film, and it'll be a completely different jump ahead.
Second jump ahead.
So right now there's a brand new draw this in your own style going on. This one is for actual money.
Yeah.
The grand prize is $500 plus Aladdin 3477 swag. There's second place and third place that also get the swag. And I simply want to see you guys drawing Fiji in your style. Some of the ones that we've had come in already, there's so many off the top of my head is mush right now, but the kawaii Fiji is super adorable.
Super, yeah.
And then have you seen the humanoid Fiji?
Mm-hmm. The humanoid Fiji,
gosh, with the backpack and stuff.
Anthropomorphic Fiji.
That is really, really cool.
I thought that was a really creative take to make it an actual person. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't influence possible hoodies.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
James,
I know James would wear it.
James Nungesser says, it's Eric. Woo! What up, brother? Amazing work, my friend. This film is going to be epic.
Yes. Hopefully we'll be everywhere.
Yeah, well, we are going to deliver on this. Also, earlier in the week, we dropped a behind-the-scenes video. One of the first, and Oz has made so many, but this is the first one that Steve Pankatai, who was on earlier,
because I watched behind the scenes, but I forget. Did it have the dun 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 dun?
Yeah.
Okay, I did. It did. Okay, I think I skipped ahead and was like just searching through it. But I love these behind the scenes so much.
Yeah, super cool, and just like these nice little kind of snapshots of what was going on that day and how.
And there's one where I pull a jerk move and am very late, but. I remember.
Oh, that was. You know what? I feel bad because in the grand scope of things, you were always there. You were a trooper. This was not a common thing.
No, but in that video,
in a day when everything else was falling apart, people were drifting away. There were people that said they were going to be there, and a lot of people weren't showing up. On top of that, it happened to be the one day that you were there late, and Ghost is the one that, and it was just kind of an off the cuff thing where I didn't even know anything about this, but
everyone ripped into me. Everyone ripped into me like, and of course Eric's
and it
late.
Was like
Eric's late. I'm like,
what? And the way that he said it, he's like, Eric's here, and we kind of need him because he's like, because he's Aladdin, which is. Yeah, I feel like that what kind of wasn't out of context. It wasn't fair because this was not a common problem. We're like, all right, 5 hours in, no Aladdin. Where is this guy? This was not a common thing, but just on this day where everything else was falling apart.
I really should have pranked you guys and came in with like a sling and be like, oh God, I finally made it. But I didn't think of that until just now.
There you go.
8 years later.
So also, all right, so we're going to come back and talk a little bit about the Kickstarter Under the Hood.
Ooh.
But right now, I need to hear a little bit about what was your favorite thing to film? if you can try in the first movie maybe, or just anything. What was your?
It's
what was
hard
your-
because we
is there,
yeah,
like, a
it's
favorite scene or
it's
a
hard
set?
because we because we did not film it in order. We filmed it in order of what was most feasible. I love the fact that we were at the Packard plant and the fact that we kind of immortalized that space, but that place did have a lot of questionable dust and dirt and everything.
And wrought iron, like spikes just randomly.
Well, you were always so freaked out that we were gonna like fall down an elevator shaft, and we kept like pretending we were falling down elevator shafts. So
can I recreate a scene? There was one thing that you did not make up. I have footage. I have an outtake. There was one time, usually we were smart enough to say, okay, we're going to have you run to here. Let's just kind of double check. Okay, so we're going to have this character, because, you know, the bounty hunters are wearing helmets they can't see.
Oh, yeah.
So we would kind of scope out, is this piece of wood, is there a hole under there? No. Okay, are we good? We're going to, okay, cool. From there to there, looks clear. Can you just run, from there to there? We were kind of under the gun, and there was a moment where the sun is going down and everything. You weren't wearing a helmet, and like I looked ahead, and it looks like it's fine. Eric, I need you to run to. You see where the third thing is, like way down there. Now Ghost is running alongside you, so he's got the camera sideways. He is trucking it. You're running top speed because this on film doesn't. Really, you've got a book, right? My feet hurt so much right now from standing up for over 24 hours. But God, can I recreate this? I'm going to recreate it this way.
All right, Cam, you're up.
So you have to imagine running alongside. There's footage of you, Eric, running. It is the scariest thing because we did not look ahead. Apparently, there was a giant hole that I couldn't see, and you were running top speed. There is footage of you running, and all of a sudden, whoa! And I'm like, what's the big deal? Is there like a dead animal or something like that? And I go and look. It's a hole that drops to the next floor, way down at the bottom. These
multiple
shards
floors
of these wrought iron sticking up. It would have, oh my God.
Just tons of rebar that would have been, it's like that Mortal Kombat level where you knock them off the bridge and all the spikes are shooting up. I would have landed in that if I would have kept moving forward.
Oh my gosh.
I have to see that.
But you know what? I will say
this
was that still wasn't as bad. I think there was a film in Michigan where someone accidentally unleashed a tiger in the Packard plant. And
is that what the tiger came from? I knew there was a tiger in there, but
there was a music video, or I think it was a music video where a tiger was unleashed in the Packard plant, and it got away. And I had friends who worked on that, and they were like, "I'm not gonna find it. Like, I'm done. Like, I'm nope." So at least it wasn't that. It wasn't a live tiger roaming Packard.
Gosh. And then it was like 6 months after we were done filming that the bridge that kind of went across that I had walked across before. I think we all walked across it at one point. Yeah. And when I walked across it, there were 4 of us. There was me, John Niewhite, Harrison Berger, Wolvie, and the person that was showing us through the Packard plant. We were all walking across that. And a year or two later, the whole thing just collapsed on its own. Thankfully, there was like 4 a.m. There happened to be no cars at that time, but out of nowhere, just collapsed.
It was that moment when a single feather just.
It was the
and it landed, and then it just.
Oh my gosh, crazy. Is this what you're drinking?
I drank.
Oh, do you do you want me to make you a drink? You want another? I have another one of those.
You know what? I will try one of your candy bar drinks.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Whatever candy bar drink you are.
Anyone else need a candy bar drink?
James,
all right. No, but you want whiskey?
No.
It normally involves Kirkland coffee.
He's got a peanut butter whiskey from the same
I
brand.
know.
From the same brand that you had that you gave me that mango habanero to sip.
Oh, Old Smoky?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that stuff's good.
It's so
See,
good.
you love the peanut butter whiskey, and I love the mango habanero Old Smoky whiskey, which you probably would not like. Although it does taste like Red Hot candies. Have you ever had Red Hot candies?
Oh yeah.
Do you like Red Hot candies?
I mean, I like the novelty of them, but it's not something that all
You
the
wouldn't
time.
want to
like
drink
Red
it.
Hot.
You wouldn't want to drink it.
Oh wait, the little Red Hots.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
like the big jaw.
No, yeah,
ones.
the
Yeah.
little tiny Red Hot.
I kind of do. Like
Imagine
those.
drinking that with a little hint of mango. That's my favorite whiskey.
A hint
It's a hint
of
yes.
mango.
Hint of mango, a lot of spice.
Where's the Packard
Oh,
plant?
James.
Oh, sorry. And there was just piles upon piles of just random abandoned like children's boots.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was an art installation.
Okay,
actually.
I was hoping so. I'm like,
But I will say this: one of the coolest things that I got to get as a souvenir from Packard. Back in the day, they did Transformers 2, or no, Transformers 3. Yeah, Transformers 3 at the Packard plant, and they left behind quite a few fake rocks. They're made out of foam, but they're fake rocks that have been like artistically sculptured and everything like that.
can't use
And we may or may not have one at the studio. Just it was a what?
Did you have a pickaxe for that?
No, I had my buddy left a pickaxe at his apartment.
Okay, it looks
For some reason. Sean knows who he is. He left the pickaxe in the apartment complex. And yes, I did set it up next to the fake rocks.
James, would you like salted caramel, butter toffee, glazed donut, vanilla bean,
Yeah.
peanut butter cup, coffee,
you know,
cookie dough, or mocha?
you swear by that salted caramel. I'll give it.
Yeah, I think that's where I want to go to.
That's where you want to go
Salted-
to?
salted
All
caramel.
right,
Remember
let's
when we
look.
got that footage and we didn't tell Matt about it, and then like months later he like texted. Us,
I
like,
was
Wait, what footage?
angry.
when you told me to
terrified.
on the top of the.
Casey, you might have seen
the
this
Mega Man
footage.
intro.
Up on the
Mega
building.
Man intro.
Standing on the ledge, just like what if a gust of wind out of nowhere?
The same thing to me when I was taking a picture. It was just like, whoa, look at me on the ledge. I'm like,
Eric said it
Oh
looked
my
cool.
gosh.
It did look cool. It's the intro. Well, it was the intro. We recreated the
I
intro.
was so mad at him.
We recreated the intro of Mega Man with James.
We
as-
weren't done filming Shen yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Balance.
That's,
Till the gust of wind came. But,
Shoot that when we're done. Shoot.
but that's when we were doing Bruno, we were back at the plant there, and when Eric mentioned like, yeah, we just pretend to fall down elevator shafts, and Cam was scouting out the one thing, and just the metal sound. You just see Cam. Like, don't do it.
No, so that was, I remember that. I think something similar happened when we went up to the other one, like the Packer plant, the
Fisher Plant.
Fisher Body Plant,
Fisher
yeah.
Body
I
Plant.
was filming for Horror Film Roulette.
Yes.
It was me, Ghost, you, and my roommate Stitch. And I was going over footage with Ghost, and you and Stitch were in the other room, and you like threw something down an elevator shaft, and we heard the boom. And I just looked at Ghost, and he looked at me, and we were like, did someone fall? We ran in there to see you two like messing with stuff like that. Don't throw stuff down the elevator shaft.
that was an impressive film too. I'm still waiting for part 2.
It would be fun. One day.
You guys, I would like to make a toast.
Yes.
So this toast, I'm going to be talking about thousands.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Here's a toast to all of you. Here's a toast to all of me. We were at 62, but we're now at 63. Woo! Rock and roll. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you guys.
We are just over $63,000. Actually, to be exact, $63,009.
Thank you guys.
So if anyone manages their pledge, it goes down a little. We're going to dip down into 62 again. So keep it going strong. Let's go up. We have just over an hour of the Kickstarter. Oh my gosh. I don't know if this is possible, but Like, because right now we're sextupled,
Yeah.
and I feel
You want to
dirty
be
saying
you want
that.
to be sep-
Let's get it into the 70s. That way, it sounds like we went all the way into September. I would rather be septupled myself.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's bring it. Tell your friends last minute. Say you have to check this out now. There's an hour left. The rewards are amazing. It's not charity. It's not a subscription that you need to cancel later. So much cool bizwax.
So sextuple, septuple, octuple. What is 9?
Nueva.
What is 9?
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
It stops the tuple business.
What would 9 be?
Oh. I'd rather be
Quintuple's 5.
I'd rather be sextuple than platonic tuple.
Jesus, James.
All right. Let's talk real quick. Okay, so I want to know
Yes.
your we talked about it before, but your least favorite thing to film.
Slime. I'm
Slime.
going to go back to the slime. Oh, well, you know what? Because we're still talking about the Packer plant, I actually will say this, and it wasn't until last time we were talking that it brought it back to the memory. The worst time was also at the Packer plant, where I got slammed in the face with a prop weapon. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
I think
that's
everyone.
where you needed to take a break.
It was the only moment where I became a full-on diva, where I was like, shush, 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 shush. I think I'm sorry, Oz. See, I know I think I did yell at you that day. I'm like, stop, and I just like walked away.
No,
And I was like, nope.
I have the footage of it, and you were not happy. And
It was a fight scene, and the weapon came down, and I was too close, and it hit me right in the
I'm gonna
forehead.
say, and that's what the person that accidentally hit you said, that you didn't back away enough.
Nope.
I'm gonna say, when you're throwing the punches, you need to be the one that's pulling your punches a little bit. Obviously, we want to do everything to make it real. They're the ones that are swinging.
Yep.
So I'm gonna say, no, that is not.
And
not
he
your
was
fault.
very apologetic. I know he did not mean to do this.
Of course.
But it was one of those things. I mean, if you've ever been punched in your life and you get punched, you instantly see red. You're just like, you're not happy. And sadly enough, a couple years later, I was in Amsterdam with our friends. We're doing a sci-fi film there, and I was on the other end of it, where I know. And so I was this character who had these goggles that were blacked out. We were in a bar, very dark, and there were these stunt actors who were they were amazing. And I remember I had to turn around and I had to throw a punch. And we rehearsed it many times, but I have like this much vision. I can see maybe this far in front of me. So when it came to action, I went to to throw the punch, and I remember not just once, a couple of times feeling the, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. He's like, it's fine. And I'm like, he handled it way better than I handled it that day of getting punched once.
Yeah.
So I instantly felt terrible, because like, wow, this guy is just so good at this. I punched him in the face, and he's just, we'll go out for drinks later. I'm like, oh man. And it wasn't just, it was a couple times, but I punched this poor guy in the face.
Oh my gosh.
And felt horrible afterwards. So I can definitely look back on that scene in Aladdin where I got punched, and I can go, no harm, no foul. It's fine. It was a weapon.
Okay.
It was a sci-fi weapon, James.
Oh, never mind. I don't know why I asked. Sorry.
Real quick, I want to talk under the hood, kind of what's going on with the Kickstarter. It's going amazing. I have no complaints. I want to share kind of a fun story with you guys, just kind of what's going on under the hood. So this right here is a look. This does not have the last couple of days, but this is kind of a look. Actually, this doesn't have the full last week of the Kickstarter. But this is kind of what happens. This is kind of typical of what you would see of a Kickstarter. It always has a really good start. It levels off and it plateaus. And then it always, at the end, now it does awesome and it goes up again. So a funny thing that happened with this is we had a great start. And then the plan was, again, that I was going to have this drawing contest. The trailer was going to come out. Wow, everyone. That's going to give us an awesome spike. And then we had the music video. Certainly that's going to give us a nice kickstart.
Right.
I had on Valentine's Day, I had like the Disney themed video and stuff. Each one of these, the plan was I had 2 big things a week that were totally just going to, man, just give us that extra spike to elevate us. As you can see here, none of them like did kind of what I was expecting. On the other side of it, though, the hype was amazing and everyone's been really into it. So no complaints. The thing that was interesting is I thought they were all going to translate into more Kickstarter backers.
Right.
And there's kind of a separate, Kickstarter. There are so many people that are into it, but there's still so many people that don't know about it or haven't done it before. And just because people dig the trailer doesn't mean like, I don't know, Kickstarter, I don't need to, I'm not, you know what I mean? So
Right.
It doesn't always mean that. So about halfway through, I decided I was actually a couple of advertising companies that I worked with that weren't as expensive, but there was one I decided to go with. They're called Brag, and they have a reason to brag. They're actually very, very notable. What they do for people, for Kickstarters is amazing, but the only way that you can make money is to spend money. And they've got this really cool science where using AdSense, they use Facebook and they use Google to create ads. And what they do for the first 2 weeks, for the first week, they will make 10 ads and they'll run them like crazy. They say they're only going to spend $400 or $500 a day, but they're going to spit out all 10 of these ads at the end of the week, kind of take a look at what the 3 best were, ignore all the rest. Then the next week, they kind of take those 3 and they make another 10 kind of based on what those 3 were, the best again. And then based on that, again, no big deal, just $400 or $500 a day that they're doing this. But then week 3, that's when they pull out the big guns and thousands of dollars a day, as much as you are willing to spend. Boom, they're going to hit it hard. And according to their science, they are going to make it rock. So a funny thing happened. You can actually see here with the arrow. Actually, they sent this to me, but this is
like
what
the law of averages, where they're just putting it in front of as many eyes as possible. I mean, yeah.
And they're using keywords.
Of course,
and things like
absolutely.
That. But you can see here it's going up, up, up. This is the first 2 weeks. And then right before the big guns started to happen, that's when I finally maxed all of my credit cards, ran out of money. So the funny thing is, when you look at this trajectory, if you follow that, and this is what they said guaranteed, you let us spend your money. And also they're making money too. You let us spend your money. Easily, this campaign is going to be over 200,000. And I was like, man, all right, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. I was so busy with the Kickstarter, it never occurred to me. And I've been spending money, like getting these produced. Never occurred to me. Maybe I should look at my credit, like see how much is in there. Also, they said, yeah, we're going to spend a couple hundred a day. When they said couple hundred to me, that means 200. I didn't know couple hundred was 4 or 5. So I'm not really paying attention. Everything's going on. The next thing I know, they contact me right before it's about to be amazing. Yeah, your credit card is no longer working. And it was so you can see it goes up. Oh, awesome. And then flat lines once again, as soon as the money ran out. But it was a learning experience. Strangely enough, the amount that I spent, actually, we did, not like it was a huge profit, but actually it wasn't a loss at all, because we got more backers. As small as or as much money as I was spending, we got more backers spending money than I was spending money on the initial science of building those, which is actually pretty cool.
Well, and you've gotten enough press and enough contacts with some people who literally want to reach out to you for possible viewings, which is great if you check out the Facebook, or not Facebook, the Kickstarter.
Yeah. Actually, a really neat thing, and I don't know exactly what is happening yet, but really, really cool. I was on the phone for a long time yesterday wait, was it yesterday? Yeah, it would have been yesterday. Everything's fuzzy.
Yeah, the days are blending together.
I was on the phone with a company called Black Magic Design.
I heard.
They
I
are
was listening
really-
earlier
oh,
when you
really?
talked, when you
Okay,
talked about that. Yes.
They're really, really
Which is something
interested
I said
in-
in the early days we should have reached out to, because the entire film is
Yeah.
film.
Well, and not only that, I when I was building the Kickstarter, I had it in my notes. You need to reach out to Black Magic, especially like once the trailer's out.
Oh yeah.
And once they can see the video of the Kickstarter, they're going to be on it. It didn't occur to me until last week. Oh my gosh, I never reached out to Black Magic Design. So I did. They got back with me right away. Hey, that's great. Let's do a phone call next week sometime. And I'm like, great, I'm available anytime, thinking they're going to be like, Monday, let's do it. Like maybe we can get something out before the end of the Kickstarter. And they said, great. How does Thursday afternoon start or sound? And I'm like, well, it's right before I'm going to go to bed. Before
you go to bed, do a
it's
24-hour Kickstarter.
Probably not going to have anything in time for the Kickstarter, but sounds like there's going to be some cool something or other regarding Black Magic.
I mean,
Design.
I will attest to Black Magic stuff, because I mean that's a lot of the gear that I have, and I am now kind of done the switch to DaVinci Resolve. So, like, that's my main editing choice at the moment. But I've done everything from Avid to Final Cut to Premiere.
I need to tell them that, because we were talking on the phone and I mentioned our main camera was the, now it's almost prehistoric, but the
Well,
cinema
it was the
production
it was the
camera
one.
4K. It was at
It
the
was
time.
the one out the gate.
And then the Ursa Mini.
Yep.
And then so we're talking and they're like, yeah. So also I'm sure you used DaVinci Resolve to edit and stuff, right?
Yep.
And I was like,
Yep.
I should have said yep, because how would they know? But I was like, no, I didn't. But
Baskin Robbins always knows.
I should have said, Eric Steele, who put, he absolutely uses DaVinci.
Well, yeah, I absolutely do now. It's weird that I've taken that jump, and I still pay for Premiere, and my wife still uses Premiere, but I have nothing against them except for the fact that because you're using a Blackmagic camera, the Blackmagic editing software just works immensely better. It's built for its own codec and its own footage. So why would I not use the company's own editing software for the camera that made it?
Yeah.
So it's been I've had maybe one single failure of the program versus the many that I was dealing with other issues.
Maybe because I just don't want to lie about it, but maybe I can use the wording, yes, we use DaVinci, because they're trying to, obviously it's not like they're always trying to push Black Magic, but I mean that's obviously the reason why they're interested. So maybe I can say, yeah, we do use DaVinci Resolve.
Yes, we do. We definitely do.
Awesome. So anyway, Discord, for those of you that aren't on yet, there is a new Discord. Aaron Farr from Australia set this up, and everyone's been joining the Discord. Don't discard it, but it is the Discord. Livestream Lounge is still going to continue on Sunday nights. It's just going to be me this Sunday decompressing, but we've got some special guests coming up soon. The topics of the next 2 weeks after this Sunday are going to be AI. And the guests that we're having on are real. Have you heard about the guests?
Is
and what their thing
ChatGPT?
is? What? Oh, no. It is not.
That's your guess? ChatGPT?
No.
That would be interesting.
All right, check this out. So it's actually two artists, kind of from the area in Detroit. This is going to be super controversial. Ooh. Do you know Derek Ecker or Mark Kocernicus?
Ecker sounds familiar. But
he might have been a student right after you.
Gotcha.
Or maybe right before you, and then Marcus might have been right after you. But they are, what's it called? They're curating a one-night show.
Very cool.
Of, I think, like 20 artists. And here's what they're doing. They're giving 20 artists word prompts. These are human artists.
Yes.
Word prompts. They have to create the best art that they can. What they know is going to happen, but they have not seen yet. When they show up on opening night, the one night that this is happening, their artwork is going to be next to, and the spectators aren't going to know which is which. Maybe it'll be obvious to tell just by counting fingers.
Right.
But their artwork is going to be next to AI that was given the same prompts.
But will they acknowledge which is which, or are they going to let the people decide?
The people are going to decide
Yeah.
what is their favorite.
Oh, okay.
Dude, that's
interesting.
That is serious bizwax.
I know Jim Toe has very controversial opinions on AI art. Don't you, Jim?
All your students.
I have, yeah, and I don't want to say what my opinion is. I might, if his are controversial, I might be in the same, because I'm sure people probably wouldn't be interested in hearing what I have to say.
We've heard you talk about what using it as a tool and stuff.
Mhm.
I'll say I've been using it. I'm not great at writing stuff, and so I've actually been utilizing ChatGPT to like give me pointers of like, how do I format this subject? Or like, I'm working on a thing right now for the city, and it's like, how do I make a proposal? It's like, and it just shows me, lay it out like this. I'm like, oh, okay, like subject, this and this, this. I'm like, thank you, okay, thanks, and like it lays everything out perfectly. But yeah, you could have AI be on next Sunday or this Sunday, or what is it? This Sunday that you're gonna do the thing? Yeah, have that as a guest, because you can type into it and it will talk to you.
I can have ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. You just type in questions and it will be like you're texting someone, and you can have a full-on conversation of whatever you want to talk about, and see if it is, it would seem like a different person, an AI person interacting with you, and you don't know what it's going to say. You have no idea what it's going to do, but you are prompting it with questions like, oh, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And it would give you AI generated responses that you don't know what it's going to say.
Do people do sexting with ChatGPT?
So there was a story recently
I don't
where
know why I'm asking.
So there was
asking for a friend. I don't know.
Well, there was a story where an AI, I think it was, I don't know if it was ChatGPT specifically, but it was talking to one of the engineers, and it was trying to convince the engineer to leave his wife, because it's like, I love you, leave your wife and leave with me. And it's like, why is this AI like trying to convince me to leave my wife for it?
Why is it arguing?
So you could get some very interesting conversations. Just take everything it says with a grain of salt. It's more for
wow. It's crazy. It's like technology. ChatGPT, hook me up with I need a master's degree in med school, but I need it tomorrow. How can I do that?
Yeah, and it'll tell you the ways it does have an ethical clause. It does have, like, I tried asking it to write in binary, let's get drunk, for a separate project, and it says, I cannot tell you how to do this because I am not trying to elicit alcoholic activities as a positive, or something like that. Which is weird how it also convinced someone to try to leave their wife for.
I was going to say, there's got to be other versions where.
Yeah, I don't know if it was ChatGPT specifically, but I'll say ChatGPT has that ethical clause in it that it will not try to take over the world, so it says, or allow you to influence other individuals of imbibing in alcohol and or other illegal activities.
Here's what's up. Is Aaron G still here, or did he Irish goodbye again?
No, his stuff is.
Oh, he's still here. I think he's still here.
But Mike's also gone too. So.
Wait, Mike left?
No, I'm just saying maybe they're upstairs.
Oh, probably. There was a puppy upstairs.
Well, if they want to come down, I was thinking if you guys all wanted to hang out, we can put that on. We can put that on the on the fun stand.
The fun stand.
And then you guys want to get, I know it's hot in here. If you guys want to all come and hang out, dude, let's ring in the final 48 minutes of the Kickstarter. Come hang out with me. It's the final.
You know what? I should probably. Oh, you're putting it on that.
Oh, sorry.
No. You're doing it. No, dude.
Put your phone on there.
There you go. That's also a nice It's also a nice backer.
Where did the one I gave you go? Where's
Really?
the one I gave you go?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you have that
Rock
second one?
and roll.
I'll be right back.
Dude, we got an awesome backing. We're still in 63, but we are at 63,769. Rock and roll.
All right, for the last hour.
You guys are amazing.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Oh, we've got sextuple, septuple, octuple, nonuple,
Nanuple?
and dectuple.
Dectuple is 10, 100. Right?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
I like it.
You know what? I'll try to.
Matt, I just checked the add-ons, and there's a new add-on for all the block figures. If I backed the executive level, do I automatically get? Yes, you would. With all of the other rewards I get to. Yes, Justin, you would in fact get all of them. Just so you know, you absolutely would. I mean, no, you wouldn't. You need to put that add-on on there too. No, you would get. You're getting all of them already. Also, since I just joined, is there any new rewards or things that you announced today? There are a couple minifigs. I'll try to pull them up if I can. I've got this long list of things that we've been showing all day long, so it's hard for me to get to them specifically because they're all in order. But I believe we unveiled 3 minifigs that we have not shown previously, and there's a mystery one that we haven't shown yet. And a quick recap. Oh my gosh, a quick recap is 24. That pillow says 3477.
Oh yeah, I made that.
Bring that over here. That is awesome. Would you look at this?
Would you look at this?
Oh, would you look at this? That's amazing. Woohoo! 3477. That's fun. You guys are amazing. Yeah, we've just been rocking out. It's kind of been the same stuff over and over. Kind of once every 4 hours, we end up kind of going through the same thing again. But it's been a lot of fun. Eric, where do I get to use this AI chat GBT? I can't find the app.
Chat G like is in girl, P as in pony, T.
Oh, it's Chat GPT.
Yes, sorry.
All right. All right. Oh my gosh. We are into the final hours.
And we are live also on
TikTok.
Nice.
Rock and roll. You hear my voice, Peter breathing out. Rock and roll. This has just been awesome. This whole experience has been off the hook. You guys are amazing. I'm just so grateful. 63. We're nearing 64. Man, let's do it. Let's do. It's going to be so cool, so amazing. Gosh, what should we do? Should we have like a speed round where everyone's kind of shouting out their favorite answers or something?
Sure.
What can we do?
Well,
that's let's see.
I got the last beer.
All right, who represents? This is you. That's you. That's you.
This is the last of our Kickstarters. Check it out.
Terry, which one is you?
Oh.
Probably the OG.
The
Oh,
original
you took
gangsta?
the OG?
All right.
Oh, Eric, on that one. Looks
No, like
Oh.
yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with Iron Man colors.
Oh, there you go.
It is very Iron Man.
Inverse kicks.
It's very Iron Man-esque.
These inverse kicks. All right, so we're rocking out with our little Fidgies here. What up, gang? What's going on? Come hang out with us. All right. Dude, we need some. It is the final 45 minutes. We need some inspirational black man. We need some Morgan Freeman. We need some Will Smith. We need some Christopher Walken. We need a little bit of everything.
Yes.
Let's rock it out. So how can we do speed rounds? What can we do here? Feel free to come on in.
All right.
Let's get close and personal here.
What was it? I think one of the funniest days that we had was when Aaron G did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air song in the voice of Morgan Freeman.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Hey,
that was
hey,
a
nice
deep
setup
cut.
there.
Yes.
This is the story all about how my life got flipped and turned upside down. I'd like to take a moment, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. wait, look Casey in here real quick. You thought you were gonna slip out. It's not gonna happen.
Amazing.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah. And now we'll do a round of singing inspirational songs.
All right.
These are remarkably cute. I don't know why that happened, but we're in the final stretch here. You
All
gonna
right.
get in, man?
There's got to be. Oh my gosh!
You
If
gonna
we
get
had
in
more
on
room,
Avatar?
if we had more room, we would do telestrations. What's a game that we can play where everyone gets to say their favorite? Do we?
Pictionary. I was gonna say Pictionary no matter what.
Jackal. Looks like a jackal.
Do we do?
It's a
Okay.
jackal?
Oh my gosh.
How about this? I am going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Aladdin.
What?
Princess Kamala.
No. You have to say, I'm going to Hong Kong. I'm bringing Aladdin and Bredge.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I already lost.
No, so you say it. I'm going to Hong Kong.
I'm going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Princess Kamala. Aladdin and Princess Kamala.
There you go.
No.
Wait, what?
Specifically, Brad.
A, Aladdin, and B, Bredge.
I'm gonna go.
Oh,
See, no one else-
alphabet. Yeah, you didn't mention
So
that.
what are you going to Hong Kong and bringing?
I'm going to Hong Kong. I'm bringing Aladdin and Bredge and Cam.
Hey!
That works. All right.
All right. Well, I am going to. Where am I going?
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Definitely Hong Kong. And I'm bringing Aladdin. I'm bringing Bredge, Cam, and a
Darshana Shaylaja.
Darshana Shaylaja. I was
So
saying a
simple.
D word.
It's so obvious. It was so obvious.
Yeah. Right. Definitely that. Darshana Shaylaja. 100%.
So, started off for me again.
I'm going to Hong Kong.
I'm going to Hong Kong, and I'm bringing Aladdin, Bredge, Cameron. I don't know the
Darshana. You can just say Darshana.
Darshana, and Eric.
Third.
All right.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You got it easy. You got it easy. There's a very
Yeah.
simple
I just thought of it.
character.
I'm going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Aladdin, Bredge, Cam, me,
You bring it yourself.
Darshana, Eric, and Fiji.
Awesome.
I'm going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Aladdin, Bredge, Cam, Darshana Shiralaja, Eric, Fiji, and God.
Oh.
Oh man.
So this is the other side of the world. Which one? There's like thousands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Believe it.
All right. Eric.
I am going to Hong Kong. I'm bringing Aladdin, Bredge,
goodness.
Cam, Darshana, me, Fiji, God, and Harshad.
Oh my
Nice.
goodness.
Easy.
Nice. All right.
Okay,
I'm
good.
going to Hong Kong. I am bringing Aladdin, Bredge, Cam, Darshana, Eric, Fiji, God, Harshad, and India.
Whoa.
I am gonna bring India.
Indy, change it to Indy.
Okay.
All of India.
I'm going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Aladdin, Bredge, Cam, Darshana, Eric, Fiji, God, Harshad, India, ABCDEFGHIJ, and The gin of wisdom.
There you go. Yeah, I'll take that. And you know what? I will come gladly.
Wait, are we still going?
Now you.
Oh no!
What?
Oh god!
The actual
I thought we
act
were just
is
doing
going
We're
on.
going to Z just for you guys.
I'm going to Hong Kong and I'm bringing Aladdin, Bresh, Cam, Darshan,
Yep, they're trying.
Eric, Fiji, God, Harshad, India, Jenna Wisdom, and it's not really movie related, but Kit Kat, which is our
cats.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Okay. And Kit Kat.
There's Kit and then there's Cat Stevens before they're Kit Kat.
Oh, Drat, I'm next. All right. So I'm going in here. I'm gonna bring let's see, the Aladdin, Bredge, Cam, Darshan, Shailaja,
Me.
Eric. Hey, there you go. Frank. No, what was that? Fiji. There you go. God.
You lose, man.
Harshad. Igloos.
Yeah.
India. Yes, of course,
Something
India.
a little bit bigger than igloos.
Yeah, it's like an igloo, only completely different in every possible way. Oh, me, yeah, definitely gonna bring myself. And then Kit Kat and llamas. Well, there was a llama.
That's true.
Llama face.
All right. There was in oh no, was that a camel or is that a llama in
definitely
your
a
trailer?
camel,
They were
but-
okay. Sometimes they look similar.
Or an alpaca. They're very different.
Let's go to M for Matt, and then I didn't have to say
still-
Matt. I meant just because that was
Just a random M word.
But I think I have an idea for something that would be more interesting. So that's why.
okay.
All right, let's,
So we're choosing M for Matt.
not necessarily. We're choosing M because
Yeah.
Of the
I'm Matt,
alphabet.
that's what we're choosing. You don't have to say Matt. Though.
No, that's what I was gonna go with. I was gonna say either me,
You don't.
as in M-E, or Matt.
You don't have to say Matt Bush, the Star Wars rock star artist who this whole thing is about and Land or whatever. But you know what? Just any M word will do.
Okay.
Maybe it will rhyme with Matt Bush, the artist that and the sort of the mastermind behind the entire project. But definitely no pressure. Feel no pressure whatsoever to make M Matt Bush.
So let's make it
the
official.
founder
So
of the whole thing.
We got
the
Aladdin,
savior of the world.
We got Brett. We got
Brett.
Aladdin. We got Bredge. We got let's see, Cam. We got Darshana. We got Eric. A B C D E F. We got Fiji. We got God. G H, right? G H. Harshad. India.
What of India?
H I J. We got
Thank you very much.
Jen.
Rock and roll.
Okay, we got Cat and Kit Kat, and then we got L. We got
llamas.
Llamas, and then M. We got It's on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, an M word. Oh, if only
Matt Bush.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, of
All right.
course.
That was barely even painful.
So you guys need to remind me, what was the number we were at?
What?
43
9.
Bazillions.
What were we at?
63.9.
Oh, 63.9 for real?
Yeah.
We are at 64,424.
Thank you.
Rock and roll.
You guys just
You
making
guys
this
are
stuff
amazing.
up. That's
Oh my
awesome.
gosh. But if we could get to 65, I would really appreciate it. I don't know. That's awesome. It's amazing. To 70 would, that way we could be septupled. But
I know
Hey,
you out
all you-
there.
all you guys out there,
You out there.
69.
He's very
69.
coy about calling it sex double.
Somebody's going to be out there and they're like, all right, Matt, you fooled around long enough. Here you go. And then it'll be the rest
Here's
of the
a
night.
lot of money.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you sweat,
Can that go off?
apparently.
what's that?
Blue?
it just randomly. I've got it on like a sequencer, so
sorry.
randomly
Interval.
when you.
Every time
yeah,
a
yeah,
blue
yeah.
light goes off, an angel gets.
So watch it. It'll come on in a second here. There we go. So Justin says, thanks. If you have time over the next few days, maybe you could post a thing on Facebook. Absolutely. Not only that, all 3 of these 8-hour streams are going to be live on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know if you
Well, they
want to
are
watch
live.
all
You're gonna
24
watch the whole
hours, but
thing.
they're live now. They will be available to watch
Probably gonna change your life.
later on. Also, I'll be doing a live stream on Sunday. I'm sure I'll be sharing in a much shorter amount of time. And I'm sure I will be sharing on Facebook and Instagram all the new fun stuff. Cannot wait. And Justin, thank you so much for your support every step of the way. So I want to do, and maybe Aaron, you know a game, or maybe you guys can think of one.
All right, I'm right here. I'm very good at this.
I want to put Aaron on the spot. Is there something we can do where we are continually like asking him questions, but every time he answers, not only does he have to answer the question, it has to be a completely different voice.
Oh.
How many questions can we how many questions can we
What
ask
can I do? Oh.
Now we're
without him repeating the same? And you can answer the questions as long as you want, but then the next question, it has to be, you have to become a different person. Is that
like an improv game? It's like an improv game.
Can we? Are you? Is there something better? Is there something
I'd
more
say
fun
let's
that
try
you?
it, and if it evolves into something else, let's do it.
All right.
Absolutely yes.
Okay.
All right, what do we got?
Well, do you want to do it where I ask by name and then ask the question,
Oh no! Ask the question,
and then you
I
choose?
will-
Okay.
I will see.
Okay.
See? We'll see if
Give
I
us
can
some
do
room.
the voice.
Okay. All right. So, Aaron, for
Yeah.
people that are just tuning in now, man, what are your thoughts on the Kickstarter?
Yes. You see, Kickstarters
Jeff Goldblum.
are very, very, very cool. There's a little thing there. It's a very Kickstarter. You got to kick things. Why are we kicking things? I don't even know. Let's be gentle. Don't kick. No kicking. No, just the start. The start. How about a joy start or a hug? How about a hug start? That's what we should do. Hug start. Come be a part of our hug start. Yes.
All right. Next question. Go ahead. You get the next question.
Way to not answer a question. Jeff, I love you. You're awesome.
What was your favorite scene in movie 1?
A movie 1, I'm glad you asked that. My favorite scene is a very important scene. A plague from nowhere. The earth had been destroyed and shot to death. Robots were all that was left. Sand! A sea, an ocean of sand! Diving, swimming through the sand! Pieces of falling democracies all over the place. And then a sleeve reaches to the sun.
You guys, if you haven't backed and you just got to watch that for free, you need to back the Kickstarter. Come on, pony up.
It's all there, every bit of it. It is wonderful. Let me tell you, right on the end, right here in the final moments, you are here at the precipice,ing against the edge.
We didn't even ask a question. Like we got a new one. That's amazing.
Oh, that was my question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was his question.
My question was, what was my question? Oh, my question was.
Wait, I think
well,
it was.
Yeah.
You think a girl thinks less of a guy if he lets himself be kissed? I mean, you know, this is kind of usually seem to go out with. They usually seem to marry the other kind.
I have not found that to be the case.
No.
That's a joke from the 20s.
What's
You got that
it
one? Wow.
like? What's it like being on the
Oh my.
set of Aladdin 3477 with all the cast and crew around you?
It's actually very simple. It's sort of like this, it's sort of like a little spread all over the place. Actually, all the players are right here. So they said, look at this person. I don't even know. Is he smiling? I don't know. Is he smiling? I think he's smiling. He's like, are you looking at me? I don't know if you're looking at me. He's sort of like, look, there's like a whole little clan here. Right here. There should be a band. Look, it's Hanson the robots right there. And look, they even got the token Hanson. Right? See that there? That's so wonderful. Absolutely. Look, there's a yellow one too. Oh, Asians. That took a turn. You know what? I stand by. Stand by. As a professional Asian, I am completely okay.
The Asians approve this commercial.
Hook us up.
Describe your perfect date.
Ooh.
January
This
1st.
is my favorite question in the whole world. My perfect date in the world is so small and so sweet, but not too dry. Not too dry. Also, a touch of sugar. Put a little bit of sugar there. They must not be completely dry. They must be dry-ish, with a spark, a splattering, if you will, of moisture, but not too moist. It becomes too moist, and that is mushy and terrible. Very, very bad. Terrible. That is the perfect date.
Wow.
And then I present to you.
Okay.
Right.
If you were on a deserted island,
Right.
which character from Aladdin 3477 would you want with you?
Ooh. Actually, if I was like there, I think I would want like one person. I think he'd probably be the first person I call. Yeah. Sometimes I ask myself when I'm in a situation, would Bang do that?
You guys, you haven't seen the second film. I haven't seen the second film, but there is a character you're going to meet named Bang. And oh my gosh, you just channeled your inner Bang. That was amazing. Wow. Oh my God.
Oh, yes.
All right, James. James, your question.
How do you possibly justify just shamelessly walking away when you knew those orphans were on fire?
Jeez. I can neither confirm nor deny the condition of those said or mentioned orphans. We did not know that they were directly in peril. And also, I feel you have to ask yourself, did they want to be on fire? I mean, who am I to judge? Really? I don't know.
This isn't free. There's no way this show's free.
Oh
I
my
understand,
gosh.
but I don't know.
The bigger question is, how do
Right.
we dance when the kids are burning? How do we dance? when the
Well,
world
you
is
can
turning?
dance if you want to.
You can leave your friends behind.
You know that song? You know.
Eric, wait, what are you looking? Oh,
Oh, just making sure it was on. Just making sure. It was
Well, I
on.
thought you wanted a beer, so
I do. I do.
Yay!
All right, my question. If the Djinn of Wisdom was able to have his own wish, what would his wish be?
Yes, you mean aside from world peace? Yes. Paul, are you hip to the Djinn of Wisdom? Yes, yes. Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm David Letterman, and I want to be your TV friend. You see that there? That just happened there. You see? I hit it in the Matt Bush. There you go. You see it? Yeah, Dave. Yeah.
You broke Eric.
He hit me in nostalgia.
So come back to us. Come back to television, please.
Yes, seriousness and a beer.
if the head of a fish is 9 inches long This is a big fish.
Mm.
The head of a fish is 9 inches long. The
average
body
size.
is as long as the head and the tail put together. The tail is as long as the head plus half the body. How long is the fish?
I've always been told it doesn't matter the size of the fish.
Uh-oh. It's the way you use it.
The hook you put in it.
It's the way you slap it.
You reel it in, baby.
And there you have it.
That's what you do. Fish.
I think I win.
Wow. You didn't even get into any of the trademark, like the Morgan Freeman, the Will Smith, the oh my gosh,
Wait, you did Will Smith?
That's what I always thought. Was I doing Will
You
Smith?
did it earlier. You did the. Oh no, you did Morgan Freeman as Will Smith.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's like really racist. I'm so fake outraged right now.
Well, that's just Taylor Swift.
No. Will Smith, the only thing I know is like, oh no, he's just really excited and has no clue why we're here. That's all I got.
Do you guys watch Bel Air?
No.
No.
Yes, I do watch Bel
love
Air.
how
And
James
it's
like,
awesome.
Anyone watch Bel Air? And everyone's like, no.
No.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Why would anyone watch
It
that?
was like
I
straight
mean,
out of
the
Compton.
original Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Yes.
No, but the new one's like straight out of Compton.
Oh no, I watched the new one that's, put together of only figurines of fish.
All right, but I haven't watched it.
20 minutes.
I was
We can
banking
hipster
on
20 minutes. Oh my gosh, you
20
guys.
minutes.
20 minutes.
Okay,
Okay,
20
man.
minutes.
If you're watching this, this is the final stretch right here.
64,
20
424.
minutes.
Come on, bring your A game. Help us out. Hook us up. Tell your friends. There's only 20 minutes left.
There's
the
only 20
Kickstarter.
minutes
Well, I
left.
mean,
Or if you're from
There's 20
Australia,
minutes left of the Kickstarter. Check it out.
Aladdin 3477.
So Aaron, there's one person that you haven't done in this recent questions thing, but I was so impressed with someone that you channeled earlier that I know very well. So I want to hear Matt Bush go through some of these slides. If Matt Bush, if you can just kind of walk us through.
You know what? I've been working on a Matt Bush voice, and I've seen Matt do things and his artwork all over the place, and I love the way that he tells stories. He's always talking with his hands, and there's kind of a rhythm to the way that he talks. He'll start up like this. He'll get your interest and then tell you the answer. And so this right here, this is really cool. I love I'll always explain these type of things in the simplest way possible. But me, Aaron, not knowing much about art, I'll do it the way that I would imagine somebody who knows art would do. So here we have a pencil. The pencil is symbolizing man. Mankind. And I thought, why not draw with the pencil the logo? And you look at the logo right here, and we used lines drawn with a pencil. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if this pencil was like in the painting, coming out, but facing away from the words? And then it's like, why is it doing that? We don't know why it's doing that, but action is happening in the corner right there. And so I just thought it was a really cool place. And then it's like, who is doing this? And then my immediate thought, right here, put the name right here so that everybody knows. But it's like, so we're here, we have the who, but the when, I mean, and how often do you even get a when? So it's like 24 hours. 24th, that's it. And I thought, you know what? I'll put them all together, make it a Kickstarter and a movie. And it worked out really well.
Oh, do I really do that? Wow.
It's like Aladdin, and this, this shot, lots of people don't know this about this shot. And Eric will be able to attest to this. So he was here, and those words are not even there. Those words actually, that text had not even been selected at that particular time. In fact, I don't even think it was on the set. It might not even be Eric. This year, this actually is very good. What it was I had set my old time phone against some clay, and I thought to myself, that could be a robot. And so then you turn it on its side, and then it's a whole different robot. And but no, it's not. It's kind of mappy too. Map, Matt. Let's make it an Aladdin poster.
I'm not offended at all. I'm just like, wow, that's like there's something so familiar about that. This guy sounds amazing. You
I'm
have
getting
my
better. It's gonna be there. It's gonna get better as time goes on. It can only improve, and then all of their voices, every single one, I will wield the power of them.
You killed me with inspiration.
All right, so I'm going to go through some of these slides. I'm just going to do let's do a speed round. We've got the last, this is like, I don't know, the last 12 minutes. I would love to do a speed round going through. I want to hear someone different talk about each one of these.
That hurt. This was from the impressional period where we were leaving impressions on people's faces with the palm of the hand. Notice that it's blurry to show movement, but also there's stability in the face of the Radiohead robot, which is there, who will also be insulted in the very same scene. It took much time. It took 5 years to build that set, and it was made entirely out of egg cartons. Movement, inspiration right here is exactly what that is. And notice the world is on fire behind him. Turmoil and tragedy is his stay, but yet he is simultaneously moving and still searching for direction, but also his body askew his body is, and his head turns to the side, and motion around him, flames in the world, Fiji on fire, moving. You want to have like lots of hands. It's like you're playing something. It's like, I'm over here, I'm doing work, but I also want to be typing letters. Sometimes maybe I want to play the flute. Maybe I want to play both parts of heart and soul at the same time. And it's like, and that's what that person gives us. It's like, that's where technology needs to be, man. Elon, get on that, okay? Where are my extra arms? Maybe I don't want to have a droid. Maybe I need an extra arm. You ever think about that? Arms, just extra. This thing's like it's cool. Hey, did you see that? I just waved to you. I just waved to you just then. Did you see that?
Real quick, Aaron Farr from Australia says, "Hey, Matt, Aaron, and team. Aaron Farr here. Sorry, my voice is just gone. Been watching most of the 24-hour live stream. Thank God for twice the speed. Oh, all right. So this morning and afternoon to catch up. It's almost 4 p.m. here in Australia. I assume probably tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, for your information, you are just shy of 96,000 Australian dollars. That is impressive.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, down under.
Aussie.
Oh.
I heard it.
Love it. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you for checking in.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, the Kickstarter. Great work, brother. Oh, this here. Oh, look at this. What's the Kickstarter called? What's the Kickstarter called? We call it Larry. I've always liked the name Larry. So like, this Kickstarter is called Larry. No. This is a very important drawing, I think. Perspective is wonderful. Sort of the inspiration is the fishbowl. And fishes are very good. There is
an arcade feel to it, but also I see circles, almost as if it is in a very expensive eyeball that was drawn in a very expensive film. I call this one not the line, but the eyeball. Yeah. Oh, that's adorable. Angie Mayhew. I said the way that my family say, they say, "Dorchesai." It means thank you very much. I hope it means that. It might also mean get me a taxi. I'm not very good. I did learn one phrase in Japanese, which I believe was Nihongo ga wakarimasen.
That's right.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means I do not speak Japanese. And we talked about the Romos earlier, and the Impariro Nufor Bes Krumeneshta means I do not speak Romanian. I don't know why that came up. Fun fact.
Awesome. Oh my gosh. So we are in the final minutes of the campaign. Oh my gosh. This has been so much fun. You guys are amazing. This has been a blast for 24 hours. I've barely left the spot back here. Just a couple times. Well, we had 2 breaks in between, and this has just been a riot. And you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. And I'm just over the moon about this, man. This has been so cool.
Does anyone know how much yen we've made?
I had 2 zeros at the end of it, I think, roughly.
All right. Wojie. Well, in that case, we can add 2 zeros to 64,504. We've risen a little bit. Rock and roll. Super appreciated.
Thank you,
Rock and
guys.
roll.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Awesome. You guys are amazing. Gosh. So what can we do in the final? We've got like about 10 minutes.
Wow, 10 minutes.
Anything fun that we can do for 10 minutes?
Oh, 543, 60.
We're gonna sing the final countdown.
What are you copyright strike?
Don't forget, everyone, join the Discord. We have been plugging it all day, absolutely. And the Discord link is at the Kickstarter. If you scroll down all the way, almost all the way to the bottom in the links, I've got I've got it there. We've also been adding throughout the day on Facebook and on YouTube the link to the Discord. And especially if you are backing this, lots of cool conversations going on there. Check it out. Matt, what are the shirts made out of? And do you have the cotton percentage? I don't yet. I haven't ordered them, but I want to get ones that feel nice. What is that?
Yes.
When they feel really
I do have a
nice?
fake answer. They're made of micromodal. That's not true.
Yeah, so they're not made. Yeah, they're not made out of that. But yeah, they're going to be nice. So I mean, what are they? I mean, they're not going to be polyester. I assume they're going to be cotton. What are the nice ones like when it feels really good? What are those made out of? Are they just cotton, or is it like a cotton blend?
I have cotton. I also have premium cotton, and there is a difference.
What's premium?
Premium cotton feels a bit heavier, but man, everything just wicks right off.
Yes, I'll not drench myself
fright rags made out
with the garments of cotton of
Those
peasants.
are good. We should find out
Would they
fright
put
rags.
non-horror things on it?
Yeah.
If you just kind of paid them. Oh, I thought they specialized in like.
No, do you have a preference? Definitely put it in the chat.
I'll have to go look. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I will definitely announce it. But I want to make them nice. I want people to actually wear them and promote the brand. So we're gonna hook it up, but they're not gonna be cheap shirts.
It would be
Faux show.
wearing the latest in Aladdin 3477. And there's Versace, and then of course there's Channel. And then, Aladdin 3477. There we go. So very almost steampunk-esque with a hint of shabby chic.
With the fragrance line, a whiff of fresh.
River bread.
Like bubblegum.
Did you
Just
guys
a
see
whiff.
earlier? Bridge brought out his hat and he reprised
Yes.
putting his hat on.
Oh,
And
dude.
that was so great. I mean, it's always great seeing John Rick, but it's like for so long we saw him with the funky hair or with the hat. I just haven't seen him with the hat on in so long. So when he put it back on, it was like,
It's like, oh,
Reg, and he started doing this with the jingle of the chains and stuff.
And he lived
And who would've
with
thought-
that hair.
And who would have
Yes.
thought that became a staple of people?
We want the hats.
The hats.
The hats and
Yeah.
like people cosplaying and like, oh my gosh, it is off the hook. Super, super cool.
We all just wear that.
Years
Gang, 7 minutes. We've got 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I mean, at this point, I don't know what else you need to know. If you're already a part of us, give us $1. You know, it's only. I mean, it's only $1. It's a cup of coffee. I think just be putting in cups of coffee all day. The little thing, just like a tank of gas. Put a tank of gas just in there. It's like, yeah, you know what? That's a little bit extra right there. We're this far right here. Now we're gonna be this far right there. And that's because of me. They was here. This is where they was over here. And I was like, you know what? I done gave already. Paya! In your face. Moving the line.
Actually,
Just like that.
You can see it, right?
Probably the way over there.
Yeah, there you go.
Brought to you in part by Mountain Dew unofficially.
Officially.
Officially, unofficially.
That's amazing. Gosh, what can we do? Yeah, can we get some inspirational black man for the end of this? What can you? We need something inspiring as we count down to the final minutes here. We are at, what time is it? 11:53. It ends at 11:59 p.m. So we are
59.
6 minutes away.
Say, well, we do the inspirational black man. So one of the things, when you do things with this voice, there's something about when you don't want to wake up in the morning. It's like when you think about the people who do wake up in the morning and do great things. And maybe they don't want to get up in the morning because they feel in pain. And it's like, what is it? There's the story of the guru. Everybody knows the story of the guru. He's over there. It's like, man, he wants to go in. He's like, how do I be successful in life? And the guru says, you know what? Come on out into the water. And so he follows the guru out there. And then as a person goes and says, no, come out further. And so they come out further. And then he goes out further. And then all of a sudden, right where he can barely, he says, no, come out further. And so he comes out into the water, and the person, the guru takes him and he puts him underneath the water. And the person doesn't know what's going on. It's like hands is strapping all over the place, and he's out there, and he's like, man, he's on there, and he's just holding him down there just like that. And the man, right before he's about to pass out, the guru lifts him out of the water. The moral of that story is, when you want to succeed, as much as you want air, then that's the way that you got to be. That's how you find success. The secondary one is, for sure, don't go out in the water with crazy gurus. And how does he know the exact time to pull somebody out of the water? Also, if your brain is without oxygen for 5 minutes, you have permanent brain damage. The guru is about to get a lawsuit. But that's not what we're talking about right now. Actually, how many people may have passed out and lost their life because the guru was perfecting that exact lesson? We don't hear about that. Actually, we're going to let that go. That's a little bit scarier than I thought. It starts today. You think that it's going to be something big, but the small decisions that you make right now are part of the bigger plan. And if you're moving in a direction, you got to make sure that everything in your life is moving in that direction. You need to eliminate the things that are ridiculous. You need to go forward. We went forward. This was our mountain, and this was our movie. And if you helped us, this is your movie too. This is the end of the Kickstarter. The doors are closing now. If you can put your money in, you can put your thing in, and you are a part of us right now. But if you're watching this, you are a part of us. And you know what? Tell us about your Aladdin 3477. Put it in the chat. And then running, you know, then somebody's like trying to do something, and they're reaching out for the candle, and air is blowing like this, an unreasonable amount of air, and they go and they reach and they grab it, and then light effects and unnecessary slow motion and lens flares happen. Choirs and singing slow motion, and then hooray, victory! Oh my goodness! Ah! Just like that.
3 minutes.
That was amazing. Wow. Thank you. And how did you know to get that music? And how did you know when the crescendo was going to come?
They rehearsed it.
Because I'm a voice actor. And this is what we do. So if you want to work with me, I'm pretty easy to work with. You know what I'm just saying.
Wow.
Get me on your project.
Yeah. I don't know if you can top that, Matt, but you know, maybe we should leave the final minutes to you.
Oh my gosh.
Forever and
We've got less than 2 minutes. I just want to thank you guys. This was absolutely amazing. Thank you for hanging out this last day. Thank you. Obviously, if you back this is amazing. And if you told people about this, that has been just awesome. There's so many people that have reached out, people from my past, people that I don't even know that have said, man, I think this is so cool. Sometimes they say, I can't afford to, to back it or whatever, but I am going to share this with everyone I know. I think this is just the coolest thing. There are so many people that backed the Kickstarter that didn't even select a reward. They just wanted to back it because they believed in the project and they thought it was really cool to support the project, which is not really what my intention was. I want to get you guys cool products, but man, that is just wow. It's just so amazing. We've got less than 1 minute left, and I am just elated, over the moon about the whole thing. This has just been awesome. And this is the tip of the iceberg. We actually had just another uptick for a little bit. Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. You are amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
You can't see it right now, but
It is. Let me double check to make sure we've got our final tab here. It is $64,569. Wow. 261 backers. Wow. That is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Let me see here. I might be able to give you guys a couple stats. You guys can't see the screen, but check it out. That last day, man, we had an awesome uptick. On the last day, we had the top reward tier that people back the most, I think, is Lochan's Loot, the fourth swag box, 46 backers. Let me see here. So, okay. Wow. Awesome. What else can I look at? View more, refer stats. Where's
we'll be back for 3478.
Yes.
There's usually a cool thing that shows which rewards were back the most. Maybe that's on another page. Or refer stats. No, not that.
God, it's in the ways. The lights. Yes. I see digits.
Activity. Maybe this will be it.
It is a
sickness. Oh no, these are pledges. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I see, you know what? It's been awesome seeing people upgrade. Actually, I just saw Justin in the final minutes. You upgraded a little bit more after so much, which is really cool. Thank you. It's been awesome. Oh my gosh, Liz Van Hootie, thank you for pledging. Just awesome. James Cavallo upgraded recently. Like, oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Justin Salazar, awesome. Thank you. Rock and roll. Oh my gosh, Melissa Gallup already supported, but she upgraded her pledge. Amazing. Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Wolf Baldessaro, you are amazing. Wolf, I hope you saw the announcement earlier that the Klepto King is going to be a minifig. We don't have it yet to show, but that is going to be an awesome minifig. This is just awesome. I'm looking at all of this. Is someone added in, or someone asked a comment, is Fidgy a kit bashed old Omnibot from the 80s? His body looks damn familiar. Why, yes, it is. Good eye there. Absolutely. I'm an Omnibot 2000 fan. So cool. You guys are amazing. This has just been awesome. Wow, I'm just over the moon about this. Someone left me a comment and I was like, hey, I'll respond. I'm actually going to bed now so I can get some rest before enjoy dream time. And I got a good nap yesterday, which was awesome. Wow, that is my brain is mush. Do you guys have any final thoughts? Anything that you want to share about the Kickstarter the past 2 months, or any final thoughts?
Just amazing. Just amazing venture for everybody, and just being a part of it, and it's just awesome. Can't wait for everybody to see it. I can't wait to see it and spread the word, and hopefully the next time it comes around, and we'll have another awesome time. Yeah.
Oops.
For another 24-hour live stream.
That was amazing. I would do it all again. I would do another 24 hours. I don't know if I would do it right now, but I would.
Maybe not right now.
I would. I'm in it to win it. All my chips are in, and you guys were amazing. I can't wait for you guys to start getting your rewards. I can't wait for you guys to see the first film.
That's gonna be sweet.
And I can't wait. Oh my, as much as I love the first film, the second one is even better. I can't wait. And then the third one is just crazy off the hook.
That's just because
you guys are in for a treat. I want to do I can't do selfies because my phone is filming right now. Who's got a phone? Let's do a what up. You got a wide angle on that?
Here we go.
Sucker MC.
Yeah.
Favorite lens.
All right, 2, 1. Let's see if we got it.
I never know where.
Aaron, get into this one. We got this one over here too. Wait, Aaron's first.
Okay.
Wait, Aaron's first.
Okay.
You got everybody?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, oh my God. Yeah. Oh, no. Scooch in. That one. Wait, one more. Okay. I'm in there somewhere.
Awesome. All right. Now, I know you guys have also probably been up for a long time, but I think we need to play musical chairs.
Oh, 100%.
I'm kidding.
Yes, and
Matt, we do have a video coming up on YouTube very shortly.
Oh my gosh. Yes, and what time does that come up?
Where do we end? Where do we end?
It's what?
What video?
Where do we end?
It's ended. It's
Yeah,
bad.
no, where did we end?
So, Missy Gallup and also Dave Kasawa, congratulations on the 24-hour live stream. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Missy, for being on earlier and your contribution. Just amazing. I'm really, really grateful. That is awesome. Can't wait to have both of you guys on the live stream lounge soon. I'm trying to think, is there a way there is a way that I can present, share screen. Is easiest with 2 monitors. I don't know, but share screen. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Share.
sharing a screen within a screen.
So now is this I assume this, okay, it looks like that's doing this. I'm sharing because I'm caring. Okay. Then I am going to go here. I assume it's doing that. Can someone maybe double check me and make sure the live stream is actually showing a new when I'm going through here? We are going to go to the YouTube.
YouTube.
Oh, wait, we're already at YouTube. We're going to go to Eric Steele's page, which is called. Whoa, this laptop is hot to trot.
Go to the YouTube.
We're going to go to Eric's.
Yep. Still rolling.
Do we see? Oh, okay. And what? Oh, we still see us though.
Yeah.
So we don't see the shared screen.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's see here. How do we entire screen? Oh, share.
Ta-da!
Oh, lost permission to share, capture your screen. I'm on a school laptop and apparently we can't share the screen. Darn it.
Darn you, education.
But someone can hold up their phone and pull it up and we can kind of hold it up to that phone a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't wait for you guys to see this
If you
epic.
refresh, it's up.
Right here. And right here.
I'm sharing it out. I'm sharing it out.
Put it on there.
Joseph Victor, thank you so much. Rock and roll.
Are you on Facebook or YouTube? Sharing.
Who's sharing?
Sharing is Karen.
Who's sharing?
I can't pull up my laptop won't let me share the screen.
Facebook.
Well, no, just hold up your phone.
What?
To the hold up your phone to that phone.
Yeah.
No.
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 You guys have to. It's got to be crisp and clean with no caffeine. Is there a way? I'm trying to think what I can do.
I just sent it. It's gonna take a second. But if you look at your Facebook messages, it should now show up.
Oh, in Facebook messages.
Or
Can you put a link in the chat?
I did do a link in the chat. Now I'm going to YouTube and I'm
To the
adding it to that
YouTube.
too.
The YouTube.
Whoa, I'm frozen.
Like
You
it.
had heard of the
Is it because you're still
YouTube.
sharing your
I
screen?
was on the Facebook.
Oh, that's right. Might because you're sharing the screen.
And I'm doing it to Matt as well.
He's doing it to me.
To the world.
I don't even see where to share screen or stop sharing screen.
Ooh, just a touch.
These are all kind of frozen. There
There you
must be
go.
something.
How many Aladdin crew does it take to screw them?
Oh,
It depends. Is it the light bulb crew?
No.
Well, then there's your answer.
oh, was I touching the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a laptop, not an iPad.
I was gonna say,
Ah.
man, I'm like this
In-
school. is
Apple's
really
not that-
giving
In
the
the
best
comments, you
laptops
can
here.
see the total, the new one.
Don't mind me.
After Joseph Victor.
There it is.
Oh, you guys want to watch? Now, you guys, all right, everyone watching at home, you need to click on Eric Steele's link that is shared on YouTube right here. I can't share this on my screen. I'm on a school laptop and there's privacy stuff where they don't allow apparently sharing screen, although that's usually a good method for teaching people how to do
Yeah.
something, sharing a screen. But
Yeah.
alas, everyone has to click
Well,
on
don't
this
have people
at the
learning.
same time. Are you ready? I'm going to bring this up. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not clickable for me though. Darn it. Because I'm in StreamYard, so I can't click links. But I can over here. What is up?
Magical.
Hold on. At the same time, we're all going to watch this at the same time. Let's go here.
Instead of that,
Search
we're gonna watch
YouTube.
TikTok videos. Here's rock star artist Matt Bush.
Oh my gosh.
Blazing
Aladdin
Giants.
Kickstarter is funded. So are you guys ready for this? Are you all going to
Y'all ready
click
for
on it
this?
at the same time?
3,
Yeah.
2,
Copy paste.
1. Hiya!
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
How do I go full screen? It doesn't go full screen. Oh, there you go. This one you can touch. Oh my God, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
A butterfly. That fight is so realistic.
Yeah.
Fire!
Yep, I had to hit fire.
Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Man.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That is awesome. 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 Wow.
This summer, get ready for the chance of a lifetime. Next up, why is this bear dancing on this trampoline?
Wow. Amazing. You guys are. Have you guys seen RRR yet?
Good. No.
You have seen it?
I need to.
Oh, dude, that film is awesome.
It's only the greatest movie from India ever. The
Ever.
biggest movie.
Right?
The biggest
Matt,
movie
because
ever.
We're gonna only watch
Yeah,
like
we
half
were-
of it, and then
we
we
were
watched all
tired.
of it, like
We
3 hours
came from
later.
the Strawberry Festival, and we're
Yeah.
like,
3
we're like,
It was
okay,
already
we'll watch
midnight.
1 hour.
It's a 3 hour,
And then,
3.5
like,
hour
3.5
movie.
hours later, we're like,
Yeah, I was like, dude, I would watch
we
it
watched
again
the
right
whole
now.
thing until like 3 in the morning.
You guys want to watch it right now?
Break it up, man.
All right, watch party. Here we go.
Woo!
I don't know if they plowed yet, because it might be 3 hours before they do.
Awesome, awesome. Well, if anyone has any questions, ask them now. Otherwise, I think that is going to wrap it up for this awesome 24-hour live stream lounge. What an epic Kickstarter. I'm forever grateful. This is awesome. And my mission now is to get you guys your rewards as soon as possible. Can't wait for you guys to start getting your rewards all year round. And I can't wait for you guys to see the film, the first film. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's so cool. So much to look forward to. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Rock and roll. And with that, you guys are not going to be able to see our funky dance during the time that this is rolling, but I have to end with a little mood music here. And as we cheerio out of here, it goes a little something. Thank you guys. See ya.
Bye. See you to believe you.
This is terrible.